All right. Oh, fuck. This is so early. Holy shit. I'm gonna be honest, boys. I am not used to at all waking up at 7 in the morning. Holy fucking shit. Are you tired? I'm not really that tired. To be honest, I went out, I had dinner with my dad yesterday, and then as soon as I got done having dinner with my dad, I came home. I was gonna get on the computer, and then I looked over and I saw the bed, and yeah, I went to bed, and that was about it. Yeah, that was about it. Yeah, 10 a.m. I know, bro. This is nuts. But listen, we got a lot of shit to do today. We got a whole lot going on. Oh my god. This is going to be exciting. Say it already. Sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy, Asmongold. And today, gentlemen, we have I think it's going to be a pretty interesting day. This is apparently the day they're going to have, like, Kate Moss testify and all that stuff. I'm really curious to see what this is going to be. And, I feel like it seemed kind of obvious now, and I'll get up and get ready to pull on the trial in like probably 2 or 3 minutes here. But it seems kind of obvious that Johnny Depp's team has saved the best for last, you know? Especially the random guy that didn't even like Johnny Depp's movies, and he's like, yeah, that didn't happen, and like that's pretty much about it, you know? I think it's pretty funny to see it, man. I do. And yeah, guys, it's gonna be a real fucking day. I'm gonna tell you guys that for sure. Can we get an Amber Turd spoken counter? I already have it. I've been keeping track in my head, man. I don't need to do anything else besides that. And happy birthday. Thank you, man. It sounds schizophrenic. Yeah, exactly. It's just fucking funny. So yeah, gentlemen. And the TMZ thing, that's another thing. It's like, are they going to be able to block to find out? Like, honestly, like, I hope that they just say who leaked it, right? I do. Now, maybe that's not going to happen. Maybe they'll be able to block it. But, I mean, I guess we're going to find out today, man. That's what it comes down to. Amber's a turd. It certainly seems that way, isn't it? And, yeah, we've got a lot to do, a lot to talk about. Thoughts on shooting? I mean, apparently the death toll's up to 21. It's fucking awful. You know, I don't know really what else to say. I talked about it a lot yesterday, probably talk about it more today, but yeah, it's fucking awful. And yeah, it makes the Johnny Depp thing seem like a nice little, you know, aside where we don't have to think about stuff like that, man. Happy birthday. Stop, guys. Stop. It's not my birthday. Just stop doing it every day. It's annoying. Anyway, so yeah, let me go back over here and turn off war mode in the US. Yeah, something like that, man. It's fucking nuts. And so let me see if they've started it and we got everything ready to go, because I want to go ahead and get into this. That way I'm not too far behind. Let me see where we're at. Okay, it seems like there's not really a whole lot going on. I guess we'll wait and see what happens with this, okay? Pet the chicken, please. There we go. He's a good boy. At the very least, they'll just not reveal who made and supplied the video. Yeah, I don't know. The jury's not there. It seems that way. I mean, they're probably late. It's not a big deal to me. I mean, like, it's gonna last until it doesn't. You know what I mean? Drink? I got my drink right here, man. I forgot. Honestly, like, as I said, I woke up today. It's so weird for me to wake up in the morning, man. Like, it is. Because, like, I'm the kind of person that has, like, a rotating schedule, you know? Like, I'll stay up, you know, like, I don't know, what would it be, like, 14 hours, and then, or I'll stay up 16 hours, and then I'll sleep for 9. And so it'll kind of, like, just kind of move forward and forward and forward. And so, like, moving backward in time with my schedule is, like, working against the laws of physics. It's very hard for me to do that. And go to the live. Let me make sure that it is live. Show the live broadcast. Okay, yeah, now it's live. Okay, and so we'll see what happens. I think they're just waiting for the jury, etc., man. DGen schedule, yeah, that's what I've done all the time. And it works really well for me. Surprised you didn't wake up on the floor after eating a steak as always? No, I went over to my dad's house, and we went out and we had dinner together. We went to Applebee's, and I got some ribs. It was delicious. I was playing Applebee's on hard mode too, because I ate the whole rack of ribs and I didn't get a single fucking stain on my shirt, man. I'm very careful because, like, if I'm gonna wear this shirt every day, I mean, I can't get it dirty. Is that it? And you think the hairline beard, 9 hours of sleep every day, it would not make a single bit of difference, man. I'm going to be honest. Why is no one talking about how Amber's team's exposing themselves with looking at today's media whenever they aren't supposed to? No, I don't know if that's what happened or not. I have no idea. I think there's probably a lot of people that are probably breaking the rules and it's very hard to, like, my assumption is that it's extremely hard to really figure out whether somebody's breaking the rules or not. That's what it comes down to. And yeah, feels like a Zach Rar stream. Really? I don't know about that, man. Like, I'm like, man, fuck that. Followers went through the roof since yesterday. Yeah, of course he got more followers yesterday. Yeah, no shit. I mean, I feel like that's not really true, but I think that whether it's a Zach Rar stream or not is determined on how tired I am, you know. And if I'm really tired, yeah, it's probably gonna be a little bit more like that, man. That's it. And so I do sound exhausted. I am. I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm gonna be totally honest. I really am. And so from Harvard, the YouTube and trial stuff. Yeah, I know. I saw there were tweets that were unhappy about me making videos about the trial, and you know, people were mad about it, and they were saying like, "Oh, you shouldn't do this. It's bad to make these videos and stuff like this." Now, I saw that, and I thought it was kind of funny. And who cares? Well, they do. They care because they think that we are monetizing a like domestic violence or something like that. Leth with the 10 gifted community subs. What's funny to me about it is like the big tweet about it was about Pokimane that did it. Meanwhile, like me and Hassan and XQC can do this every single fucking day, and there's like maybe one hate thread about it. But Pokimane does it, and there's a fucking it's like a massive fucking event. You know what I mean? And so the way that I see this, right, is that people are gonna watch what they're gonna watch, and I think you can always go back and like get mad at people for like not doing or fulfilling like your way of looking at things, but at the end of the day, I think that there's a lot of people that need to come to terms with the fact that their opinion doesn't really matter. And I think that there's a lot of people on Twitter and on social media that have been fed this idea that, like, you know, because they're getting likes and they're getting retweets and responses and people agreeing with them. Magmore with the 10 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. You know, like that kind of stuff, you know, it makes people think like, oh, well, this matters, what I'm saying, this matters. And the thing is, like, it really doesn't. And I'm not really that much different, right? I don't think anybody really is. And so you have people that go around and they have like these really strong opinions about stuff, and they say like, this is what should be, this is what shouldn't be, you shouldn't be able to do this, you should be able to do that. Everybody has those opinions. I think it's okay to talk about them, but it's important to contextualize it around the fact that it doesn't really matter what you think. And that's it. Doesn't really matter. And so, because if the rules are, if there are certain rules that people don't have to follow or do have to follow, then that's really all there is. It comes down to it. That's about it. Victimhood stock has crashed. I think so. I think people just don't really give a shit about you know, what somebody else has a problem with as much anymore. It just doesn't really matter, because I think that more and more as things have become more decentralized, I think that kind of stuff is more powerful whenever you can wield it as a weapon to like punish people for not you know, like listening or like adhering to like your worldview. But whenever you can't do that, you effectively have no power. People want actual proof now. People want actual proof. Let's see, what's the best way to say that? People want actual proof. I think it's more that people just don't care about it in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like we had like a school shooting yesterday, and like somebody wants to complain about a YouTube video. Shut up, like shut up. No, who cares? Like just don't watch it. You know what I mean? Like what? Like what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like what are you getting upset about? Like, so it's like people just don't give a shit about it. I think that's all it comes down to. Small PP problems. I guess so. Salad, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. How much do you think I'm gonna talk about our demigod, Johnny Depp's drug and alcohol use? Probably not a lot. I think it's already established Johnny Depp is you know, an addict, and it seems that way to me. And it's a problem. More people feel entitled. Exactly. TMZ application requested protected videos identity go through or get denied yet. My expectation is that it will go through, because it's like an overarching rule that affects like whistleblowers for companies. It affects like, you know, people that speak out against like big injustices. So I do think that unfortunately it will go through. Zach Pilot, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. And this is what I've said before, right? Is that you have things like TMZ. I don't really like the... I don't like the idea of... I think that there's a lot of stuff I don't like with the way that TMZ does stuff. So, like, for example, I don't like the fact that people get exposed for things that are, you know, like recorded from people besides themselves. And I think that there are a lot of, people out there who think that, well, because you're a public figure, then that's okay. It's fine that happens because public figures don't I guess deserve privacy or something like that. And I find that to be a very unhealthy thing. I think that the extent where people are able to take the rights away from somebody else with an arbitrary set of criteria that's never really defined, although I think everybody can agree that people like Johnny Depp are public figures, I don't think that removes their right to privacy. I don't like, for example, the people that go up to people's houses and try to take pictures of them in their house and stuff like that. I don't like that. And that's one thing I feel like. And so in my opinion, I think that should just be like considered harassment, and I think that it's just unfair that a person should be able to be treated that way. Yeah, it's two people, it's sickening, yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, it is, and it's also like, I think it's like, I mean, this isn't something that you make a law against, right? But like, I think it's like, it's a sick society type thing where like you're constantly fixated on the actions of these, rich and famous people, and like focused on them all the time, and invading their privacy, etc. Right? That's it. Any idea what Depp's writing about on trial? He's probably drawing something or like just doing stuff. The thing is, like, this is what I would do is like in church or whatever, I would always just write down like drawings or something like that to keep myself busy, and that way I don't have to think about what I'm doing. Yeah, just doodling, exactly. Supreme Court actually ruled that public figures have lesser of the expectation of privacy. Yeah, well, the Supreme Court's ruled a lot of things, and they also, didn't they rule that corporations are people and they should have free speech? Well, I disagree with that too. So I don't really ever look, like, I don't care what anybody tells me. Like, I know what I think it should be, and I know what I think it shouldn't be. So, like, I don't give a shit about, like, oh, wow, 9 old people decided that you're wrong. Well, I don't, fuck them. Like, who cares? I generally agree with the Supreme Court. I think it matters. It makes a difference. But I think they're wrong. That's it, yeah. Fuck that. And like, yeah, I don't want to get into like a thing where like I don't think it matters at all. I don't think that like like their ruling is going to override my opinion and the way that I feel about things. It's not going to. Sometimes, but you do have to admit that the world is the way it is. I think that's important. Actual privacy doesn't exist anymore, realistically, unless you're on an island with electronics, and even then. Well, I think that you can make that argument, sure, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, maybe, but like, I mean, I think that's deliberately disingenuous, right? Having people whose job it is to take pictures of you the moment you walk outside to try to like catch you at an angle that's unflattering and then create a narrative around that. I think that's much different than like your iPhone wanting to know your location. I mean, that's not. I don't think it's the same thing. Wow, that's good. Channel ban, yeah, was being held in Virginia, not LA. Probably for the same reasons why you have certain trials, or sorry, a lot of companies are incorporated in Delaware. It's just because of specific laws that exist there and not in other parts of the country. And so that's kind of what I would assume. I don't know that, but that's kind of what I'm guessing. And do bots have free speech? Will artificial intelligence have rights? That's a great question, but I think the answer to that is going to be no, because it's going to be hinging on the people that create them. That's the way I see it. VA law dictates that it needs to be held where the crime took place. I see. Okay, well then that makes sense, man. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Check out Dr. Smiegel's Google reviews. They're insane. I mean, the guy's a clown. I mean, as I said, like, what that guy acted like is if they went outside the courtroom and they found the first drunk and they told him, all right, hey, Rufus, come on over here. Here, take this suit on, put it on in the bathroom, and you're gonna be Dr. Spiegel. You're Dr. Spiegel. You've had 30 years experience. And they're like, all right, go on up there. And that's basically what happened. Or Rufus. That's the first homeless person name I think of, because wasn't that the name of the bum that they made do all this stuff in bum fights? I'm pretty sure it was. It was a long time ago. And you think Dr. Spiegel killed his career here? No, I don't think so. Literally true. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Did you guys ever watch bum fights back in the day? Like, I'm talking the 2000s. That was some fucking degenerate shit. Oh my god, yeah. And maybe allowed because footage was taken of a third party without consent in a third party's home. And that's kind of what I would say, right? And check Twitter, you can't keep up the silence anymore. What's this? Let me see if I find this. And I think that is true. I mean, to a big extent, it definitely is. Let me see. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Are you kidding me? Damning evidence that Asmongold once shat in his bed. And was also very proud of it. You can tell by his expression and him pointing to his creation. We have the evidence, we have the proof. What is this? Bro, I don't even know what the fuck that is. Like, I have no idea what the hell that is. Yeah, Asmon turd? Yeah, sure. Alright, very fucking funny. I've never done anything like that. It'd be gross. Because I don't like... No fucking shot, okay? Remember Dr. Phil kicking a dude out of bum fights of his show? Well, Dr. Phil kicked the guy out of his show. I remember this, right? So, like, there's this guy. This is the context for it. This happened, like, I don't know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, right? And so there's this guy, and he had, like, a production company called, like, In Decline. And he made bum fights. And finally, the guy got invited onto Dr. Phil. And the guy he went to Dr. Phil, and he shaved his head the exact same way that Dr. Phil's hair was. Because, like, the implication was that Dr. Phil's the same as he is, because Dr. Phil's also bringing people on and exposing all of their problems and taking advantage of them and making money off of it, right? And so Dr. Phil saw this, and he was like, nope. And so as soon as he starts the show, he just points at this guy and kicks him off the show before he even has anything to say. What a genius. Yeah, the guy was, I mean, it was just, you know, it was a really interesting time. I'll say that back in the 2000s for sure. And strike everything after what the fuck was this? Yeah. Actually went to the trial in person on Thursday. Actually went in a thumbnail for your video. Crazy weird to see it all in real life. That is fucking weird. Holy shit, man. Dude's right. I think that he is. I mean, to an extent, he is right for sure. Oh, here we go. What are we doing? The audio's on. What's this? Where's the anti-wizard? I don't think they'll need him anymore. Like, he's destroyed all of them. Might be allowed because footage was taken of a third party without consent within the third party's home. Yeah, in my opinion, I think that it should be allowed because this is a private individual that was taken again without his consent. And it was also in his own house. And I just feel like that's, like, to say that that couldn't be leaked is just so, that's so ridiculous. All right, full screen. I will. I don't know if it's starting or they're waiting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, I guess she was talking to the jury.
All right. Did
Okay.
you see your next witness?
Here we go.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Okay. We are
She
starting
will be appearing
at
on
the
your
very
screen.
all right.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Holy shit, we're starting off real strong.
Yes, can you
Oh my
count to
God.
5 for me?
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I want to make sure that I'm able to see the
I do.
video.
Thank you.
Give me a
Good
second.
morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
There we go. All right, that's good.
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms.
Okay.
Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
My
For
man.
how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
So like 4 or 5 years. Okay. That's a long time.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
Uh-huh.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I was in because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain. And
Right.
He came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Damn.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Yeah, the
Ms.
Kate Moss
have
incident.
you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right. Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So wait a second. So they went and they just got her on to say that Johnny
your
didn't
next
push her down the
witness.
stairs. Because like that's what remember that's what Amber
Your Honor, we're
said.
calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Just give us a moment
Oh, she's
to
back.
move the TV.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, that was quick. Yeah, it was. Well, they didn't need to, they don't need a lot of stuff, right? Is it the guy it's like she said that he pushed her down the stairs and then it turned out that he didn't. You know, and then there's the girl that they said it happened to and it didn't. I think that makes sense. Okay, here we go. Who's a rebuttal witness? Yeah, I understand. Amber knows it better than the person it happened to, of course. Yeah, it seems that way.
All right. Dr. Curry?
Is she here or is she on the TV? Let's find out. They just played audio, so I assume that she's on the TV, but maybe not. I don't know. She's a ghost. Uh-oh, there he is. Is that who I think? Yep. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Yeah, the anti-wizard. Oh, my God. Yeah, the destroyer.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Here we go.
Plaintiff called Shannon Curry, Dr. Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Ma'am, you're still under oath, so
Okay.
please have a seat, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you
Okay.
remind the jury who you are and what you do?
We
Sure.
saw her a couple of weeks
I'm
ago.
Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first
All right.
category you talked
That's a
about
lot
is
to
the
say.
misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Wow, okay.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to
That certainly settles it.
misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so
Bad things
in
to
addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context.
Yeah.
And let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered.
She's the
and there were
feminist.
indications
That was the
visible
feminist.
that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What
Yeah.
about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay.
Yeah, I always thought, it seemed weird that was the case.
Said
that they assumed it was from Johnny. Yeah.
That
I'm glad she said that.
Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So, as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case.
Yeah.
So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism.
Yeah,
but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that.
That makes sense.
So we actually have
Can't
to
just trust
administer
people.
very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
Yep.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits.
Yeah, sure.
That
Makes
also
sense.
gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tell us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context.
Why?
So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test.
Okay.
It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And
Okay, that makes
psychosis
sense.
is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders.
Okay.
The questions are just too odd.
So that's for the really
somebody
crazy
who has
people.
the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to
Yeah.
endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test,
Yeah,
but
makes
not
sense.
appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So
Okay, all right,
I
here we
mentioned
go.
that there were 2 main categories of checklists
Yep.
she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief
Yep.
inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode.
Yeah.
And then she gave the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis.
Exactly. Yeah.
So she gave that
You're
to
giving
Ms.
them like a
Hurd.
review to the exam.
Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Well, that made sense, of course.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which
Okay.
is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are
Sure.
traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics, talk a lot about relevance.
Yeah,
Is the
sure.
test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership,
Right.
who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun, has he,
Like
I won't go into all of them,
contextualizes it.
but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize
Yeah.
that she is in imminent danger.
Yeah.
And then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect
Makes
her.
sense. Makes a
That
lot of
was
sense.
the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the
that's
conflict
interesting.
tactics scale
Very
revised,
interesting
the second
there.
edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again,
Not for
there's no
diagnosis?
control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive
Okay.
dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in, and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously, you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in, and then
Yeah, of course.
extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have.
I don't know if we have an
And then
example
lastly,
of that.
let's see. The abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic. If you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have their results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence
Exactly,
and
yeah.
an allegation that they've been severely harmed,
So they'll retroactively
then they could
change what
simply
happened.
just check off more. And not only that, but
Yeah.
checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's
Yeah.
self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report
Mm-hmm.
of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
So they know what they have to say in order
Can
to
you
fake
talk
it.
specifically about Dr.
Basically.
Hughes's use of the, I think you called it the PCL5?
Oh, here we
Yes.
go, another one.
So the PCL5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL-5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment.
Right.
And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need.
So it's in their best
So
interest.
I would give this checklist to them, and then if they recognize
Yeah.
some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician-administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
All right. What about,
Okay.
well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past.
Yeah.
But it's nothing like that. Really,
You can never be certain.
It's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases.
Yeah.
And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, let's approach and talk about this again. Yes, thank God. Let's go ahead and approach. It's like she's talking for 5 minutes, and then at the very end, you're like, wait. It's just like, come on. Like, what is this? Muffin Queen of Slang? Yeah, I mean, she is. It's just, honestly, guys, I'm not surprised about this at all. Because it's just that woman that came in there. She's mainly what she's refuting here is the feminist person, you know, like the woman that came on there. This is like maybe a week and a half ago, where like she was saying that she did all these tests on Amber and how men were abusers, women were victim, you know, this kind of stuff. That's the person that she's talking about, just so everybody can understand, to be on the same page. And so it's just like, it's so obvious that that person was biased. Like, it's crazy to me that, I mean, I guess it's not crazy, because like, who would want to take on Amber Heard's case and be a witness on her side whenever all of the evidence and everything suggests that that's not really what's going on? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's not a surprise. Yeah, the not a client woman, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of people that probably just don't even want to be involved with that, because why would they? Why would they want to be on the side and like damage their reputation trying to defend somebody that I think most people have a reasonable amount of evidence to conclude that they're probably an abuser? You see kind of what I'm saying? Well, Pokemon, why stop? Oh, who gives a fuck about Pokemon? Like, why are y'all bringing up Pokemon? Who gives a shit? Like, I just like, stop. Like, well, stop. Like, she gonna have like whatever opinion she wants to have. Like, it doesn't, who cares, man? Like, I don't want to like have this like weird thing where like I make a comment and people like turn that comment into like a sneak diss about somebody else. Like, I'm not gonna sneak diss somebody. I'll just diss them. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, she can watch it however she thinks, right? That's it. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. There's no reason to. So stop trying to start beef, start this bullshit. I don't have anything against her. Like, I don't really talk to her. She does her thing, I do my thing. It's not a big deal. I'm not thinking about her whenever I'm saying this. I'm talking about expert witnesses, right? She's not going to go up on the stand. I'm talking about people that are going to go up on the stand and talk about this in a general sense. And those people don't want to put themselves in a position where they're defending somebody who seems to be a fucking abuser. You know what I mean? That's what I think, man. Yeah, and some common sense. Yeah, people don't want to be up there, so like, who are they gonna get? It's the same as like, you ever done a raid for something and you have to get people in the raid that are fucking garbage because like nobody else will join? Well, like Amber Heard's team's got a whole raid full of them. It's like, these are the people that are like AFK on trash and then like fucking go AFK and then like a trash pats around and it attacks somebody. And then they leave the raid. They say they gotta go. Yeah, that's
Curry,
the kind of people they are.
Let's look back at
Okay, here we go.
some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics. And essentially, they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high-stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So,
But she
first
didn't.
of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah.
We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So, for instance, if we use a scale
contextualize it.
that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom, and so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
This is the second witness they brought on that said that.
You talked
Dr.
a little
Shaw
bit
said that
about,
yesterday. Remember that?
Ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about
It's a pattern.
an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she
Probably all
administered
of
the
them.
personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave, the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So
Another
you have
note.
that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems.
Yeah, true.
No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Right, it's an exaggeration.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Hurd's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on the validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general.
Yeah.
On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the Atypical Response Scale.
Okay.
And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate
We'll click those
PTSD,
as well.
or possibly unintentionally,
That's a false
but
positive.
nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Heard scored so highly on this that even if there is, although
so
Dr.
highly.
Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Heard, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Heard and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections, blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for two separate periods of one's life to find out their relatedness to PTSD, you do two separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration.
She's going off the
test,
script.
And it invalidates it.
All right.
Wow.
You also mentioned, with respect to the PAI, or the Personality Assessment Inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What did she fail to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so
Here
first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Heard scored in her score profile, again, so there are main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that, and in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also, there's a configuration around Ms. Heard's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said, in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Oh, wow.
Can you tell us how?
So she didn't just mess her own stuff up.
I
She
would
had to
say
do hers
the main
too.
issue was that she said that Ms. Heard obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Heard already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that, if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale.
I see.
When this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head, it looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks, and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60, or above is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people have said.
We call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So
it's bad. It's like a perfect puzzle piece.
I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores.
It's like so it's right there.
What you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores. With and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score. I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies, and I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low, and then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there. First with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type, and the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
So like make up for it, exactly.
Other results
Yeah.
you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented?
Holy shit, man.
Whatever.
The TSI-2.
I mean, is there anything that's going to be left?
So Dr.
Holy
Hughes
shit.
generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Hurd's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning.
So it invalidates
symptoms.
the other ones.
Is this the test
Because
that,
she's proven to be a liar.
resulted in the 98 percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that score, on that
98th
atypical response
percentile.
scale.
That's
And
pretty
what does
bad.
that 98 percentile score represent?
Almost a third
So
statistical
that 98th
deviation. It's a
percentile
lot.
score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed.
Yeah.
She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Wow.
Yes.
What is feigning again?
98%.
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
We know about that.
I think the
Feigned
third
death.
thing you indicated you were going to talk
Top
about was,
2%, yeah. She's almost a gladiator.
self-reports and personal opinion as facts.
She's a duelist.
What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology
my
specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods.
Here we go again.
So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based, when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
And
What
that's
do you
what
mean
she
by
did.
self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee
Like her
tells you
answers
during
on
the
the
interview.
test.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
Sorry, I had to fix that.
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times. Talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation.
Of course.
These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person. We have to get consent. And we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree with that.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily. Reviewing the notes of her treating providers. Let's see.
That's a lot
all
of
of
stuff.
the legal documents and discovery.
That's a whole lot of stuff.
There was no evidence of PTSD.
Wow.
How is evidence of PTSD
No objection either.
generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce. There's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members. Extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound. They can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Yeah.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger for Ms. Heard's PTSD?
All right.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. All right, now they're going to talk about Mr. Walden, because that's why the lawyers are trying to, like, I feel like the lawyers don't even give a shit about Amber anymore. They're just like, because if they can get the $100 million from Johnny, a lot of these, like, entertainment lawyers, as far as I know, they work off of a percentage. So, you know, that question was messing with their money. And so that's not going to happen, man. No fucking shot. Oh, my God. And, yeah, had to pop cooldowns, exactly. So that's what they're going to do. I find it to be so fucking funny to me. Like, just how much of a stark difference it is between like the experts that Amber Heard's team has had on and the experts that Johnny Depp's team has had on. Like every single expert that Amber Heard's team has had on, they acted like assholes. They said stupid stuff. It's like they bring people on that just completely refute everything that they said prior. It's just unbelievable, man. Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, I think PTSD, it fucks people up a lot. Like, I remember, my mom, whenever she first started getting sick in, like, 2012, 2013, somewhere around there, I had the same thing happen where, like, I would wake up. I wouldn't want to leave the house. I would wake up and, like, hear her screaming in, like, my dreams and in my mind. I'd have to wake up and check on her, like, every hour. I couldn't sleep for more than, like, 2 or 3 hours at a time. Like, that was bad. That was really bad. And so, that's like I could never do that stuff, like go out and shoot movies and stuff like that. Then it was awful.
Dr. Hughes had suggested that
Poop King, thanks for 10 gifted subs. Thank you.
Ms. Heard's PTSD was somehow
It
triggered.
happened for like a year. Went on for like a year or so.
What's your view on that?
I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right. Cross-examination.
All right. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, stop using facts. Yeah, that's
Dr.
what they
Curry,
don't
I
like.
just want to make sure that we all remember
You can
you're
try,
not board
yeah.
certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal team to be here, correct?
Yes.
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
Over 300,000?
That would be way too much, but I do not know.
How about over $1 million?
Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, correct?
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at about 3 hours I started to get hungry. Mr. Depp then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So
My
you
man.
had dinner with at Mr.
Getting
Depp's
pizza.
home with Mr. Waldman,
Yep.
Mr. Chu, Ms. Vasquez, and Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And you had drinks as well, correct?
I actually don't know. I do remember that there were drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A Moscow mule.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
Yeah.
No animals.
Okay, that's good to know.
All right.
And you talked about transparency. I just want to make sure you had several designations, expert designations and reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, you're mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr. Curry, please answer the question. Not once did you disclose this in any of your reports,
I did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
All right. And you talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team, and he was there to observe.
He was present for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours.
Of course he was there.
And are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was tasked with conducting an evaluation to determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
We're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations
Okay.
because we've promised to get this case to the jury. So I'd really appreciate if you just answer my question rather than trying to go further.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you very much. Now,
That wasted more time than
after
she
you
did.
had the dinner You then provided a designation
It's not
in
we,
February
it's
of
you.
2021.
Your side's on a time
in
limitation.
which you said, and this is long before you ever saw
Yeah.
Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote.
I would
correct?
waste as much
No.
time as possible
No,
right now.
we went through this before.
I would
did.
intentionally do that.
And that was on the designation, was it not?
I told you last time that I did
Yeah.
not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No.
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back in these audio tapes back when they were together, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Now,
think
you've
so.
never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
No, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right.
Ah. She's moving around quick, man. She's trying to speed run this shit.
Not up here anymore.
Okay, my apologies, but I'm going to go ahead.
Your Honor, can we approach it?
All right.
Oh my god, bro. Like if I was Dr. Curry, I would try to run out the clock as much as possible. Like, I didn't hear that. Well, what do you mean by that? I'm not really sure. Can you repeat the question? Okay, so here's pretty much what happened. Well, okay, all right. So this was back. Wait. All right, let's start from the beginning again. Okay, so basically, I would just go on and fuck it on and do as much as I possibly can. Use freeze, yeah. Just like really stall things out. Just like turn it into like, repeat the same thing 4 times. That kind of stuff, man. Oh my god, I don't like that at all. No, it's like, it's obviously I'm joking. I probably would like maybe make it a little bit more, but obviously you can't do that. Shouldn't be credible then. I'm not really being serious. You really think that's what I'd actually do? It's just a joke. Yeah, okay, here we go. There's repeating cross-exam.
You recall testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
Yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5. Have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
Yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I may have. It's difficult. After about 250 cases, it's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
Domestic
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Okay, here we go. She's gonna give her a bunch of stuff, I guess. Alrighty. What the hell is that? Okay, she's trying to discredit her? Yeah, she is. She's trying to discredit Dr. Curry. That's obviously what they have to do.
Line 16 of page 207. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was no, under oath, correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? And goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no. Now, you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5 personality disorders, the SCID. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And would you agree that that is a state-of-the-art structured clinical interview?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present?
No, not in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, did Ms.
So it's not for
Crosby
actual,
said
like,
you talked
yeah,
about, you
okay.
read
It's
all
not
of
for
the
trials.
treatment records, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5 years in which she diagnosed Ms. Heard with borderline personality or histrionic personality disorder?
No.
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct? And you even attended his deposition, correct?
Yes.
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes, and did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition.
Okay.
He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes.
And did Dr.
Not her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right.
Okay.
Did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right.
Okay,
Now,
that
you
makes
said
sense.
quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience Don Hughes has in IPV and domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29
Unfortunately.
hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Not a client, by the way.
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Not a client.
Yes.
And she also interviewed Amber's late mother.
Yes.
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
Well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay.
And so you disregard what it, no, I'm not even going to say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD.
Okay.
Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas
I'm
in
not
her
gonna say
life,
that.
correct?
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, yes, that's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic
She's
event,
in such a
namely
hurry.
one of the sexual assaults by Mr. Depp, more than satisfied this requirement. Did you not write that in your notes?
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a structured clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom on many of those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Many of those valid tests? Which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one. Oh, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those symptoms and established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes.
Well, she's speed running, man.
Objection.
Oh my God, she's going fast.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Keep it up.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read it.
Dude, she is, oh my God, she's stressed.
You talked about danger. Do you recall that in your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
Sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you used that to determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The hell?
In the T-score section of that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead, do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. What is this?
Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American Psychological Association Ethical Principles and Professional Code of Conduct.
We found out those don't matter.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Those don't
And
matter.
Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour?
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom.
That was the guy you haven't from
My
yesterday.
time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
Okay. But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up date 10 of the trial testimony at page 2710? Are you able to do that, Sean?
Uh-oh, the clock is ticking, boys. The time is going down.
Lines 12 through 18.
Which lines? What were they again?
May we approach?
All right.
Oh no. When we approach, it's like just as soon as she's about to fucking say it, he's like, oh, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute, running down the clock, good job, coach. I mean, as I said, this guy is just, I mean, holy shit, he's so quick, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like this guy, he's the one that does all the dirty work, you know? In the legal team at the office, like this is a guy that they bring in to really kind of, you know, rough him up a bit. Yeah. He's the tank, yeah. The enforcer. Oh my god. He's laughing. Yeah, this is funny. Holy shit. All right, so now what? The brute. Oh, objection. Wait. Oh, no. Oh. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, shit.
Great job.
Oh,
Just
shit.
Also have, okay.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Dr. Curry, this is your testimony from day 10 in this case, and if you can look at page 2710, line 13. Now, my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman,
Oh,
correct?
my God.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
What's
Sure.
the objection? I'm sorry.
What
Hold on, Dr.
sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You want to approach? Okay.
Oh, shit. Objection. Oh, there it is. That's a troll face. Wait, objection. Wait, objection. That's it. Oh, my God. It's just, this guy is too much, man. It's just, he's so bad. Get rolled? Yeah, she said it was the question, didn't read it right. Well, yeah, because, like, she's under pressure, so she's making mistakes. Casual stroll he does? Yeah, just take as much time as he needs to get up there. You don't need to run up there. You get there when you get there. It is what it is. The objection
Now,
stop the clock? I don't think so.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false.
It does?
Would you agree?
Okay.
No. I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Redirect.
Here we go. There he is.
You were asked about the SCID.
Yes.
What's that?
It's a structured clinical interview.
Okay.
It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was, and then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03. Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the courtroom.
you,
You're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you.
Oh, man. Yeah, you say if you comply with them? Yep. All right. Okay, that's it. We're done. Somebody said that is going to be introduced, take the stand, also motion about TMC selling the video.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15
I'm
minutes
excited
to not
to
discuss
see
the case
that.
and do not do any outside research, okay?
I'm going to be real. Like, one thing that I feel like people should really be picking up on with this is, like, how much these, quote, experts aren't. Like, it's like all of these people, it makes me wonder, like, how many other times, you know, it's like, oh, an expert on something says something. It's like, what do you think the odds are that these are just the times that we have it cross-examined and everything like that? Exactly. Yeah, they're it's soft science. Yeah.
Just for planning purposes.
Okay, what's this?
Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so.
That's fine.
Okay, just to let you know.
She
They
is
need to work
pressed.
on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay?
Oh my God, man. Like, that was just, I'm gonna be honest, like, that was bad for them. Drew has bullshitter from 100 miles. Well, yeah. A lot of people, some of the clients that claim to be dodgy experts, well, it's more that, like, these are the people that they hired. Like, these are the people they wanted to be on their team. And so, like, I don't really feel bad for that, feel bad for them at all, because this is what they, this is what they were looking for. This is what they were trying to do. So no, absolutely not. I don't feel bad. It's just that the people that they bring on are just clearly not credible. I would say, Zach, thanks for 5 subs again. Thank you very much. The word expert is being hijacked to push agendas. It's quite unfortunate because it's causing the word to lose its validity. Well, I think that it's very important to... I think it's very important to be able to question these things and actually offer, evidence to the contrary to pretty much anything, right? Because one thing you can see here is that these narratives are created, and through them being created, there are lies that are used to be spread through them, right? That's effectively what happens. And Zach Pilot with the 5 good subs, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's why the in the EU, the court orders the experts and not lawyers. That's actually a very good... Wait, that's way smarter. So in the UK, the court has the experts and not the lawyers? Wait, so, like, why don't we do that here? I feel like that's... I don't know, I feel like that's... Yeah, that would make more sense. It's expensive. Yeah, maybe it's money. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy to me to see this kind of stuff, man. It really is. And I guess people do it so they can be more... it's weird, man. Granddad Gamer with the 5 good subs. It seems like that's a better way to do stuff. I'll say that for sure. But that's a money thing, isn't it? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. And the court would assign a bad expert if they want them to lose. Good point. Whack and Purge the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And yeah, of course. That's how Johnny lost. The judge was for heard. Maybe you're right. And like, so the courts can actually have their own biases in terms of like which witnesses or which experts they assign each person. That's actually a very good point. Maybe that's not a good idea. But I do think it's problematic, at least in the way that we have it, right? Where there are people that come in and these guys are, quote, experts, and they're really not. And I see this all the time. And like, these people are just like, oh, I'm an expert in this or I'm an expert in that. And like, the truth is like, not fucking really, And TMZ emergency. So I'll talk about that a little bit because like, we're going to find out about this in like literally an hour or two, right? Use the ability to disprove an expert if you don't agree with, only if you get a court expert. I mean, maybe, I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it in general. Bias all the time happens. What happens to so-called medical professions that misdiagnosed Amber Heards? No consequences. Of course not. No, there are no consequences for these kinds of things. It'll all be forgotten, and they'll just go on to ruining other people's lives. Maybe 6 months later, a year later, and that's about it. That's just the way these things go. And there's not really a lot of accountability for this kind of stuff. There's no real like governing body for it, so it's very hard to actually go and say like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen to this person in like this bad way, right? Zach Flomo, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. How pretty is Dr.? Yeah, I think Dr. Curry's hot, but like that's not really the point. I mean, the thing is that she knows what she's talking about, and I just find it to be such a... It's very, it fills me with a lot of uncertainty, is that you have these people that are purported experts and they have like all this experience, but even with all of that, they still just use it to push a narrative that's not even fucking true. And also, like, not only is it not true, but it's so easily disprovable, but somebody who's not an expert in it, doesn't really know what they're talking about, isn't going to be able to see through those cracks, It's awful. Why is she not board certified? I have no idea. like, I would say that being board certified or having any of these approvals from these different types of organizations, this clearly does not denote any degree of, I don't know what you want to call it. I guess you could say like authenticity or accuracy, because both of the people that they have brought on, Dr. Smeagol and the feminist woman, both of them were board certified and they were clowns. So it's like there's a lot of people that I'm sure are not board certified, but they're not clowns. And also, like, yeah, there's a lot of people that use that type of a, a distinction, or they use that type of a, like that credibility, and then they misuse it. That's what it is. And now America, fat bro, willing to come to U.S. and stop, man, bro. Like, you typed that shit again. How many times you typed it? You typed it more than 5 times. Yeah, I'm gonna just ban you. You're fucking weird, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, so listen. It's like some guy was like in chat. He was like kept typing like he's gonna come to the U.S. and shoot up a place because it would get him to talk to Dr. Curry or something like that. It's just like weird. It's like. It's just especially like right now, like that's weird timing. Like I just banned him. Like I saw it the first time. I was like, okay, it's a weird joke, right? But he just keeps typing it over and over and over to get attention or something. What a loser. It's just what, like, it's just stop, man. Yeah, it's just not nobody's laughing. It's just it's not that it's a bad joke. It's just not funny. It's just stupid. So much more logical and methodical, not taking emotions or feminism, like Amber Psychologist. Links with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. And I agree. I think so. There are a lot of people that it's very clear that they have a bias. And I think that it's important, right, to keep in mind that, like, yeah, obviously she's being paid by Johnny Depp's legal team, so she's going to take Johnny's side of things. Obviously, that's true. But there is evidence and there are facts that are presented that are either true or not true. And it doesn't really matter who presents the facts. If the facts are there, then that's what it is. And so, like, and that's what I've said with everything, right? Is like, even if there's something I disagree with, if it's proven that that's not the case, then, well, shit, man, that's not the case. And what's this here? Does she get paid over 100 grand, you think? I think it's totally possible that she got paid over 100 grand, but I don't know really, like, I don't really know what I'm talking about with this. I'm just guessing. Because I don't know how much these people get paid. I don't know what they have to do with it. Yeah, true. I have no clue. So what? Well, I think the implication of it is that because she's being paid, she's going to have a bias. And I think that's true, right? Of course it's true. And it should be taken into consideration. But I think that there's also, you have to look at what the person's saying. Somebody being biased doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. Does that make sense? So somebody can be biased about a subject, and they can also be simultaneously right. But all I'm saying is that if somebody is biased, you need to look at it through that lens. And of course that's important to say. Yeah, but there are plenty of people that have massive biases against things, and the reason why is because they think they're right, and some of them actually are. You know what I mean? The thing is, I get is, can they both win? Johnny win defamation trial and 150 million, and Amber 100 million from his previous lawyer. Well, so like the Amber Heard thing, she's really suing Johnny Depp. She's suing what's his name? Oh, like fucking Waldman, right? I don't know what his first name is, but like Adam Waldman or some shit. She's suing Adam Waldman by proxy of suing Johnny Depp. And effectively what the argument is that Waldman made the statements under the direction of Johnny Depp. Effectively, right? I think that's kind of, is that right? Is that what you guys would say? It's important to note she has her opinions not because she works for Johnny's lawyers, because of her opinions. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it too. And yeah, that's basically it. And being biased but right is like one-armed dart thrower. He can still hit the target. He just adjusts for his own shortcomings. That's true. Zach with the other 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much again, man. And yes, he acted as an agent of Mr. Depp. Now, in my opinion, I feel like that's very, very hard to prove. There are apparently no records of this whatsoever. He met with the Daily Mail. I think that's probably the only damning thing, one bit. And besides that, I don't really know where it's going to go. And I did think probably the most entertaining thing today was the fact, like, watching Amber Heard's lawyer just trying to speed run the questions as fast as she possibly can, and then the other guy just like, oh, objection. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we got to talk about this. We got to figure out what's going on here, right? And yeah, just running things out as much as possible. Look at blood spatter experts and bite mark experts. They put hundreds in jail and innocent, and now both those fields are now debunked and not really used now. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've had plenty of cases where people don't get a fair trial. I mean, this happens all the time. But I think that that's like more of a, that's like an entire category of experts rather than like certain experts that are in a category that is viewed as being authentic, but then the person is not. I think that's what it is. Trying to discredit Dr. Curry with the fact she had food during a lunch interview meeting, that's sad. Well, yeah, of course, right? I mean, that's what they're trying to do because like they only have a couple of hours left probably at this point, right? Amber Heard's team. So they have to do whatever they can to discredit any of the witnesses. But I feel like, I don't know, but I feel like nobody is going to believe that. Like maybe some people in the jury will believe it and like they're like, they don't see it the same way that I do or whatever. But like everybody in my chat, everybody that I've seen online, etc., people see right through this. And I think that's one of the best things about it is that people are starting to see through the bullshit that's used pretty regularly. Exactly. I don't understand the question about money. Didn't Amber pay their experts? Well, she did. But the implication is that because she's being paid, then the person is biased. And also, I want to say again, this is what I said yesterday. Remember how they were like trying to attack like that guy, Mr. Hamada, the guy that worked at Warner Brothers? They were trying to attack his credibility and make it seem like he didn't know what he was talking about. I feel like that's the kind of stuff that they're trying to do with these other experts as well. And why is that? Why did I say that was the case? Yeah, the DC president, exactly. It's because they are projecting what they believe about their own experts. Is they believe their own experts don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. So I think it's the same thing whenever they're asking about money and different types of relationships with the team, with Johnny Depp's team. I think that they're projecting because that's exactly what happened with Amber Heard's team too. And also, if you remember, with the first time that they brought down that feminist woman, she didn't say until like maybe an hour into her testimony that she was previously involved with Amber Heard and she had been paid by Amber Heard. I feel like that's something that you should say right off the bat. Whereas Dr. Curry, as far as I remember, did say that. And she said that, she was contacted by Dr. Johnny Depp's team and, they wanted her to take on the thing. Yeah, the feminist woman? Yeah, exactly. And trying to discredit the opponent witness testimony. Exactly. Not all. One of the purposes of cross-examination is to discredit the opponent's witness. I agree that that's one of the ways of doing it, absolutely. But there are a lot of ways that you can do it, and it just seems to me like what they're doing is they're emphasizing the things that I think that they're doing themselves. The Kate Moss testifying was pretty big and shows how much of a liar Amber is to the jury. So yeah, Kate Moss came on and testified that Johnny Depp never kicked her down the stairs. Like, this just never happened. The Kate Moss thing was the exact opposite. She fell down the stairs and Johnny picked her up and carried her back to the room and got her medical attention. So it's like, not only did this not happen, but it happened in a way that's the complete 180 degrees opposite of what she was implying it to be. You see what I'm saying? What if the associations, the experts are affiliated, will have some sort of reprimand for unethical conduct? Thoughts? I don't really think so. I don't think so at all. I think that in general, there's a lot of cases for this, is that the people that believe, especially with like that feminist woman, etc., there will be people that protect her just because she has the same type of beliefs that they do. Like, it has nothing to do with being unethical or ethical. It has to do with the proliferation of those beliefs, that men are abusers and this kind of stuff. There are a lot of people that do that. And if you think that I'm lying or this is some kind of an incel take, search the, I stand with Amber Heard hashtag on Twitter, and you're going to see a lot of them that are saying the exact same thing that I'm saying they're saying. It's very, very fucking common, man. Where's the doctor, though? I mean, they've got plenty more. There's going to be a lot of people they're bringing on today. So, yeah, that's what I'm expecting. They usually don't act on it because they've already been in court 6 weeks. Court cases are usually a very serious lie. Yeah, it's not really much going on there. You're right. The thing I don't understand is jury is not a 5-year-old little kid. How can you trick them whenever you're clearly trying to manipulate them? I think it's just an empty action. Because there are a lot of people that are stupid. And if you can convince enough people, you can do it. I mean, streamers convince their viewers into doing dumb stuff all the time. And it's like, all the viewers aren't stupid, No, that's not it. I think there's plenty of times where people do the same thing. yeah, I mean, plenty of the jury and stuff like that, they're probably not, like, it's not like all these people are, like, college-educated professionals. As far as I know, like, I've gotten jury duty. I remember Donald Trump got jury duty. I'm pretty sure this is just you draw names out of a hat. And there's only a few exceptions that you can make to get yourself out of it. And so, yeah, that's kind of like what happens. What do you think the metadata expert will say? I think he'll probably try to discredit the photos and say that the photos are... I hope that what the expert says for that guy, I hope the main point that he makes is that some of the pictures were photoshopped. Because in my opinion, I feel like that's one of the most damning bits of evidence. Because, like, as soon as you realize that somebody's photoshopping stuff, I mean, guys. I mean, guys, it's... I mean, come on. It's literally just right there in front of you. What are you going to say? And so that's what I think. What do you think Mr. Depp will say on the stand? I actually have no idea. If you want me to be totally honest. Yeah, I have no idea. They're running down their clocks, so I don't have much time for whenever Depp gets back on the stand. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure. Better point is that they were... Let me read this here. That they were... Yeah, the better point is they were taken on different dates than the abuse. I think that's pretty accurate. And I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. Will it end today? No, it will never. It will not end today. I know that somebody asked me, like, apparently there's going to be a Marilyn Manson trial too. To be honest, it was weird. Like, I remember whenever the accusations against Marilyn Manson came out, they seemed pretty damning. They did. I remember reading them, and I thought they were pretty bad. And it was weird to me because I always thought like Marilyn Manson was like actually kind of like a really stand-up good guy. Like, I've seen interviews with him, and it really caught me by surprise to hear all that bad stuff about him. I don't know really if I would cover it or not. I'm not sure. But it was certainly a much bigger surprise than I would have thought of. And more content, bro. Marilyn Monroe dead? Yeah, isn't he dead? Yeah, true. Double digits in accusers? Yeah, it's a lot of people, man. My dad went to college with Marilyn Manson. It's weird to think like Marilyn Manson's what fucking 50 years old or something like that. It's nuts. When they asked John about Amber's back eye and she blurted out it's photoshopped, they should have asked, "Are you an expert in photoshopping photos?" Yeah, that would have been great if they had said that. Holy shit, that would have been amazing. And I still don't think that she'll get in trouble. Went to this exact situation with a lesser extent to court. And what's this here? Let me make sure I read it. Court and usually doesn't exercise perjury or malice intent charge against couples because they'd have to arrest half of family court. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that it's very different. Like, I think lying exists on a spectrum. There's like things that are exaggerations. There are things that are completely fabricated. There are things that people don't quite remember, right? Like how Johnny had his hand on the table, right? So to a certain extent, maybe Johnny doesn't remember exactly how he had his hand on the table. And you can make the argument that because of that, he is saying something that is untrue, which means that it's a lie. You see kind of where I'm coming from here? Is that this is like a logical conclusion? But I do think that lies do exist on a spectrum. And what Amber Heard is doing is, in my opinion, the very tail end of the worst part of the spectrum. Because that's like her saying something that did not happen, right? Her like just this is like completely fucking out of left field. You know what I mean? And you're so wasted. Anything can happen with broken glass. It's hard to say for sure, right? You can't be certain. Kate Moss just said she didn't get pushed for the one guy asking in chat. Yeah, she didn't. But he's not knowingly lying, so I guess that's different. Exactly. I do think it's very different. And I think it's very easy to categorize everything the same way because it's just simpler and it's cleaner that way. But the truth is that that's not really the way the world works, and things are in lots of shades of gray. Not really lies require the person to be purposely telling something untrue. Misremembering just means being wrong. Well, exactly. I think there is that for sure. And what's this here? We need a CSI episode on the finger? Yeah. You can lie by misremembering, and you can lie by fabrication. Exactly. And like, for example, like Amber Heard's witnesses, I think that a lot of them are not lying. I think that they are just simply repeating a story that is untrue. Like, in order for somebody to lie, in my opinion, and to, like, consider it credible, and to actually, like, think that it's an actionable lie that they should be prosecuted for, I think that they have to have done it knowing that it's a lie. So, like, if you're just repeating a story that somebody told you and that story was not true, I don't think that's the same thing as you telling the story yourself. Yeah, there has to be intent to mislead things. Did Kate Moss' testimony dismantle Amber's comments? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Are we ready for the jury?
No, Your Honor, we do have a issue we'd like to raise.
Okay, sure.
Yes, that's exactly what it did. It took her comments and it put her comments in the garbage can. That's effectively what happened. Sorry, it's kind of annoying, but that's what it is. Guy with the tattoos didn't seem like someone who embellishes, who's repeating what he was told. No, yeah, absolutely not. Not at all. Accidents make you remember, in my opinion. I hurt myself when I was about 7 years old, and I remember the details of it. I remember one time, there was like a pull-up bar at a park, and I rode my bike, and I just got done watching The Matrix, and I tried to lean under the pull-up bar like Neo, and it hit my fucking teeth. And I remember I got knocked right off my fucking bike. It was so fucking funny, right? I wish we had a video camera to see us. And I remember laying there on the ground going like this, checking to see if each one of my teeth was there, because it hit me that fucking hard, man. Yeah. Apparently they were. Yeah, that's... I was somehow, like, by some fucking miracle, okay? I don't know how that even happened. But yeah, there were some other dumb things I did, too. I've never broken a bone or really anything like that. But, you know, nothing really too crazy. What the fuck is your pain tolerance? I think that you'd really be shocked. Like, whenever something like that happens to you, it's just such a shock that, like, the pain doesn't even happen. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you don't even feel the pain because you're just in such a shock of adrenaline and just surprise that you don't even realize what happened. Yeah, it's adrenaline, exactly. And so, yeah, I didn't, it hurt a lot, but I just got up and kept playing, and that was about it, you know? Teeth are fine, I'm good. Yeah, it's whatever. And let's see what some of this is here. Slip chasing a limo at the wedding, cracked one of my teeth now, it's fake now? Holy shit. I remember one time, like, I told you guys about, like, Cameron. He was, like, the kid that lived across the street from me. He was, like, my little brother, right? And he fucking... we were playing in AJ's backyard, and Cameron literally does, you know, like the monk flying serpent kick, where he's got, like, his legs out like this, you know? Cameron literally fucking flying serpent kicks a sawhorse right into AJ's mouth and busts one of his fucking teeth off. Bro, I remember this, and he was like flying through the fucking air, just boom. And then like, because it was obviously an accident, like we didn't really mean to have that happen, but like, yeah, it fucked up his teeth as well too. We had some dumb fucking stories, man. It was awful. Never forget seeing a scooter kid get smoked by a car in a cartwheel like 40 feet. He was fine. Yeah. Finger smashed in a press brake, didn't realize it for 10 minutes until I took my glove off and it looked like a mush grate. Yeah. I remember one time, like, so Izzy and I, we were out at like a 4th of July party, and we were sitting on a floaty, and whenever we were doing that, I went and I got it like turned over or something like that, and we both went in the water, and somehow we were close to the boat, and the entire side of my leg just got like cut open, just from the boat. I didn't even realize that it happened until I got back on the boat, man. Like, yeah, it was fucking brutal, man. Yeah, I remember whenever that shit I thought it was crazy, like, and then she bandaged it up and took care of it. It was fine, but I was disappointed because I forgot to take a picture of it. That shit was bleeding everywhere. It was like down to like my feet. There was like a pool of blood almost on the ground. It was crazy. But it was, as I said, I thought it was just disappointing I didn't take a picture of it because it looked pretty cool. Scars? Yeah, there's a scar. A very, very small scar if you look it up from an angle. And that's it. I hate the ocean. Yeah, sure. Evidence? You ask her, okay? I'll get a witness testimony. How about that? She's an expert. Do you think Amber will get jail time if she's found guilty? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Rich people don't go to jail. That's just usually the way it goes. Poor people go to jail, rich people go to rehab. That's life. You know, like, I get that obviously some people are going to think that, oh, this is not going to happen, right? And jail for defamation? No, jail for perjury. That she was lying. That's not what they said. She was talking about if she was lying. Yeah, I never meant that. Obviously, I know you can't go to jail for defamation. Yeah, I never said that. And so, yeah. Anyway, let me look at the rest of this. Objection evidence show ocean on your leg. Well, to be fair, it was actually a lake, so I couldn't do that. Insurance covers most of rehab costs, so you don't need to be mega rich. No, you're right about that, but I think poor people, like, I mean, if you're making, let's say, under $50,000 a year, I think your chances of going to jail go up very quickly. Let's say that. Prove intent, which is hard, and then you could claim that she's crazy, which is probably true. I know, and I think that's why they were trying to diagnose her preemptively with PTSD or some form of other disorder, so they could cover their bases ahead of time with perjury. And I think that she knows that, and that's why she was doing it. 50K? I thought... I didn't say 50. Did I say 150? I meant 50. Yeah, did I actually say 150? Yeah, I said 50K. Yeah, I thought so. Well, you said under 50K? Yeah, I think under 50K it's not poor, right? But like, that's not a great salary. You probably can't afford a lot of extra things in life. Like I've been around now for 30 years, right? I grew up poor. I know what it's like to live with $20,000 a year, right? Or $25,000 a year. You said 50K. Yeah, 50K is I just use that as a benchmark. Yeah, under 50K. Let's see here. Is there enough Amber's story doesn't line up with Whitney's? Well, I think that, again, like, all Amber's team is trying to do is prove one positive, and all Johnny Depp's team is trying to do is prove every single negative, right? So it's a little bit disjointed. Said under 50K. Some people said 150K. Oh, all right, so this is what I meant to say. I meant to say that your chances of going to jail and actually not being properly defended in court probably go up a lot whenever you make under $50,000 a year, because you just probably don't have access and the resources to get an adequate legal defense. That's what I meant to say. Maybe I didn't say it in the right way, or maybe people misheard, whatever. That's what I meant to say. The parties were able to sue witnesses for a testimony. Nobody would want to testify, and disgruntled parties would sue witnesses for testimony, which is not what they do. Do I agree? Well, I don't think that's what we're talking about at all. Yeah, that's not. I never mentioned that at all. I distinctly drew a difference between those two things. So how good of a legal system is that? I mean, the truth is, like, I don't know what kind of a legal system every other place has. I mean, I don't know. I mean, in general, Zach, thank you very much for the 5 to the subs. I appreciate that. I don't know where people would look at and say, like, well, this is a perfect legal system. Does it exist? I think probably not. Because you have a lot of, you have human error, you have biases, etc. And that's why you can appeal cases. I think that's probably a good indicator that the legal system is good in that way, is that even if things don't go your way, you can still send in an appeal and hopefully get a second chance. Saul, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Most poor people in this country get some defense through a public defender. It's just not the best. You're right. Yeah, they get a Saul Goodman or something like that. Sure. Absolutely. They're socially adapted to the culture of the society. Yeah, I think that's very true. It's like the places where, like, you steal something, they cut off your hand. I mean, maybe you probably shouldn't do that. Nah, I wouldn't say you should do that, but that's what they do. That's what they do, and it's like, hey, you ain't gonna steal shit. You get your hand cut off. Problem solved, that's it. And what's this here? Saul is a good lawyer? I don't know, man. He's a good ass. Saul is good? Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, what's this here? Am I wrong? Depp's team mostly only defends Amber allegations and nothing actually proved that Amber defamed Johnny for $50 million. Well, I think that right now, the reason why they're defending Amber's allegations, so what they're doing by defending Amber's allegations is they are removing the foundation of the claim that what she said was true. Because if what she said was not true, and she was the direct party involved with it, that means that she lied, which means that it was defamation. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? So, like, they're doing it through they're doing it through kind of a logical assumption. I think that's basically it. At least I think so. When Saudi, it was legal to kill someone who disrespected your family until a few years ago. Well, I don't live in Saudi Arabia, That's it. To win, he has to prove that the allegations were false. If they are true, then it's not defamation. That's true. Yeah, if she lied, it's defamation. Exactly. because it was obvious that she lied on purpose, and it seems pretty obvious that she was vindictive, etc. And so, yeah, do you think yesterday's shooter got the easy way out? He probably deserved worse. Oh, the shooter yesterday got killed? Well, thank God for that. I was so worried that they were going to have him alive. Oh my God, now we're going to have to see pictures of him, photos of this person. Like, thank God. Just shoot him and move on, man. Yeah, the pussy, yeah, good. Better he's dead. Yeah, thank God. Yeah, fucking W cops, man. You said yesterday? Why repeat yourself? Well, because people are talking about it again, and it's a popular topic. Yeah, of course. That's why I would. Yeah, it's a popular topic. It's a big deal. I live in Texas. Of course, I would repeat myself for big issues like that. Absolutely. Death penalty is underrated. I think that, yeah, for some people, absolutely. Like, you go and you shoot up a school full of elementary kids. Yeah, kill them. Fuck them. That's my thinking on it. I don't care. I'm not really that much of a merciful person about this kind of stuff. I don't really give a shit. And people are pieces of shit. Just throw them out with the trash. That's how I see it. And what's this here? Wouldn't it make more sense for a court to assign experts on request of instead of either party assigning experts themselves? I think that you could probably come up with a better way of doing it, but maybe the better way of doing it would also be bad too. It's really hard for me to say. Yeah, I don't know. And no, man, they need to execute dudes on TV, otherwise it'd be dipshit see your fate. Oh, like burn them alive or something like that? I don't know, maybe. Like, I mean, I don't give a shit. Like, to be honest, it's like if there was evidence that set an example, I'd be fine with that. I wouldn't care. Like, I hate those people. I think it's, I don't give a fuck about them. That's it, man. It's like, to me, like, whenever a person acts like that, like, there's no difference between them and a rabid animal. You know? Just put them down. You're so fucking wrong. Man, you're wrong. Bro, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't really place a lot of, like, I don't really give a shit about people that much, you know? Like, random people that act like pieces of shit, like, I don't care about them. I don't give a fuck what happens to them. It's like, at this point, this person's like an NPC. Like, I don't give a fuck about them. Get them out of here. Like, nah, man. Like, don't do shit wrong. Everybody else is trying to live their fucking life. Set an example. And yeah, you could say it's a little bit psychotic. I think it's fun. Well, bring back the old-fashioned crucifixion, only if it's upside down. Yeah, I think that's much better. Man kill multiple people. Why everyone defending him? I think people get so open-minded, their brain falls out. That's what it is. Yeah, I got no problem with that kind of shit, man. It should be tortured. Only if it shows to deter future people, right? If it doesn't show to deter future people, I think it's just gratuitous violence. You know, there's no real reason for it. It's just a waste of time. I think that's all there's to it. Real possibility they're both found liable. There's a real possibility that they're both found liable to each other. No, I don't think so. I find it to be incredibly unlikely that they both have to basically trade money. That's it. And so, yeah, in general, I don't really think... I don't really think that it matters. Like, what my expectation of this is going to be is that if I had to err on one side or another, I think probably neither of them will win. There's probably a 50-50 that Johnny Depp will win or Amber Heard or Johnny Depp will lose. But I don't think in either case Amber Heard is going to win. I find it to be incredibly unlikely that will happen. Yeah. Well, what's this here? Easy, everyone should leave the house, stay in seclusion. Yeah, there you go. And let's go back over here. I'm going to read a few more of these too. Longest lawyer talk ever? Well, of course it is. That's why they want to run out the time as much as possible. Somebody told me that, like, during the sidebar, which is whenever they go up and talk to the judge, both parties' time gets run down. It's not just one party, but it's both of them. 50-50, either Depp wins or it's a tie or it happens. Yeah, I find it to be incredibly unlikely that Amber Heard wins, and I find it to be not likely that Johnny Depp wins, just because, like, there are so many accusations, there are so many things that I feel like, again, and this is the way that I look at it, is like whenever 90% of the population, for example, I think a lot of people believe, because they've all seen this evidence, if you presented this to like an average population of people, I think that they would conclude that there was defamation that occurred. And I do find it to be kind of bad that you have like these extra levels of protection for people so they can just spew bullshit. Because I think that now it's so much easier to spread information. Like, it's a lot easier to spread information now versus what it was like maybe 10 years ago or like 20 or 30 years ago. Like, you can make a tweet and then this tweet can get like 5 million views and now everybody hates you, you know, or hates somebody else. That's what it is. It's easier to spread the truth. I think it's the opposite. I think that lies are much more compelling. It's kind of like a tangential example of this is that in business, you're 9 times more likely, this is statistics, statistically proven, that you're 9 times more likely to receive negative criticism than positive criticism or feedback. So it's important to keep that in mind. Yeah, people are very easily fooled. Very easily fooled.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right? All right, you ready for the jury?
All right, let's do it, boys. Let's see it. That's it. Let's go. Listener, no one's held accountable for lying. Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, people love negativity. Exactly. Lies are more believable because people love negativity. It's sad. And also, like, it attracts people from both sides because it attracts people that want to agree with it and they want it to be true, and also people that don't want it to be true. Whereas a lot of things that are true are just generally ignored by people that disagree with them. I think that's what it is. Okay, boys, let's see it. Let's see it. I'm ready. Oh my God. I'm hoping they bring somebody else on that's good. Positivity's boring. Yeah, that shit's boring, man. Like, absolutely. People want to see crazy shit go on. 100%.
Thank you.
All right.
Are we ready for the next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we call Mr. Depp.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I'm ready to see this. There it goes. Mr. Depp.
All right.
Thank God.
Sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
All righty. I thought he was going to come in at the end.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
Okay. Let's see it.
And this is already in evidence, so permission to please
Yes.
publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
It's this one here.
Um,
You guys see it?
All right.
Wow, that didn't take long at all. Holy shit. All right, yep, there we go. Anderson, yeah, approach. All right, wait a second. No, we're not going to do this. Holy shit, man. Maybe we approach. Yeah, objection, we're losing. Wait a second. No, I can't do that. Objection for what? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Objection, really? Yeah. All right, let's see what's going to happen now. I'm actually really curious what he's even going to say here. I'm actually super curious, like, what they're even going to talk about or whatever. He saw a statement after it was published. Would be bad for him to say. Well, I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Amber's team should be running out of time. No, maybe 2 hours left. I feel like they've got less than 3. Like, probably 2.5. If I had to guess, like 2.5 hours, maybe almost 3 or something like that. Okay, here we go. Rotten Boy's more intimidating in my opinion. Well, I think he generally knows what he's talking about. Like, even though, like, he also did, like, some dumb stuff too. But, like, I would say compared to the other ones, he seems... It's kind of like, yeah, he's more credible than the other two.
We can pull
Okay,
these
here
a
we
bit back
go.
up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was
They switched frames and the audio cut out.
This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Uh-huh.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Okay, let's see it.
This is also already in evidence. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, or the third perhaps. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And
we saw this.
When is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247?
I mean, he doesn't even watch his own movies.
And again, this is already in evidence.
Like, I bet he probably didn't even know about this.
If we could scroll down, please. Thank you.
I mean, that's what I would guess.
Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I did, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
Uh-huh.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or, I mean, where they ended up. Or...
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what is your response to that?
Uh-oh.
It's not exactly true.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
It's not exactly true.
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard had wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well.
Okay.
While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show.
Yeah.
Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition.
That's fast.
And that audition was...
was the Aquaman one?
At Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was
remember whatever film that was.
24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
Uh-huh.
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions, for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Hurd expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia.
Okay.
And Australia was for Ms. Hurd, that was a potential problem, which...
Because the
Objection,
dogs?
Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because of the dogs, right? Like, I think that's what it was. Oh my god. Joey comes off as a nervous guy. I mean, of course he's fucking nervous. He's stressed out. Like, it's been a week. Like, I don't know. But, like, it's like everybody that I know that lives like Johnny Depp does, they don't wake up in the morning. Like, they get up around noon. Now, sometimes that's 11, sometimes that's 5. But that's usually what happens, right? Is they get up, it's somewhere around noon. And like, yeah, he's high. I don't know if he's high. It's hard to say he's high. Maybe, but I don't know. He's carefully choosing his words. I think that's probably it too. I mean, because he probably, I mean, he sat here the whole time watching different people get like one word picked apart, and it probably, you know, freaks him out. He doesn't want to deal with that, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be anxious as fuck. Absolutely. He's been taking notes for 6 weeks. He's becoming alcoholic. Yeah, maybe there's that too. Of course he isn't high. What dumbass said that? I don't know. But he doesn't look like that like he used to anymore. He's getting a lot of weight. Looks healthy now. Well, I bet he probably just still drinks and smokes weed. But like, I mean, not like... I don't really consider... That's not really that bad. You know, like... Yeah, weed doesn't count. I feel like drinking is worse than smoking weed, in my opinion. I think smoking weed is like the same equivalent as like drinking soda almost. I would probably say even soda is maybe even worse for you than weed is. I have like literally no opinion that like smoking weed's actually bad for you. False? Oh no, I'm not. Weed can damage your lungs, right? Because like anything like that can, right? Like just anything, the inhalation of smoke in that way can be damaging towards your lungs. That's my understanding. I'm not a doctor. I'll say that for sure. But soda also does bad stuff for you too. And that's the point I was making. All right, here we go.
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue? What happened after Miss Hurd auditioned for Aquaman?
I was informed by Ms. Hurd that the film was going to be shooting in Australia.
Okay.
And that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers.
Uh-huh.
So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them.
That explains how we got Mr. Hamad on there.
She asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
Okay.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives, Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein.
Okay. So he's got the names.
And I told them that...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Uh-huh.
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Yeah, I could see that.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How many?
I also remember
8 to 10.
saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe. In my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
Okay.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Trying to prove he doesn't have a tolerance.
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Okay.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead.
Yeah, that's one reason.
Die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Okay.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817,
I've never
which is
taken that.
already in
Never
evidence?
done that.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
Okay.
And can you please show the jury
pull it up
where
in a
you were
second.
sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over
Okay.
here. And it was
Okay.
in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel, so when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair.
All right.
It was when I was facing.
So you're sitting there.
Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Uh-huh.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you
I'm
were
not
sitting?
gonna pop over it.
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here.
Okay. She looks stressed? Yeah.
She was over here. Like back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably.
It's not on there right now.
10, 12, 15 feet maybe.
Jesus.
10 feet, 12 feet.
Uh-huh.
And approximately where was your hand when the
Was
vodka
she happy?
bottle
She
hit
thinks
it?
he's disproving what he said.
It was,
Probably.
it was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar. Right there where that imaginary seat is. And leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible
Can
in
you
the
please circle
background
where
on the
the
floor.
first? Yeah. Could you please circle where the first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. So it's right. Okay, it's right there. You guys see it? There it is.
All that is the exploded first bottle.
God damn.
That went past my went past my head.
Shit, there it is.
The second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
Uh-huh.
And
what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Okay.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Uh-huh.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger.
Yeah.
So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
Okay.
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo? No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall, no.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
Full of shit. She's full of shit as
what
a
is this
Christmas
message?
goose. Oh my God. Look at that. Holy shit.
It's a text to Dr. Kipper.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called, Jerry was brought in, Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
Yeah, that's one way to say it. Oh my
How long
God.
after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall, but I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
Uh-huh.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger.
Uh-huh.
And try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay. We've discussed this several times.
Let's go.
Yeah, well, let's see here. Holy shit. She's enjoying reliving the moment. Yeah, it is very unsettling how it does seem weird how it seems like she's very much enjoying him retelling this story, you know? Like it's a bit odd. I'll say that for sure. Holy fuck, man. He had a fracture. It wasn't cut. He was covering for her. It depends, man. It's just like, it's sad to see like the text messages that he sends to that doctor, man. And it's like that doctor, like he's getting paid $100,000 a month and he just can't manage to keep Johnny sober. Like, you know, I find that to be very weird. And it's like, it always makes me wonder myself, like, are they not trying that way they can keep him as a patient? You know what I mean? Cause like, I mean, that's a lot of money, right? And it's like, maybe, like, I'm not going to say that for sure, but I mean, maybe. Fuck. It just sucks, man. The doctors killed Prince, right? I don't know what happened with him. I have no idea. What's this here? It doesn't work like that? I mean, I think it does and it doesn't. And that's what I'm saying, right? I know, obviously, what do you call it? It's not that simple, but I don't know, like, maybe there's more that they could have done. Maybe not. It's impossible. It's not possible to make someone not drink like that? I don't know. I think that there's at least some things you can do, and it does make me seem a little bit, I don't know. It's questionable to me. That's all I'm saying. It's fucking questionable to me. She's acting crazy? Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm sure they're going to want to cross-examine them, and then I think we'll see why they were smiling, man. That is. What's this? That's the logic. Curious discovered to be available, kept a secret, and money made from the treatment. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that think that. Same thing they think with dentistry too. Absolutely, and for sure. Okay, let's see here.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
Okay.
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, and the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me, and as I said before, I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off. The tip of my finger. Just, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August. Because I just finished the film. Maybe end of July.
Okay.
August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was 2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Miss Heard were together on the Orient Express?
Uh-huh.
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there.
That's one way to say it. Yep.
And at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162?
Okay.
Which is already in evidence. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah, it's the Photoshopped one.
It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the, that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment. And just out back, you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
Yeah.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to explain.
Well, I'll state the objection.
Okay. So,
okay, how
Mr.
did it
Depp,
happen?
specifically, how did the injury in this photograph occur?
I'm sure it hit me. Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect
It's a little
what you
more
looked
simple.
like on that date?
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honor, so this is not in evidence.
Okay, thank you.
What? Oh, he doesn't know how
Mr.
Photoshop
Depp, do you
works.
recognize what's reflected
It's
in this
obvious.
photograph?
He's looking at for his...
Yes, this is the...
Yeah, he didn't know what it is.
Staff,
Don't know
the
how to use it.
manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
Mm-hmm.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a few days. And then from there we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
That this photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any
31st of October.
any objection?
Is that Halloween?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see it.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
It's hard to say. It's like really bad
I
quality.
see pretty much the same.
So right
I see
there.
The area in here has been
Yeah.
well, is swollen and
It's the same bruise.
yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down.
Uh-huh. Both photos were photoshopped then. Damn, that's
Mr.
crazy.
Depp,
He's
do you
doing all
recall
that.
Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
Do I remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
I wonder.
Yes, I do.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident. Because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's probably how you
And I
slip.
recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay, yeah, there it is. Why so slow? I think he just doesn't want to say the wrong thing. I'm going to take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to say the wrong thing because he's nervous.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's a rumor?
non-responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Misstates the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What would you like? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
What the hell did he do?
That she had. We were in Jamaica.
Mr. Joe?
I had
All right,
left
okay.
our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside, and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt. She was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right.
Makes sense.
That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it.
That's one way to say it.
Like that.
So she just made that shit up. That's
Mr.
fucked
Depp,
up.
we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney. Very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I felt bad for her for that, because it wasn't new. It had been there for life, and that was seemed pretty obvious.
That sucks.
So I took to Whitney.
Think about how mad Amber is right now. Oh my God.
Very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend.
Yeah.
And then lackey. And then, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
Well, that would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Can somebody tweet that to me?
Told me
Somebody tweet that to me if that's real.
in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and
that's what the texts reflect too.
It just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is...
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
It's impossible for him to really know, but yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, I believe it.
Did you ever see Miss Heard physically attack Whitney?
Ooh.
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them.
Well, that's
tons of verbal blowouts.
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney push her around.
What's she smiling for? It's your
There were
sister.
a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
When you say fought, do you mean physically or
physical?
What a fiend!
And when you said Miss Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that the physically push her? Or
that's the demon smiling.
Both.
Yeah, that's the demon, guys.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the
she's a demon. I know,
Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was
it's great.
She and her
What a villain.
boyfriend Sean had broken up, and she needed a place to go, and so Amber asked if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Okay.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
Oh, overruled.
Whitney moved out of Penthouse 4 long before the marriage, and it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people.
That's the woman that testified yesterday.
And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
That's where she moved in with Jennifer Howell, right?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Yeah, I thought so.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's fine. We can.
All right, keep it up. Let's do it.
How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were.
In cahoots?
And
okay.
So yes, Joel Mandel is, and they, which was they settled their case. With me, they made their settlement.
With your money?
But yes, it was the big. That was a
Jesus.
Yeah, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
That sucks,
Do you recall
man.
Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just want to approach. Okay.
Why? That's what they said. Number one, who cares? It's not like he's all right. So there's two parts to this. Number one, nobody is ever obligated to give their money to charity. I hate the idea that like people will try to create this like artificial pressure that somebody should feel to give money to a charity or something like that. Literally nobody has the fucking authority or moral authority to tell you this. Now, yes, it's a tax break, etc. Well, with Amber pledged the money. She said that she was going to donate the money, and then on top of that, she's trying to get praise for it. I think that's very different than never engaging in this to begin with. If Amber never said she was going to donate the $7 million, I'd never say she's bad because she should have donated it to charity.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man, and one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if
this was corroborated by the person before yesterday,
visit
that it's common
hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places.
See, it's like this.
Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films,
so this does happen.
Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So
yeah, like it actually happens.
It's
not some bullshit.
When it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we benefited, we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
We saw that.
I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there,
yeah,
into a benefit,
that's going to be like a mill, easy.
It works and it helps.
Yeah.
But it wasn't presented under my name, you know. It was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
And this is corroborated with like the story.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of
Isaac,
the charities she donated a portion of your divorce settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant to the issue.
May we approach Your Honor?
Uh-huh. So I do think that he's telling the truth with this. The two reasons why I think he's telling the truth with this is that there is evidence of him dressing up in character to like go to like Make-A-Wish Foundation stuff and things like this, right? You can see Johnny Depp visits Vancouver patients, visits Children's Hospital, and like this has happened multiple times here. There's another one here. I don't know how many of these are of the same one, but this happens a lot. And a number of actors do this, right? You have Tom Holland that does this. As far as I know, the actor that's done this more than any other actor is actually not Johnny Depp or Tom Holland. It's actually John Cena, who's done more of these than anybody else. And so this is a very common thing that happens a lot. Maybe Keanu Reeves as well. Yeah, John Cena. Exactly. And so, and also, like, this is reinforced by the fact that the woman yesterday who was a worker at the hospital, Charity, said that it was not uncommon that donators would wish to remain anonymous, but they would know who the donator was for like tax or for some form of accounting purposes. So like it is stated by her that this is already a precedent, and it's already indicated by him that he does other charity work that's much more visible. You see kind of what I'm saying? And also, like, that he didn't want the admiration. I think there were cases, like, with, a number of the people that have come to the stand and said that Johnny Depp had helped them out. Like that Isaac Baruch guy. He was the bald guy with the goatee, and Johnny Depp decided to be his patron. I never really heard about that in the news or anything like that. So it seems like this is a story that's reinforced by behavior. You see what I'm saying? And, like, that's kind of... The way that I look at things is like the best way to tell future behavior is you look at past behavior. And that's what I'm seeing here, is that's why I believe him whenever he says that, is because this is something that he said what was going to happen, right? He's done before, and so if he says it's going to happen, it probably is true. Yeah, it's logic. Like, and that's all. It's the same reason why, like, if somebody tells the truth every single time, I'll expect they're telling the truth. If someone lies every single time, I'll expect them to lie. I think that's just common sense. Yeah, for sure. Actions speak louder than words. Exactly. Yes, that's kind of where I see it too. And they attacked his character over and over. They got him shut down on rebuttal because of that. Good.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
Damn.
And what's the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to...
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
Yeah, see, they don't want him to talk about this, because if they do, then it's going to make him look bad. Viewer account Andes, I know there's a lot of people that are watching the stream right now. Hi, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's great. Thanks for watching. I'm surprised that this many people are interested in, like, my commentary on it. To be honest, I am. It was kind of a shock to me. I think that there's a lot of, as I said, people that are... I don't think give it really a fair shake and don't really look at it in like a common sense perspective. So it kind of makes sense, for sure. React a bit less. Why would I do that? I mean, like, I love reacting to stuff. Murdoch with the 5 gifted subs, I appreciate that. Yeah, I do that for sure. And it's great. I mean, the numbers, you can never get attached to them. It comes and it goes, and sometimes it has nothing to do with you. And so you get too attached to it or too unhappy or happy because of it. I think it's important to recognize your highs, but if you think too much about your highs, it'll lead you to thinking about lows. And I don't think that's healthy. But thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Depp,
way,
I'd
thanks
like
for 5
to
subs. Appreciate
take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
Shave, thanks for 20 subs. God damn.
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. This is we're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
Okay.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom...
So she passed away?
Made her exit. She,
Shit.
She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind.
I bet.
I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone.
It did for me, too.
Explained to her that my mom had passed, that Isu had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Your Honor,
divorce.
hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
Okay.
May 27th, my daughter's birthday.
All right.
May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on Draco on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order.
So it was like right at the same time.
Yeah, also, that was the day that
Found out.
Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Okay.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
Mm-hmm.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
to
everything?
This lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Relevance.
Your Honor, this is one of the key dates.
Yeah, it's like, obviously, it's just, that's ridiculous, man. Did she say it? Yeah, it's like, obviously that would change shit. Yeah, especially that close to, like, what happened to his mom and everything. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's brutal, man. He's pissed off? Of course he'd be pissed off. Absolutely. And so he wanted divorce, and when he flew away, she went for the restraining order. Well, as I said, I think that she is the... it's a crazy person, right? And this is the problem, is that, like, whenever you're dealing with a crazy person, you never know what's going to happen. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're going to say. It's awful. The turd clip? Yeah, if somebody wants to link me the clip that I didn't get to, I didn't see, please go ahead and do so. I'd love to see it. Lexi with the 100 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. And his daughter's B-Day, his mom's passing, and a premiere. Yeah, that's a big fucking day, man. Like, I don't even know. Like, bro, like, that would be awful. Can't link anymore? Yeah, you have to send it to a mod. Sorry, guys, but that's just, that's how it works. And, because we can't have links, because then people post, like, like, phishing links and stuff like that. And women can get away with this shit, too. Restraining orders can just be given off of hearsay. Well, it's not that that's even a bad thing. It's that the idea of a restraining order... Like, the problem is that the assumption of guilt that a restraining order creates. I don't think that the problem is the restraining order. I think the problem is that people, as soon as somebody gets a restraining order or something like that, then they assume that, the other person did something wrong. It's the implication of guilt. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And why are they objecting to Depp's first-hand retelling as hearsay? Because he was so, I think that you can't really say what one person said to another person. That's effectively what it is. I don't know if they're going to let him explain that or not because he's a first-hand witness. I have no idea. And, she need a defamation case, not abuse case, we have to remember. Well, that's not really true, though, because if they can disprove the abuse, then the abuse becomes defamation. Do you understand? So, they're one and the same. Okay, here we go. Wait a second. God damn it. Okay, where is it? Got it?
3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of...
Bro, that was an obvious,
know how long you'd be out of town? And did Miss Heard know how...
I mean, bro, she clearly said that. I feel like we're up to 6 now. Holy fuck. 4 times already? Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, let's see here.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry?
What has it been like for you to listen to Miss Heard's testimony at this trial?
It's been bad.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
Uh-huh.
Insane.
Yep, there it is.
It's insane to hear
that's what I was
heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth.
I would assume so, yeah.
There are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage.
Especially savage.
Unimaginably
Gold, thanks for 5 subs.
Brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted no human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years.
Yeah.
And waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
I would bet. Yeah, that sucks.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point, or just, okay, all right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay?
Because, like, there's probably a lot of people who think that he's guilty. You know, you've got to keep that in mind, right? Is like how many people, like, over the years
and
have,
don't
like,
break anything on your way out. Thank you.
Call them like all these bad names, said all this bad shit to them, etc. You know, like it's bad. I mean, there you go. Fuck. You didn't look at the jury like the crazy
So just
one?
a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody, to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there, we do have some other issues to take care of.
Okay.
Before we take care of the third-party motion,
Koki,
can I
thanks
have
100 gifted subs.
attorneys
Thank you
come
very
forward
much.
on our...
Okay. Yep, there it is. All right, so they've got, like, we got a lot of stuff to talk about here, obviously. Like, this, in my opinion, is, it's not really a surprise to see him saying that, because it's like, one thing you have to remember is that, did someone break something last time? I'm not sure what happened. I feel like what happens is, like, as soon as you get accused of something like that, that just kind of becomes your life. Is it like everybody looks at you through that lens? People think that you're that kind of a person. Everybody is like just kind of thinking that you're that person, and they're assuming that. And so like now you're not Johnny Depp, you're Johnny Depp the abuser, Johnny Depp the molester, or things like that. It's like just kind of over. I missed part where you went to the bathroom. If people want to link it up to me, I will. This case sums up America, two sides. What's this here? Fuck. I can find this here. Not only him, imagine his kids. Yeah, like I'm sure his kids got attacked for this too. I mean, absolutely. It's awful. Nowadays, you're guilty until proven innocent. Well, exactly. And I think that's why a lot of people are fighting back against this. And I think that's why the trial has been so popular, is because people are tired of seeing a person accused for something and then without like any sort of evidence, or as you guys can see, any sort of real evidence besides different people repeating the same story that they heard secondhand. They're just assumed to be guilty. I mean, I think people are fucking tired of that. The people don't like that. I mean, I know I don't. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I think a lot of people are just fucking tired of it. And they're about to bring up the TMZ third-party claim before lunch. Oh, I'm excited for that. Holy shit. And yeah, there it is. How can you not think he's slightly fucked up for pretending to be slow and retarded, but he speaks perfectly fine to fans? The reason why that's easy to understand. So he's stupid and he's faking the way he's speaking. I think that is... I don't think that he's faking it, because that would imply that he was doing it with the implication that he's trying to deceive people. I think that he's obviously speaking very slowly because he wants to communicate in a very obvious and very direct and deliberate way. And I think also the big reason is because he's fucking nervous. He's stressed out. He probably had to wake up early for this, the same as I do every fucking day. And then more than anything, he's worried about saying something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I would be very worried about that. Saying shit wrong for, like, accidentally, like, making a comment. Like, you know, the way, like, he had his hand and then they tried to pull that apart. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Basically, what's this here? Working child services. There's always a fear of what some disgruntled teenager makes an allegation and my life is as good as over. Of course, I don't let it control me, but thoughts there. Well, exactly. Yeah, sure. Basically, every single male witness in a trial has been a victim of domestic and violence and abuse. That says a lot about how men can't report it and suffer in silence. That's a good point, actually, because, what do you call it? That was the guy, the Giga Chad chef guy with the tattoos on his arm, he said that it bothered him. And then the guy from yesterday he owned the trailer park, or like the trailer area, whatever you want to call it, he said the same thing too, yeah. And it's brutal, man, it is. The tattoo guy, yeah, there you go. And I think that's what happens to a lot of people. And it's also like Amber Heard's sister. And it's like Johnny Depp felt bad for Amber Heard's sister. Because growing up, probably Amber was the pretty one, and she would pick on her sister. That's probably what happened, and she talked down to her, say shit like that to her all the time, and it's awful. I could very easily expect that, especially with how much of a bully it seems like she is.
The staircase.
Okay, what's this?
Kate Moss.
This is the part that I missed.
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs. Yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's
not
a rumor?
responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on.
Sorry.
Objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. states the facts and evidence.
What's a
Overrule the
rumor?
objection.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what does that even mean? She heard it. It was a rumor. Like, what does that mean? Like, yeah. I'm not surprised, man. He speaks like that always. It's just him. Maybe it is. Bonnie Unlix on YouTube said Johnny's talking like this since and is consistent. There's no acting in that. Well, all I'm saying is that it would make sense that he's trying to behave in a certain way at court because he wouldn't want to be misquoted for something. I think that makes perfect sense. Absolutely. And I missed a part of that. I'll watch another one if the mods want to link it to me. Sure. That's fine, but you have to link it to a mod. If you link it in chat, it just gets deleted. I don't see it. That's it. Amber's sister left the courtroom for a minute after her statement on how Amber treats her sister. Well, yeah, probably, because she wouldn't want them to pan to her with the cameras and then show her response, because maybe then people would indicate that, they think it's not true or something like that. I think so. I think thinking, being thoughtful of what you're saying instead of shooting from your hip or repeating lines. So slow talking is because he's processing a lot of emotions, thoughts in the present. It's not rehearsed. That could be the case too. I mean, absolutely. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just, let me read the rest of this. Of course, careful what you're saying in court. Yeah, obviously. Where's this here? What he says carries weight, and it came to the point that there are people in the same situation as him. Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it's like, that's obviously, like, this is I'm just guessing, right? But that might be why Johnny felt bad for Amber Heard's sister. And also, I mean, I could say too, isn't there like literally video evidence of like Amber Heard hitting her sister and stuff like this? I mean, it's not like this is just a bunch of bullshit, right? I can go back over and double check on this, but we'll look at the rest of this. Yeah, here we go. Here's a really great photo here. And I did find it to be a little bit odd that Amber Heard seemed to be really enjoying herself whenever Johnny was talking about the finger incident. You know what I mean? She was removed because she was a witness, not an expert. She's not allowed to be in a courtroom. Okay, well, either way, I think that makes more sense. Sure. Are you worried about Amber's child? I mean, like, not really. I mean, that's her problem. I can't worry about every kid in the world. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, something bad could happen, but we'll see what happens. What's this here, Nomad? Let me go ahead and double check this. Okay, yeah, here we go. All right, let me pull this up real quick, and we'll watch this. Let me pause this.
Oh, thank you. Got into an altercation.
Proof, say Johnny Depp's lawyers, that Amber Heard attacked her sister.
I can't believe Amber beat your ass.
Unaired reality TV footage sees Whitney Henrique repeatedly avoid questions about a fight.
Okay, did you really start the fight with your sister, or did she start it? For real, for real, for real.
We're not gonna talk about that.
She really did whoop your butt.
Mr. Depp's legal team say it shows her with marks to her chest and arm. They accused Ms. Henriquez of lying in her evidence the day before when she said Amber Heard had never been violent towards her. The video was released anonymously late Thursday evening to Johnny Depp's lawyers. He's suing the publishers of the Sun newspaper over an article describing him as a wife-beater.
Yeah.
The footage is crucial, Mr. Depp's legal team say, because they're arguing that Amber Heard was the violent one during the couple's relationship. Ms. Heard's sister says that their fight was just verbal, that the show's producers were trying to create a storyline, and that Mr. Depp's lawyers were looking for injuries that weren't there. Whitney Henriquez denied giving false evidence and said, "I'm here because she was a victim of domestic violence for no other reason. I'm here to tell the truth and to do the right thing." In court, friends of Amber Heard also backed up her claims. She told one of them Mr. Depp would rather destroy her than let her leave.
Yep, and we already saw those people saying the same thing. I mean, I don't know. It's like, it is true. It's a reality TV show. They play up bullshit like that all the time. So yes, I think that there is precedent for that. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. But again, it's just, you know, another thing and another thing and another thing. I think that, again, it's about it's about a pattern of behavior. And so, like, one thing in itself is not necessarily damning, but it's everything that comes down together. No lunch break. They're on the lunch break right now. I mean, I guess, like, I don't know. This doesn't look like a lunch break to me. This looks like a fucking argument. But yeah, he doesn't have to destroy her. He's famous, and she isn't. I think the fact is, like, Amber Heard is, at the end of this, one thing that I think is not going to change, one way or another, is people are not going to start liking Amber Heard. It's like, you can't start smiling and looking like you're happy and shit like that whenever somebody's talking about how they're like this, right? I mean, like, this is just, people see this stuff, it's just fucking crazy. Yeah, the faces, the expressions, etc. It's nuts, man. It's nuts, man. Let me see this. Check out a video of something, of V Rising, bro. I saw the game. Like, I saw the game. Why do you keep telling me to look at that? Look, I don't want to look at that right now. Why are the lawyers up there? I have no idea. Family testimony should be biased. Well, I think that you should look at the bias in every testimony, because I don't think that you should try to find a testimony that's completely unbiased, because I don't really think that exists. Because, like, for example, the guy yesterday, he said that he was in a previous domestic violence relationship. I think that would give him a bias. Also, you have all kinds of other, like, identity-based biases as well, or, you know, interest-based biases as well. So it's impossible to go and say that, you know, this is a bias that somebody is going to have, and there's nobody that we can get that doesn't have a bias. Let me go back over and double check this. They mentioned a third-party TMZ thing. Check this out. Okay, let me see it real quick. UK media. Okay, let's see here. This is the UK media. And what did they do? Put your finger on a face. First image looks like she has a sad face and a happy face. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Left, photoshopped Amber Heard photo published by The Sun. Right, original photo taken by Amber Heard. I mean, you know, like, I mean, look at this. There's another one right there. Oh, I see. So, like, yeah, there's that picture right there, and then they change it into this one right here. Okay, so she, Sun Cleary photoshopped it to make it a whole lot worse. And then there's this one right here on the front page. Depp did it before. New photos that Amber says prove Johnny was serial abuser. And so that's what they do. And this is the kind of stuff. Remember what I was saying about defamation with, like, courts and stuff like this? No shit, isn't that a tabloid? Yes, it is a tabloid. What I'm saying is that I think this stuff should be actionable by the law. I do. And obviously, this is a news publication in another country, etc. But in my opinion, I absolutely feel that way. Yeah, abandon these magazines. Well, you're never going to have that happen. Like, I want you to understand this. Like, this will literally never happen. There's never going to be a time where people are like, collectively, we are going to decide to stop reading tabloids. This is never going to happen. So you can't expect that people will one day come to their senses and decide, you know what, I feel like this is the wrong thing to do now, and I'm not going to do it anymore. Look up what the Sun did to Hillsborough. Well, I don't know about every single one, but these are gossip magazines, etc. She could have gone snorkeling, either had sunburn. There's a lot of ways that she could have done it, and also Johnny Depp could have hit her too, right? That's also a possibility. False, fraudulent, instigating, misleading trash. Yes. And in my opinion, I don't think that this should be legal. I don't think so. I don't think that you should be able to legally change a photo like this and then put it on the front page of a magazine. Like, period. I don't think so. And it's just, there's no reason for letting this happen. Motion was brought forward by TMZ to dismiss their ex-employee to sit on the stand as witness. Yeah, I stopped reading a summary whenever they took out page 3 girls. I mean, I don't blame you. That's probably a smart thing to do. But all I'm saying, they call it, they can put whatever they want, but they're responsible and accountable for it. Well, I think that at a certain point, whenever you are deliberately publishing misleading information, I think that there should be accountability for that. Absolutely, especially whenever it damages people, and it does so in the name of the press. And I think that's really what the difference is for me. Draconic, thanks for 10 gifted subs. I appreciate it. I'm not saying nobody should be able to lie about anybody else, but I'm saying that if you're doing things like this, I don't think that you should have any extra privileges as the press, because you're not the press. You're you're photoshopping things. That's what it is. And also showed the face of the elementary school shooter. Well, a lot of people did that. I mean, I'm not going to get down on them for that, because it just happened with a lot of different ones, okay? Let's see here. Search up Botox bruise. She also could have headbutted the desk after ragging the game. Yeah, I have no idea specifically. Liverpool removed the Sun from their city because of shit like this. Well, yeah, and I think that's probably a good thing. Absolutely. What's this here? Another school shooting now? I'd have to look and see for myself. Let me go back and double check. It's not in the news right now, so it'll probably take a little bit more time for it to happen. But anyway, it's just one of those things that's just so... it's so crazy. No way? Another one? I don't know. No, there's another one beyond the one that's in Uvalde. That's what it is. What the fuck again? Not sure if it's interesting, but it's a video from a while ago showing how he always talks slowly. Okay, well, I mean, I'll trust you on that, right? I will. And what's this, the Texas one? Another one. There's not like a third one, was it? Yeah, is there a third one? 3 shootings in a week. Sent you a link on Twitter. Give me a second, I'll double check it right now while I'm waiting, okay? Let's see here. Okay, that's just bullshit. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just double check and look at this here. And scrolling down. Okay, yeah, it doesn't really seem like a whole lot going on here. I'm not sure really what this is. And yeah, I just, in general, let me go back and read the rest of this here. Gun found in some kid's desk today, I think. 212 school shootings so far this year. America's fucked up. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's fucked up. I agree. I absolutely fucking think so. Yeah, definitely. So those bruises are from a nose plastic surgery. It's very hard to say that. I'm not sure. I think that in general, as I said, it's just, I mean, they're photoshopping evidence. I mean, I don't know really what else to say beyond that. 212. I mean, I don't know. I just read something in chat. That seems to be very high because they, there's a big to-do about every single one of them. But 27, not 212. Retweet. Okay, let me go back and double check this. And let's see. Eddie, one of the people behind the channel that broadcasts the trial told us that's how Johnny always speaks. That's how he is. If anyone still believes the media isn't true, is true and isn't fabricated, I feel sorry for them. Well, the problem is the sucker's born every day, right? Every minute, whatever you want to say. And so there's always going to be new people that they can fool and trick. And there's also people that just like hearing this kind of stuff because it's something that they like. It allows them to let out those vitriolic feelings. And the malice law exists so people can't sue people into non-existing by drowning them in legal fees. You can argue that malice should be easier to prove, but it should exist. Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I agree with you for sure. And reinforces their worldview. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I said before. Like, whenever you have something that you can, that you believe, let's say, whenever you have something that you believe, I think it becomes even more important to make sure that you're discerning and you don't let stuff like that happen. I'm just double checking to see how this happens. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot else besides this. If there's another shooting or something like that, I'm sure it'll come up quite soon. Let me go back and double check here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything crazy that's happened quite yet. It's back on. No, it's not. No, it's not. Like, they're on break.
Fine. All right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, aren't they on break?
Mr. Tobin, if you want to.
Certainly. Thank you.
I got to make this relatively short, as you can understand, but I wanted to take up your motion. I have read your motion and the declaration and everything attached to it in all the cases.
Oh, this is the TMZ thing.
And I have reviewed it, so I'd rather
Okay.
not regurgitate that based on our time limit. But anything you wish to add to that
Okay.
is fine.
This is TMZ.
If you
attorney.
wanted, if I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And, yes, sir. As far as your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies,
Jesus.
Whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern.
Who is this?
The issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure. I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
here
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. As the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment-based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And, Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus
I'm really
Southern
curious
Bank
what she's
Trust
going to rule.
case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision-making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then their rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
That's
incorrect,
Your Honor. He's voluntarily. A subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert
last
that
night,
privilege.
Right, exactly, and that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed or the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
Right.
And, Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public. Without the ability to enforce its promises by current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
Uh-oh. I understand the argument. I appreciate it. That doesn't sound very good.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote, Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24 at 32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co. 2013 Westlaw 5849140.
They got the boss up there.
Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, And that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments why the privilege is inapplicable, but I will reserve that.
Thank you. All right. Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is
I
because
bet.
we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective,
Here we go.
representing Ms. Heard, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is somebody who should have been identified in discovery, was never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Heard was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather
exactly
violent.
what he's doing.
And
someone.
I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Heard, so I think it's never going to come in.
Right. Ms. Berghoff, I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular motion?
No, my
okay, well, then we can address you.
My point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value, I don't even see how he can come in on foundation or hearsay or relevance.
That's just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right,
Okay,
Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Some thanks for 5 subs.
Appreciate
basically
that,
who asked.
The court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. There, ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in the case in that particular
I understand.
matter.
There is no other mechanism, though, and so it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalism organization or anybody else who's a First Amendment holder would be denied intervention on a constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood Mr. Chu correctly, he said this is not an issue in the litigation. This does not relate to an issue in the litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris versus ABC News, it is not supposed to be compelled in this case.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a rogue employee's privilege to waive.
So they're mad.
Its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about it.
But the answers are there in the law, and it is a First Amendment concern.
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
for either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
For anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I appreciate your arguments. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. In this matter, under Virginia Rule Supreme Court 3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah, Ashley, Mr. Tobin.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully.
25 cents.
And so,
for the record, yes,
for the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case.
No.
However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Your microphone, Ms.
As with the Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury. To find out when he contacted counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
Response.
Your Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think a proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter, okay?
All right.
All right. Oh, Mr. Ruttenberg, I was almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here, because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing.
God.
One clarification.
Okay, all right,
Ruling.
okay.
I apologize.
That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
Oh my God. She can't even get lunch. Holy fuck. Oh no. What about me? What about me? What about me? What about me? They're all nervous? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, she just wants to get some fucking food, man. That poor woman. I know. That's awful. Oh my God, they're panicking? I mean, it's not a surprise. I'd fucking panic a lot too. Absolutely. They really don't want this guy to testify? Well, I mean, there's a good chance that, I mean, he could just say straight up, Amber leaked it. And that's it. You know, translate us to most morals? Okay. So basically, the guy who worked for TMZ beforehand is now, let me think a good way to put this, right? The guy that was in TMZ beforehand was going to leak the information about who basically leaked the tape to TMZ. But he is not an employee anymore. So he's only talking about his own personal knowledge. So while he might have an NDA, or while the TMZ can sue him as a result of that, he is still within his rights to say who it was, because he no longer represents TMZ.
So the court will be in recess. Let's come
That's
back
my
at 2,
understanding.
so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay? All right, 2 o'clock.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Is that right? Like, yeah, does that what it is? Yeah, and so that'd be spicy. I mean, the thing is that I don't know really if he has an NDA or not. I have no fucking idea, but I do find it to be very odd. NDA isn't forever. Yes, usually you have an NDA for like a period of time, and then after that period of time is over, it's pretty much done. Getting disc? Okay, all right, McConnell. Yeah, I'll get in disc real quick. Give me 1 second. What is this? All right, I'm in. It's another case. Yeah, it's another case. It's got nothing to do with them. That's basically what it is, right? Judge seems so fed up. Yo, what up?
Yo, guess what?
What?
Twitch Prime
okay,
right
dude.
now. Twitch Prime right now, boys. Come on.
Okay,
come on.
dude.
Let's see him.
Yeah. All right. I don't even know. I feel like this is the kind of audience, like a lot of the people that are watching probably don't even know what Twitch Prime is.
Shut up. Enjoy it. Bye.
Yeah, okay. All right, see ya. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Well, maybe they do. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, never mind on that. I think that, actually, my activity feed, do you guys want to see this? Look at this. That's where we're at. That's how fucking fast it is. Holy shit, boys. God fucking damn. Holy fucking shit. That's what my screen looks like. Like, my chat is legitimately fucking frozen. That's the place where we're at right now. Is this shit is frozen. Thank you, McConnell. I appreciate it. And now my entire fucking shit's crashed. I'll have to give it like 5 or 6 minutes to be able to get this back. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs too. I appreciate it. I really do. To be honest, I really appreciate everybody watching and tuning in for like the whole coverage and everything about this. The reason why is like, you know, I've said this before. Open segment with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Holy fuck, guys. Holy bro, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna disconnect. Like, my shit's gonna break. Thank you very much. Abu Kish with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate that too. Thank you so much. Wow. Holy fucking shit. I suck IRL. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Bob's app with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Y'all calm down. God damn. Lil Nasty with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Dex was taken with 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Holy shit, guys. Thank you all so much. That is fucking insane. I'll talk a little bit about that real quick, and then I do want to get to some of the other stuff about the trial and everything too. Number one, I've always wanted to do like more like general based content and not just like gaming specific content. It's been a big thing that I've wanted for a long time, because I feel like gaming is it's a very small fraction of like what the world is, right? And I like talking about this stuff, and you can go back and watch a lot of my older videos, etc., and you guys will see that that's something I've been passionate about for a long time. So yeah, it was a very, very positive thing, man. It was great. So I do want to say I really do appreciate all of the support. Wrathchild with 100 gifted community subs. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. God damn. Thank you. It was wild. Yeah, how many subs you get? It was like 5K. I think it's like 5K. It might take a minute to update, but it's something like that, 5K. Deserves support? Well, I just try. The thing is with me is like I try to give an opinion that I think is like, is fair. You know what I mean? I try to give like a fair opinion that is as authentic and accurate as possible, right? Proxy, thank you guys. 50 gifted subs. Holy fuck, thank you so much. Paladin, thank you very much. 5 gifted subs. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Easily best commentary. Well, I think that the reason why is like, I think that like trying to present yourself, and like this has been like a conversation, is like trying to present yourself as like an unbiased person. I think at a certain point, by presenting yourself as an unbiased perspective, you are actually being biased by saying that. Or you just don't know what happened. Arkin with the 50 gifted community subs too. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And goddamn, guys, I really, really do appreciate it. Holy fucking shit. Tough day at work. Yeah, exactly. It's a hard day, guys. It's so difficult. Yeah, chat perma deleted. I know, I can't see anything. Mishal, what's up, bro? Thank you for the 5. Tyke, thank you very much again for the 5. Thank you guys all so much. I really, really, really do appreciate it. When will the TMZ guy testify? Probably right after this. Like, what my assumption is that they're going to have the TMZ guy testify right after this, and that's why they tried to shut it down. That's exactly what it is. Thank you guys so much. Zach the Pilot. Yeah, guys, I actually can't even read all of these. This is unbelievable. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you very much. Holy shit. And Brandon Cowie with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's the checker with the 5 gifted subs. And like, the thing is, like, I like to, I like to do this kind of stuff because I feel like and this is going to be, I'm going to be honest. Abel with the 5 gifted subs. I'm going to be honest. This is an ego thing. Okay? Just as a disclaimer. I think most people don't understand it the same way I do. I think they don't. I think they don't know the same shit that I know. They don't see the cultural impact of it that I see. And they don't remember the shit that I remember. And so that's why I stream it myself. Because I feel like if I'm not going to be able to give it a fair shake, nobody will. That's the way I see it. DC Metro with the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. And again, people will clearly say, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about this or that or the other thing. But the difference is that if I agree with you, I will say so. Yeah, if that's true, I will definitely say so. John DBS with the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. And everyone has a different opinion on things. I think that giving a different opinion on things is like, it makes sense, right? But like, let me give you like kind of a parallel, and I wonder if this is gonna make sense for you guys. It kind of depends. It is like I think, like, remember, like, you could use, like, the George Floyd case, for example, right? Whenever George Floyd, the guy killed him by, like, leaning on his neck and stuff like that. If you look at the evidence that was presented by that case, and then you say that you are undecided or unbiased, I think that by saying that, you implicate a bias. Because after reviewing the evidence, there's a reason why the guy was convicted. It's because at a certain fucking point, it's obvious that's what happened. And Milk Powder with the 5, Skintner with the 5 as well. Absolutely. And 9.25 next week. Well, that's fucking great. I'm very glad about that. And so what I'm really trying to get at is that, brother, I saw a comment. Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. I do a lot. And so I think it's the same with this case, too. It's like, look at all the evidence, the people that they've called to the stand versus the people that Amber has called to the stand. It's very obvious. I think that being unbiased does not necessarily mean that you don't come to a conclusion one way or another. It means that you go into it accepting evidence from both sides and drawing a conclusion based off of that evidence. Do you see kind of what I'm saying about the difference between those two things? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think most people knew he was guilty, but varying degrees of guilty versus, let's say, murder or manslaughter. Yeah, I think that's fair. Sure. But I think there are some people that were saying that wasn't the case at all. And that's really where I'm coming to. Is that after you see so much evidence in one direction, if you say that this is like an unbiased opinion, well, I mean, I think that in itself is being biased. Because it's clearly not unbiased. There's clearly evidence in this direction, and you have to be blind not to see it. And I think it's fine to give a different opinion. It's fine. Choosing to disregard evidence and focus on an unbiased ideal is simply disingenuous. I agree. The guy OD'd on fentanyl. I think that's... Listen, if you want to get into the George Floyd thing or whatever, I'll make it very clear. I think the guy's a piece of shit. He obviously had a bunch of other problems before then. And I'm glad he's in jail. I don't really care about, like, whether it's murder or manslaughter or jaywalking, what they convicted him in. I just wanted them in jail and out of the police force, and that's what I got. I don't care about the language for it. Peter with the 5 good community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that's another example of, like, cases where it's like Bill Cosby, right? I'm unbiased. I don't know whether he's guilty or not. Come on, man. There's 40 fucking people that are saying this. There's evidence of this in some of the cases, not every single one. I mean, come on. At a certain point, if you say you're unbiased, you're biased by saying you're unbiased. And that's my perspective on the whole thing. TMZ's lawyer talking to Amber Heard's team, trying to give them dirt to discredit them, no doubt. Of course he is. That's their reputation on the line. Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. George died of fentanyl. Yeah, I'm sure that, if he had just stayed in his car, like, 8 minutes later, he would have just randomly died. What do you think? He would have just died in his car 8 minutes later? Like, he was 8 minutes away from death. And, like, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. And like, this is the kind of argument that people make. It's an argument that is completely devoid from reality. It is completely disconnected from reality. This is not really what's going on. And I think people like to do this because it's something that reinforces whatever they consider their political side. That's what it is. People in chat are disgusting for saying that. There's a lot of people that believe that. I think it's not disgusting. It's just stupid. Like, I think people get way too emotionally invested in some of these things. It's just a stupid thing to say. I don't believe it's true. That's all there is to it. And yeah, let me go over this. Ben, the overdose, Fox. We also saw a man be murdered. Well, to me, it's just like, again, I feel like you have to willingly, disconnect from reality in order to believe that. This is a faith-based argument. This is not a logical argument at all. And that's what it is. And fentanyl because of intense chest pain caused by heart and lung inflammations. I think we can argue about this all day. And I could say that clearly like, clearly that was a factor. But if you honestly think that pulling him out of his fucking car and leaning your knee on the back of his neck and chest is not an agitator to that, you are insane. You are absolutely fucking insane. Now, this might have happened to him later on in the future, but to say that this was not an agitating factor is... It's like denying reality. Like, you're just fucking denying reality. Like, he was just gonna die in his car 8 minutes later. Get the fuck out of here. I view that on the same level of delusion as the people that think Amber... Let's look and see. I stand with Amber Heard. Let's read some of these. We can argue about this all day long, right? But that's it. Who does it? Whatever. Is it right or wrong? That's whatever. Am I fucking racist here arguing against this? It's not racist. It's people that believe that defending him is the conservative thing to do, and because they have been brainwashed into believing that they are conservative or liberal, they've already been categorized by media elites into being good little sheep behaving in just the way that they want to be behaved. And so, yes, I find it to be just it's pathetic. It's pathetic. But let's see here. And she doesn't act the victim, does he? And here's another one, right? Oh, is this a video? Is this? Oh, it's not really much of a video. And I see a lot of this stuff. Great piece. Oh, this is the same person. We saw this before. Now, do you know how you can tell it's a pro Amber Heard post with a lot of these? It's whenever somebody makes a post but replies are disabled, because that way nobody can comment against it or say anything about it. I think that's really what it is. Let me go back over here and explain both people on sides of the spectrum. Exactly. Absolutely. Please, can we get a view on voting third party to reform American government? I talk about that later, but I think I want to focus on the case right now because that's still happening, and we've got a couple more hours of the case. And I'm actually, to be honest with you guys, I am really fucking curious to see what's going to happen whenever that guy from TMZ comes on, because I don't know what that's going to be. Like, what? I mean, like, there is a chance that he could come on and just say Amber Heard leaked the tape. He could say that. Now, is that true? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's true. Now, what am I going to assume that he said, that he's going to say? I will assume what he said is that it will either be Amber Heard's publicist or that Rocky Pennington girl. It will be one of the two of them that actually leaked it, and I think that the implication behind it is that Amber Heard directed them to disseminate the information. I think that's what happened, because I don't think that Amber leaked it herself. Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And it's specified that IO has a copy. Well, I'm not sure. It could have been him as well. Amber gave it to her lawyer to leak. It will be her lawyer 100%. I think it would be her publicist, because her publicist probably has better connections with TMZ to communicate with them on a 24-hour, like, basically spontaneous basis, much more than, like, a lawyer might have, to talk to somebody directly there. And so that's, like, my logic with this. Now, it could be untrue, but that's where at least I would go from. What's this here? Or did nothing to stop it, claiming that she wanted it to be a quiet divorce. Yeah, there's that, too. Will they have time to cross-examine TMZ? Because it's first cross-examined for Johnny Depp after a break. I think that they'll have like a time for a few questions, because it depends. I think it depends on what the guy says. Like, I guarantee you, if he says that Amber leaked it, 100% they're gonna try to cross-examine him. 100% they're gonna try to shut this guy down however they possibly want. Do you think all this will bring attention to borderline or histrionic personality disorder? No, I don't really think so. I think that there's a lot of people out there that these are people that think that they have like they're like experts in like psychology and stuff like this, and they can determine whether somebody's like a borderline personality disorder, like bipolar, or this other stuff. I try not to really do that. I think everybody does that sometimes, right? Just as a frame of speech, as a matter of speech, like, oh, this person is crazy, or they're bipolar or something like that. But in terms of like really knowing, of course we can't really know, but it is certainly telling whenever you do have real doctors that come on and explain every single one of the symptoms that this causes, and you can look at Amber and it's a 1-to-1 ratio, right? It's like every single one. And so, yeah, I think there's that too. And would a victory in this court case cause a retrial in the UK? Well, I don't really think so, because they have different standards of what's it called? Ah, fuck. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Different standards of proof. Let me go back over here. We'll get this here. Amber Heard admitted her relationship with TMZ to IO Till It Right. She admitted they would be leaking information, which is on record. Text from Amber Heard to IO. Because it would have gone straight to TMZ, which will happen on Monday anyway. I don't find this to be compelling evidence. The reason why I don't find this to be compelling evidence is because Amber already set up a foundation to make this sound like they would just know this because of the divorce proceedings being public fundamentally. And also that she had to go there publicly as well. So I don't find this to be, like, it's like this in itself is not damning. Now, obviously, you can add in more things with that, and you can get to that conclusion, but, yeah, not enough? No, it's not enough. Because she already has established a foundation where she believed that the first proceeding that she filed would have gotten picked up by news agencies, but it didn't. And she explicitly said that, I think, 2 or 3 times. So you could easily make the argument that she said this because she was assuming that they would pick up on it, because she previously assumed that they would have picked up on the other stories as well. I think that a reasonable person could give her... You cannot determine beyond the shadow of a doubt that this means that she leaked it. You see what I'm saying? Like that's basically where I'm getting at. It's close, but that's it. Let me go back over this way. What's this here? Somebody else is leaking me about fucking like Pokimane getting called out for hosting watch party for Johnny Depp Amber Heard's defamation trial. As I said, I mean, bro, there's so many other people, like, I mean, fucking me, Rubius, XQC, Hassan, plenty of other people have done it. I mean, it's whatever. The thing is, the way I look at all this stuff is that if you put something out there publicly, that's it. That's it. That people are going to talk about it, they're going to make content out of it, and it doesn't really matter one way or another. And so let's go back over here. I want to look at a few more of this stuff, and we'll see what else is really available here, and if there's anything else that I can really read or anything like that. Okay, let's go back over here, and holy shit, let's see if I can find the rest of this. Holy shit, let me read all this stuff too. Okay, yeah, I think that's basically... that's basically where we're at. All right, media is just salty. I think media gets mad. The thing is that media gets mad. Yeah, I heard the new patch is next week, which is great for a while. I'll be able to actually play the game again. People can always get mad about different stuff like that, about like different streamers and people making content about this stuff. I think that ultimately, here's really what it comes down to. And I said this before, I will say it again, is that nobody really cares. Nobody cares about what somebody's opinion is of what somebody should and should not be able to make content about. It's not relevant to anybody else. They have no real authority with this. They are just making a post and complaining about it. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about you know, like Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, this trial, any other video, etc. These are just people who are spitting into the wind. It makes no difference, and it's not going to change anybody's behavior because it's obviously something people like watching. It's obviously something people are interested in, and people want to see it. That's about it. Yeah, that's literally about it. And TMZ guy, thing the guy says is enough. Will it be hearsay? I don't really know if it's going to be hearsay or not. I mean, I think they'll probably try to play that. I mean, for sure. I mean, if I were them, I would try to play that for sure. If he says she leaked it, they will ask him if he's an expert in leaking. Well, he worked for TMZ, so the answer for that is actually yes. So that's a very good point there. This is modern Coliseum. Roman said with bloodshed, we used to do with news articles. Well, I think people love this kind of stuff. And also on top of that, I think that people use it as vindication. They're glad to see this happen because they feel like there's been an injustice in society recently with cases like this. So seeing this happen vilifies them. It validates them in a lot of ways. So yeah, that's kind of what it would be in my opinion. And so someone, what's this here? Donate tonight, try YouTube channel? I guess so, yeah. I mean, they deserve it. I mean, they've been doing a great job. I don't know why people are surprised by how IO text. It's one weird person. It gets on by identity. I have no fucking idea about this guy. I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter. They're not really that relevant to the case anyway. And so TMZ, so shit, remember back Kanye's family finding out that he died from a TMZ article? Well, the thing is with a lot of these, this is the problem with like celebrity news, and I think it's also the problem with like real news too, is that a lot of times the person who gets the story out first is the person who it makes the money, right? They make the money, they do well. What's this here? Let me go back and double check, make sure that we're all good. Are we good now? Yeah, we good. I just want to make sure that like everything's okay. Let me go ahead and double check. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, great. So, can you gift me 1 million alpacas? I'll just take 2, okay? I just want 2, that's it, and I'll be happy. So, it's like, who's believed the most? Yeah, sure. And I think also, what I'm really trying to get at with this whole thing is that, like with things like TMZ, etc., and this is, again, like news everywhere, is that all of these people are trying to get their news story out as fast as they can. They're trying to be the first one to the punch, right? They're trying to get there as fast as possible and do what they need to do as soon as they possibly can. And because of that, there is a rush on urgency, which the urgency, I think, is directly at the expense of the truth, and it's at the expense of the accuracy. They prioritize urgency over accuracy because urgency sells and accuracy doesn't sell. That's just the truth. And you saw this a lot with World of Warcraft, where people, as soon as something would come out, would make a video on, you know, a guide for how to do it, and they would show nothing in the guide, but they just wanted to have the clickbait of being able to show people what this is, right? And you see this all the time, especially with like PC tech tutorials, and without the dislike button, it's very hard to tell like what's real and what's not real. And so I think this happens with all news, and it also happens with like YouTube content creators. And I actually don't think that it's necessary because, for example, whenever Philip DeFranco or Moist Critical puts out a video, it doesn't have to be 5 minutes after the event happens. People are still going to go back and watch their content because they're trusted and they're considered authorities. So I actually don't think that being first is that big of a deal if you already have an established brand with a certain level of good rapport with your audience. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Philip DeFranco, there's a lot, you might not like him, right? But I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of people that trust him, and so, like, if he takes a day or two out with news, it's not really going to be a big deal because people will still come back and read it because they're interested in what he has to say. And so that's really what I'm trying to get at. And it's the same thing with a bunch of other people too. And the point that I'm making with this is that many news publications are still competing to be the first one to the, you know, to the race, right? Or finish first, get the story out there first. Do you want to hear something that's very morbid? And this is like, you know, the epitome of what's the best way to say this? I try and even think, but this is something that news publications do, is that they will write articles ahead of time for people that might die soon. Isn't that crazy? So as soon as the person dies, they can send out the article and pop that off as soon as they possibly can. Like, think about how many drafts they had ready for Betty White. Yeah, and so that's the, you know, that's where we're at. That's the pessimistic morbidity that news publications have. It's crazy. Yeah, think about how many articles they have ready, like just literally with a mouse button to click the send button for whenever the queen dies, right? The moment that happens, there's going to be like a massive article written explaining everything about her and like how sad they are that it happened. And this is going to be written before it even happens. It's written already. Yeah, it's crazy, man. And it dies at certain age, insert his age here. Yeah, exactly. And it's back on. No, it's not. And world's lamest dystopia, something like that. Yeah. And think about how many they have for you. I mean, I'm sure that there'd be plenty of people that wish they could. Absolutely. And someone could deepfake an entire Aquaman franchise by culling the herd. That'd be great. Oh my God. What do you think about public figures and them publicly ridiculing people before they even get to trial, such as Kyle Rittenhouse? Well, I think this is going to happen already, right? And I mean, the problem is that there's a certain degree of, like, there are things that, like, for example, like, let me like, instead of just talking about this, let me just give you some examples. Where is it again? Fuck. Where the fuck is this? I'm trying to remember where this was. Maybe it was on here? Yeah, I think it was here. And, no, fuck. Well, like, you know, the sun, right? The Photoshopped face of Amber Heard. In my opinion, I think that one should be illegal. But there's a lot of stuff that exists in, like, this middle ground where it's not really something that you can go to jail for. It's not something that should necessarily be illegal. It's just something that's in very poor taste. And you're always going to have people that are going to be right on that edge of, like, just barely skirting under the law. Barely, you know, just right there, but that's not it. And so this is going to happen no matter what, man. And I think that if you get mad about that, you get pissed off about that, you're going to always be mad. And so you're going to have that happen too. Let me read this as well. Let's see this. Tell me, what's this here? Okay. Karma really hit Amber within 10 minutes. For context, first pick is Amber Heard laughing at Johnny talking about Australia. Second pick is learning that TMZ ex-employee can testify who leaked the TRO and divorce kitchen video. Oh, man. Ain't that something? Ain't that just a little bit of something? Holy shit. She needs a little tear right there. Oh, my God. This reminds me of, remember that, like, commercial about, like, recycling from, like, the 90s or the 80s with the guy crying? Holy fuck. What's the difference between, what's this here? The Sun and a post on 4chan. Why would anyone treat them differently? There's a lot of differences. Like, a post on 4chan versus the Sun. So, like, what really would be the difference there? I think that, number one, they're doing it for financial gain. The people that are creating the false information are doing it for financial gain. There's conspiracy around it. Like, it's not done just purely by an individual. It's done by a group of individuals. I think those would be probably two of the first examples that I can think of that would be different in my mind. And then going beyond that, I think that there is an expectation of truth. And I think this is a big factor in this, is that whenever a news publication, and this is actually a great example of this, is the Goldwater rule that the doctor yesterday talked about, is that whenever a psychiatrist gives an opinion on somebody's mental state, it is taken as an authority because of their position as a psychiatrist. And I think that news publications are also taken as authorities because they are news publications. Do you see kind of what the difference is there? It's the expectation of truth. And I also disagree with the idea that news publications are actually entertainment organizations. I find that to be a little bit silly. And I think also it's called Fox News. It's called Central News Network. It's not Central, it's not CEN, it's CNN. Like, that's what it is, yeah. I mean, so they're clearly purporting themselves as news. And I think also it's a matter of willingly distorting the facts. I think that's another big factor as well. And let's see here. I saw new info about shooting. There was a cop inside after all. I'll have to look into it. I know that there was a cop that ended up getting the guy yesterday, which was great. But yeah, there's that. Do you see the reaction of the young lawyer on Amber Heard's team whenever TMZ lawyer said he had a subpoena? The young lawyer was shitting bricks? Yeah, of course. They call themselves entertainment sources to avoid being sued for their misinformation. I know Fox News used that as a defense, and so did Alex Jones. And I think that with Fox News, they actually succeeded. I mean, as I said, I spend a lot of time reading stuff on the internet. Like, I remember a lot of this stuff. So yeah, this has already happened. That's why I'm saying it. I'm saying it in the context of it already happening before. And I think both of those are fucking ridiculous. Absolutely. And let's see here. Actually, is made up horse shit? Sometimes it is. And that's what it is. If they're an entertainment source, they should not be protected by freedom of the press. Very good point. Very, very, very good point. I think that's a great way to look at it. And Obama passed a law that allows propaganda to be legal. Well, propaganda already was legal. It's the difference is probably, I don't know which one you're specifically talking about, but as far as I know, propaganda is already legal. Like, I never knew that it was illegal. And so, yeah, I don't think so, because it would effectively just be free speech. And so, yeah, basically said there's no sane person can believe Tucker is actual news, so it can't be liable. Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Do you like salad? Absolutely not. And let's see here. My teammate at work, he's a sheriff. His daughter has to go down there because she's a clinical psychologist who specializes in school shootings. Holy shit. That's a job only here in America. And traumatic stuff like that for kids, it feels bad. Yeah, it's fucking awful. It's like, what do you even tell? Like, what do you even say after, like, a kid gets his school shut up? Like, I don't know, man. It's so fucking weird. Every advertisement is technically a small form of propaganda. Propaganda usually refers to a governmental entity or some sort of political entity, and not advertising or a, like a fucking, like a political view. It is a political view and not necessarily like advertising or a product. But of course, you can broadly apply the same thing to other stuff. And what's the rest of this here? Yeah, I don't like salad. I never eat salad. As I said, we've got the three main food groups. We've got pizza, Dr. Pepper, cookies, beef jerky. There's only 4? So the 4 main food groups right there. I think that's it. Yeah, steak. Steak, that's number 5. How did I forget about steak? Yeah, there we go. And that's pretty much what I eat all the time, and it's delicious. Notorious Feline with the 25, get the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And like tacos, well, you've got tacos inside of those, so it's okay. So yeah, PR is just propaganda rebranded. Oh, absolutely it is. PR is information that's deliberately disseminated. I think propaganda, what people look at with propaganda is the idea that it's not true. Like, the implication with propaganda is that it's not true, and the implication with PR is it's emphasizing of things that are true but simultaneously beneficial. So that's I would say that is the, like, I don't know really what you could use the word for this is. It's like that's the general understanding of the difference between those two things. You need some broccoli in your diet for the gains, bro. Opinion on gun laws in the U.S. I mean, I talked about this a lot. I mean, I talk about it a little bit more, but I don't want to get into it too much. In general, I think that there's a lot of people. I would argue that probably 90% of people agree on making it harder for people who are borderline in one way or another to obtain a firearm. And I think that, like, you have, like, the gun control argument is like you either give a 5-year-old a gun or you can't even own your grandfather's rifle from the Civil War. Like, these are the only 2 options that you have, and in my opinion, those are not the only 2 options that you have. And so because the entire conversation is built around these 2, like, super omega extremes, I think that you can never really have a normal conversation because media and people out there just distort things into such an extremity, right? Mikey with the 5, give the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What happened to the TMZ guy states Amber sent the photo to them? Well, I think that it's not guaranteed, right? If the TMZ guy says that Amber sent the photo, that's not a guarantee. You have to always keep in mind, every single thing that people say doesn't mean that it's true. People lie. He could say that because he doesn't like Amber. He could say that because he thought it came from Amber and he misremembered. He can say that because somebody paid him to say that. There are a lot of ways that you could look at it. So yeah, that's what I think. Fabricate narrative keeps the government not actually doing anything, keeps the NRA happy. Well, here's what my opinion on lobbying from these different interest groups, especially private interest groups. This is what I would do if I was in charge, is I would make lobbying illegal, and I would say that if you were caught taking money or any sort of quid pro quo from lobbyists, that you would be charged literally with treason, aiding and abetting a third party or a foreign power. That's what I would do. I would make it that serious. And by the way, treason is punishable by execution sometimes. That's what I would do. I would have no fucking tolerance for that shit. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Yeah, and not that easy, unfortunately? No, it's not. Of course not. There's plenty of people that have their paydays that are associated with it, so they'd probably be against me to do it. It'd be very hard to do something like that. Absolutely. But yeah, I would have literally no tolerance for that. I can't believe people do. It's incredible to me that people are okay with that. That's it. Sedition's more accurate. Treason is just not what it would be. Well, sure. But like what I would basically... We can argue about the nuances to it. What I would say, just as a general sense, I would view it as a deliberate betrayal of the country to a foreign power. Like, that's what I would look at it from that lens. Now, what word you want to use for that is up to you. But that's what I think. Yeah, lobbyists would, what's this here? Would kill you before letting you do that? Oh, of course, right? Of course they would. And I think that eventually this will probably happen. Not lobbyists killing me, but people will eventually get tired of it. But I think that right now it's people are so divided on like social issues and things like this that they're so fixated on, you know, these like social issues and worrying about like race issues and stuff like that. And of course that stuff is important, but like what else is important is like massive corporations that are basically calling the shots for the politicians that write the laws that decide your life. Like both of these things are important at the same time. And so that's generally how I look at it. And you end up on a list? Yeah, sure. Lying in court is punished with perjury, meaning jail for the person that lied up to 7 years. Yeah, but like saying something that's not true in court is not always lying, and saying something and lying in court is not always perjury. So it's not as simple as you make it out to be. It's not like, oh, somebody slipped up. Like, remember the guy yesterday said he wasn't following that Johnny Depp fan account, and then we looked on his profile and it showed that he was? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, like, and so like that's clearly not the same thing as somebody falsifying evidence or something like that. Does that make sense? The account changed their name, and that's very possible. Or it could be, the thing is, that's not the only reason that could happen. I think that that's only one reason or one possibility. And here, a reason why Gauze ridiculous. To the hall, you're in a classroom of kids, would you rather be armed or unarmed? I don't want to talk about like bringing a gun to school, like having like 8-year-olds have guns or teachers have to have guns. Like I find that to just be, again, on like that extreme side. Explain why this is public at all. Do they get money for that? So the reason why it's public is because Johnny Depp wanted it to be public. That he fought very hard for it to be public, and the reason why he wanted it to be public is because his public image is on the line here, as is Amber Heard's. And basically, after the UK trial, he lost the UK trial. And there are a lot of people, and I said that, you know, people don't care about this, and I think that I'm right. However, I do think that if you look at the total, there are millions and millions and millions of people who do view the law and morality and what's right as all the same thing. So if something is against the law, it's immoral. If something is against the law, it's evil. And it's literally that simple to them. This is not a a complex idea or anything like that, and that's it. So as soon as he got accused of being a wife beater, there are people that would think, and this is a reasonable thing to think, that, well, the court ruled that he is a wife beater because of the evidence, and so it's probably true. There are a lot of people that think that. Absolutely. And it's the same thing with like any sort of a judgment in court or whatever. It's the same as like whenever people, like for example, whenever you're in a court case, any lawyer would tell you the first thing to do, like it's the old fucking meme, right? Lawyer up, hit Facebook, delete Facebook and hit the gym. And the reason why I'm talking about delete Facebook here is that you're not supposed to talk about the case. You're not supposed to have like comments on this. You're not supposed to get into it, etc. But the problem is that the court of public opinion views not talking about it and only speaking through your lawyers in a legal case as an indication of guilt. And we saw this happen with multiple people before. And I think that people ultimately want to know what happened. That's what it really comes down to, is they want to know what happened because they're nosy. That's why they're just fucking nosy. And so they're going to try to get into your life and figure this kind of stuff up all the time. So from Johnny Depp's perspective, there are a lot of people out there, especially younger people, that don't really have the same nuances that somebody who's like over 25, let's say, people that grew up with Pirates of the Caribbean, fans of his that might think that he's a wife beater, and this will completely change their perception of him as a person. So his entire reputation is on the line here. And the truth is that even if he wins this defamation lawsuit, the I stand with Amber Heard herd of sheeps here are still going to believe that he's guilty. That's the truth. They're still going to believe it. They're not going to change their mind. Let's see. Johnny Depp using the same tactics the defense team used in Ghislaine Maxwell trial to discredit all victims who came forward, people who told their story. Why is nobody talking about how Depp refused a psychological evaluation? Coward, right? And so, like, this is an example, right? It's like, because you don't want to comply with what you consider to be, after we saw Dr. Smeagol, do you think that Johnny Depp made a good decision to refuse a psychological evaluation by him? I would think the answer is yes. I think very clearly, yes. Good fucking call, Johnny. Like, yeah, great fucking call. Let's see here. He's denying taking so many drugs while being stoned on this stand. Yes, this is the kind of thing that these people say. I can't stress how many laws are broken in this case. Juror's wife thinks Amber is psychotic, makes me feel great about their neutrality. And again, like, this is just what's going to happen. There's never going to be a perfect jury. This is unrealistic to expect. I think you can do as good of a job as possible. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I mean, how can you possibly get rid of all of that stuff? Look at all the Sims. Yeah, sure. And the court denied it, not Johnny Depp. I actually think that there were multiple requests, and one was denied by the court, and one was denied by Johnny Depp, if you want to be specific. But I'd have to go back and read it again. As a barrister representing victims of domestic abuse, I stand with Amber Heard because I've seen abusers who use litigation to continue controlling victims, and that's what we're seeing here. Yeah, and so again, this is a person who's taking their own personal experience and things like this, and they're applying it to this case. And I think that, like, yes, use legal litigation to continue controlling victims. So what does this person really mean whenever they say this? Full-time feminist revolutionary. Revolutionary. I can see that. Great tweet. You're really doing a lot there. This is certainly going to help women. Yeah, let's be a feminist revolutionary by discrediting other feminists, by protecting somebody who's an obvious fucking abuser. Yeah, that's really going to help everybody out. I'll be right back. We good, boys, we good. I had to get this from downstairs. Alright, let's look back over here.
What a day.
Oh, we chilling. I bought this at the grocery store the other day. Yeah, there it is. Look at their usernames. Well, it's just, that's what people are gonna do. Give me 1 second. Alright. Okay, let's see here. Men can actually be abused. I've never ever said otherwise, but Johnny is making a mockery of them right now with this shit show. So yeah, it's like, because Johnny Depp is like maybe talking slow or something like that, it's like, what is the implication of what they're saying? Well, I think the implication of what they're saying is that Johnny Depp is stupid and not to be trusted because he's a victim of drug abuse and drug symptoms. Because again, like, I might not really... I don't really feel a lot of sympathy for people who get involved with drugs, etc. But at the same time, I think they're victims. I do. I think that they're victims. There are plenty of people who are victims of their own bad behavior. And what they're really doing here is they're weaponizing somebody's addiction or somebody's mental illness against them to discredit them and make it to where they can't even know what actually happened to them. It's ridiculous. Check Reddit. I'll look at the rest of it. As a soda addict, yeah, I know, it's delicious. There are people believing lies about me in school. I can't imagine how Johnny feels with the entire world watching. Yeah, that happens a lot. Have you guys ever had that happen where, like, you're, you're in, like, a group of friends or, like, at school or at work, and somebody starts a rumor about you, and it gets around, and it's not true, but people still believe it, and they hold it against you, right? Like, imagine how that feels to him on the level that he's at. It's fucking brutal, man. And how do you not have diabetes? I mean, the thing is, guys, I don't know why. It's just this is what I do. It's what I've always done, and that's it. Yeah, that's all there is to it. You always talk it down on camera. He's a shy person, feels more comfortable in a costume or in a role. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'd say for sure, like, I feel more comfortable to, like, talk and, like, do certain things whenever I'm not on camera and I'm just on audio. So I could pretty much say the same thing with him. Exactly. Do you like coffee? No, I do not like coffee at all. I'm not a fan. There's a kid in my school who supposedly shit in a cup. I mean, we had a few of those rumors about kids in school, too. Absolutely. And let's go back over here. A jury is not meant to be unbiased. It's meant to be diversely biased. I think that you can go back and talk about that and, go from there. All I'm saying is that I think that it is an unrealistic ideal to try to look towards something and expect people to be completely unbiased. Because people have their own lived experiences. They have their own knowledge that they've learned over the years. And because of that, they're going to look at that and they're going to look at everything through the lens of their own experiences. So it's not like this is a math equation where everybody can say 2 + 2 is 4. This is something that's complex, and you're going to have people that have very, very different perspectives on things. We'll read a few more of these, of course, right? At soccer camp, a different team shit on the floor in our bathroom. Hey, that's what it goes. I bet they've lost. And I think Kate Moss testifying was more suspicious, to be honest. Before the stairs was just a rumor, but now we know there definitely was an incident where she slipped down some stairs. So this is the way that these people work, right? This is, and you can look at the profile and the accounts of these people, and it's just like, again, like, yeah. So basically, now that the person, how is this believe all women whenever a woman says something and you don't believe her? How does this work? Yeah, how does this make any sense? And I'll tell you how it makes sense. It doesn't. It's arbitrarily decided whenever they want. That's it. People like them are to be disregarded. Yeah, you just don't even take them seriously at all. The city of Liverpool in the UK have completely shunned the Sun for decades for false articles. Good. I mean, absolutely, man. Yeah, believe all women who support my view. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people who felt like they might have some solidarity with people like this, but the moment that you go against them and what the group think is, you'll learn that you're no different than the people who they claim that they're against. And that's it. Never smile. She's figuring trauma being a psychopath. Johnny cracks a goat. I laughed at the trial. He's refusing to give his abuser more power over him and a strong man. It makes perfect sense. I mean, like, yeah, because we think one thing happened and the other one didn't. I think that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, shit. This is not the face of someone who has PTSD and was abused by Amber Heard. I will never understand how people could defend this man. And so, yeah, there's a few pictures of him smiling, and this was him, for example, looking at a picture of his friend, or like looking at his friend on the stand. And this is the kind of stuff that these people use. And these are the people who believe settling out of court implies guilt for the party that they disagree with. These are people who, these are people who talk about the popular issues, wait for their favorite celebrities to make a tweet about it, and then copy paste or retweet that tweet and say Yas Queen. Like, it's just that they're bots. Like, there's no reason to. It's like, I think it's funny to look at these people because it's important to know that they exist and everything, but I wouldn't really take them seriously at all. It doesn't really matter what they think, and I think that's one of the funniest things about it. I think this is becoming even more the case over time, is that people don't care at all. Post-truth society, exactly it is. Texas right now, Beto just crashed the governor's newscast to make the shooting political. What a douchebag. Beto, oh, that guy that ran for governor last time, and he ran for president last time. I don't think people like him. Yeah, I don't think people like him. He's not going to go anywhere. That's about it. It's just, and the thing is, they just don't like him. And you can go on and say, like, whoa, he's got all these points, and, you know, he talks well, and, you know, it's this guy. People just seems like they don't like him. And that's really all it takes. That's all it fucking takes. And as one of those stupid points, it is stupid. I didn't say it wasn't. But you also said it was stupid. You didn't say it was untrue. And I agree with you that it's stupid, but I think you should agree with me that it's true. And so that's all it comes down to. They're back. What's this here? As a Texan, no one likes him. I mean, I saw a lot of signs for him around. I mean, I live in Austin, right? So, like, I live basically in California inside of Texas. So I saw a number of signs for him, sure. Yeah, that was about it. And let's see here. Smooth. Yeah, Everstands are delusional? Of course they are. Yeah, of course. Let me go back. I'll read the rest of these here. And a woman who's not a board-certified psychologist attempts to refute the testimony of Dr. Don Hughes, who is board-certified and has been practicing at least twice as long as her and specializes in IPV and drama. And then $300K for this testimony. And so these are the conclusions that people like this come to. Trial started? I don't think so. It shouldn't be starting for another 10 minutes. And so the board certification is somehow authenticity of what they're saying. Now, I think that's just completely ridiculous, because if you look at the guy yesterday, Dr. Spiegel, he clearly was board certified in a tremendous way, and he was an absolute clown. So, like, it's, I mean, really, it's, yeah, he's an absolute clown. And so, like, clearly that's not what is board certified. No, I think that he was. And only facts matter, exactly. And yeah, it's like this person is attacking her credibility. She's board certified and, like, also practicing longer than Dr. Hughes. So now, because Dr. Hughes is older, she's right. What a stupid thing to say. And I guarantee this person right here, let's see what there is. I don't really know. It doesn't really say much about her age. It's hard for me to say. But I can guarantee you this person probably fucking says negative things about older people. And if they're anywhere around my age, they probably think the same fucking thing that a lot of people my age think, is that the older people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And then now she's taking her side and using that as an argument. You see what I'm saying? Professional sleeper? Well, yeah. I mean, I think she should get back to that. At least she's better than that, than making arguments. Let's see here. Incredibly unprofessional it was for Dr. Curry to have gone for dinner and drinks for 4 hours with Depp and his team when deciding if they wanted to hire her to analyze Amber Heard's psyche. Going out for dinner and drinks, to have gone for dinner and drinks. Again, like, this is just, it's another one of the deliberate mischaracterizations. Is that Amber Heard, or sorry, Dr. Curry was invited to Johnny Depp's house because he couldn't leave his house because he's like he's a mega celebrity. And she went over there for 3 hours. She was hungry and they ordered food. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that seems pretty much okay. Yeah, what's this here? And it was an interview. Yeah, it was an interview. Like, I mean, I don't know. It makes sense. Dr. Curry said, not quite right. Celebrity. Yeah, Omega celebrity. I was about to say that. It was not the smartest idea to accept the food and drinks. Conflict of interest. There's some validity. It's unfortunate, but true. Not really. I mean, like, I think any reasonable person is not going to view food and drink, somebody buying you food and drinks, as collateral for you to give them an argument in a multi-million-dollar court case. This is just like, again, this is a three-head argument that is deliberately pushed because the lack of a better argument does not exist. And this is usually what happens to me, is that you'll see these arguments be pushed forward, and it's like, why would somebody make this type of an argument if they could make a better argument to the actual core of the issue? Why are they focusing on something that has an implication rather than something that has evidence? Well, it's simple. It's because they don't have evidence. It's just that simple. She said she didn't even drink. Yeah, exactly. Also make it seem like it's unprofessional to have a drink. Last time I checked, it's not uncommon or illegal. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, like, we've had business meetings with people and we've gone out to eat and people have drank there and it's totally okay. I think it's normal, right? I've done that myself multiple times. And I think, again, it's a deliberate mischaracterization. And anytime that deliberate mischaracterizations happen, I would immediately disagree with them, or I immediately put everything else at risk. Yeah, that's the way that I see it. Let me go back over here. When an argument has no legs to stand up on, you've got to find a way to build your own. Problem is, most people aren't good carpenters. I like that. I might use that myself. That's clever. It's called a business meeting dinner. It's very common. Yeah, $650 an hour is a better argument to that person. Yeah, I mean, come on, it's crazy. And Fortune 500 companies do business drinks all the time. Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of companies that they'll bring somebody out to interview them and they'll ask them out to dinner or something like that. I find that to be very common. I've heard that from many of my friends. I've seen this happen myself. I think it's extremely common practice, and to believe otherwise is just silly. What would happen if one of them were caught lying on a stand? Probably nothing. Yeah, probably nothing. I should stop taking my potential new clients to lunch or dinner then. Clearly, I think that's the problem. Mom and pop companies do it too. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's not like you offered her some jar of cocaine. Oh yeah, the mega jar. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what this TMZ guy is going to say. I actually find this to be, it's kind of like a Joker card. I have no idea what he's going to say. I have no idea what he's going to do or anything. And I'm really curious to see what the fuck is going to happen. Because he could come on there and just completely say some crazy shit. And when will the jury decide? I think it's on the 27th that everything's pretty much over. What's this here? People complaining about bringing interviews, dinner, drinks, probably work a retail job and never done anything high profile in their life. Well, exactly, right? And that's what I think that they play to. Is they play to the idea of not understanding what the scope of that kind of business entails. And I think that's one of the big differences, for sure. What's this here? Depp is sleeping again. What the fuck? Yeah, and so again, he's guilty because he's asleep. Wow. Multiple medical professionals, 2012 to 2016, of Johnny Depp's abuse towards Amber Heard. Yeah. The documented. Yeah, I don't really think so. Not only took pictures of her injuries, she told professionals about the abuse, spoke about it in front of Johnny Depp with professionals present. He didn't deny it. That's evidence that the judge blocked. What more victims are supposed to do? Well, I don't know. Probably have injuries that last for more than 3 hours. I think that's one thing. That's a big difference. Yeah, sleeping equals guilty. And that's the way it goes, man. It's just nuts. But, you know, again, that's the way people look at things, and it's unfortunate, but there it is. All right, we're almost about ready to go. Let's get it started. And what's this here? I sell printers to hospitals, and we have drinks and dinner, and sometimes play golf, negotiating deals, super common. Yeah, it's normal. Like, yeah, I mean, I remember my dad made me go and take golfing classes because of that exact thing whenever I was a kid. Like, I had to go and learn how to play golf. Because he's like, you know, listen, whenever you get in business, whenever you get older, you're going to have to do this sometimes. And so you don't want to make a fool out of yourself. You don't want to look stupid. And so you're going to have to take this class. And so, yeah, that's what it was. And legal in Sweden. Well, yeah, I mean, whatever they do in Sweden, because risk of bribery for deals. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, absolutely. And that's what they do. We don't do that here, but I can see why that happens. I tweeted you Amber's sister's videos. I saw one of that thing, one of those things, but not all of it. Photoshop or not, Amber does have bruises. Are we arguing it was entirely makeup? Seems like a long shot. It seems like what I've always said before, and this is what I've said with like this whole thing, is that I think that Amber Heard initiated physical violence. It doesn't seem like Johnny Depp reciprocated any sort of like real severe physical violence, because Amber Heard has no like real medical injuries or anything like that that's documented in a legitimate way that could be attached directly to him. But overall, I do think that, sure, yeah, the abuse probably went both ways, but it started from Amber, which means in my mind that she's the one at fault and not him. That's the way I see it. Assuming you watched the entire case, you think Depp's came out with evidence for her to be found guilty? It's very hard to do that. Yeah, it is very, very hard. Body language experts said people exhibit signs of deception whenever they're lying or whenever they believe no one will believe them. What's important is testimony versus evidence. Yeah, I think so too. document about the cameras. I'll have to look at that in a bit. Alrighty, boys. Let's see it. Johnny had to defend himself. It made sense. Yeah, of course. Bruises have no swelling. You get punched with brass knuckle rings like that. You wouldn't look like that? Of course not. Of fucking course not. That's what I've been saying forever, man. Okay, here we go. I am really, really hoping this TMZ guy is going to have some crazy shit. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm hoping to see something interesting here. Now, we don't know, but we'll find out very soon. All right, here we go. Give me 1 second, and I'll try and find this. I can't get over the lacerated feet walking down the stairs the next day. I mean, like, among other things. Absurdities with the 5 get the community subs. I appreciate that. Sound? Sound seems to not be working. Okay, yeah. The sound is not working on its own. Yeah, it's not me. I'm sure they'll fix it in a minute. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Let's see it. I'm ready. I didn't punch you, I just hit you, yeah. There he is. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Judge looks tired of this shit. Yeah, I mean, I bet she is. It's exhausting to be in a case like this.
You can have a seat.
It's like no matter
cross-examination.
No matter what verdict she gives,
Thank you, Your Honor.
People are gonna like politicize it and like question her. Yeah, it sucks.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see.
Publish to the jury.
Thank you.
What's the
Mr.
verdict?
Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed.
Yeah, this is the one he had showed before. I feel like this picture is very low quality. There's not really a lot you can go off of here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Mute it. It'll unmute in a minute, I'm assuming. What is this? Maybe I'll have to go back.
Your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up Exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendants Exhibit 1905.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay. Any objection to 1905?
Okay.
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Let me see if I can go back to the other one.
I'd like to at least question the witness about.
There's still no audio.
I have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well let's wait a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, you see here these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And below it they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
Somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
All right.
If it's just the photograph,
let's see it.
All right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it.
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, which will be fine.
Okay. Let's see if we get this to work. Correct. Yeah, we'll see. Is audio working now?
On the bottom image.
It's just redact that.
On the bottom image.
It's just redact that.
Okay, it seems like it is. There it is. Okay, now it's working. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this channel's had problems with audio. I'm not really sure why. It's probably, I think it's whenever there are frame switches. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, so they're just trying to figure stuff out, I guess. God damn.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Time is ticking.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom two pictures? There.
Okay, let's see it.
Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually...
A side light will cause that.
Yeah, well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front, the light on the side will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken.
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
You can take that down, Michelle.
That was, in fact, in the dark. I had a chef, I had people on either side of me, so I don't see where the light fill is from the side.
Wouldn't that have affected everybody?
Next question, next question.
Next question. Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's pull up Exhibit 1859, please.
Okay, here we go. Let's see it.
1859. Is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor.
It's like I think he would know something about
Mr.
photography.
Depp, this is the same picture, or the same, the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning. Correct?
No, we're not able to see this. This is so annoying.
That looks
okay.
Like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Publish? Okay.
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the...
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly...
Your Honor, I'd move to strike anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just the photograph.
Okay, let's see it.
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
All right, over objection, I'll allow 1859 in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Michelle,
see it.
could I please get you to...
This is what photoshopped or not.
We actually have one that will admit, or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 1859.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
Echo dog.
So this is 1859.
Why are you telling me stuff to do?
Okay.
We'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
Yeah, what are y'all doing?
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like
brain?
to ask you to do, please, is
not what
to
happened.
put the picture displayed as 1859. Just was admitted into evidence next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay.
Okay. You can pop those are both in evidence.
Okay. Can you
Here we
try to
go.
make them the same size, please?
There's an audio echo.
This is the exact same
It's not
picture,
me.
isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
how
Permission
do
to
you know I
publish.
wasn't done?
You answered my question, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And in
let's
the
go to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no. Let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony.
Right.
And
Oh, I
you heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag. Correct?
Objection form compound.
Oh, overruled.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA down my mouth.
Correct. That's right. She didn't say you
handful.
poured 10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful.
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the
I
fact
would
is,
say
Mr.
so,
Depp,
yeah.
you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
begging
pull up-
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or exhibit 393, please.
He's trying.
You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't,
that-
but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? We publish.
Okay.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you were, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this
All right.
in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And whitey stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy. You already
Yeah,
testified.
quite likely, yes.
Okay.
So I
Take that.
didn't recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please?
Okay.
This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes, sir.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified
the
to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually, what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle, and there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big. It's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no
Okay.
picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
Is broken. It's impossible to see. You
no,
can't
I
see
don't
through the
see
glass.
it. I see glass under this chair here.
Yeah.
Well, You testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You testified earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar
Okay.
area.
Okay.
Let's pull
up.
This is about his
Michelle,
finger.
please.
That's
UK
why.
A3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have?
It's this. We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your Honor,
right
may I
there.
please? I would like to have what he's the testimony of the
Here,
witness.
you can have my copy.
Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
Okay, so yeah.
He's trying, man. He is. He's trying as hard as he can.
You know, this is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked a question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of. I'm sorry. I'm going to go up on the line 15. Question. At one stage, when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer. No, ma'am. I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question. And this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone. Wall-mounted, but retro. Answer. It was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question. A phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up. Can you scroll down, please?
I'm confused. It wasn't a
Question.
phone. It was a
phone
telephone.
That was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer. That is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall.
Okay.
That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before, you've said, if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
I don't blame him. Yeah, true. Okay.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see long paragraph above that starts with "in the Mark Hotel."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
At the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said,
The crown?
I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it, and I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right.
Yes, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said
Context?
before
I don't know what
that
the
if
context
you
is
want to
behind
be
it. I
with
have
a
no
woman
idea.
sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
Okay.
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883.
I bet
883,
maybe they've got to have like this.
It is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Maybe he did say it. I don't know. I mean, it certainly doesn't make him look good. I'll say that for sure.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
Okay.
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it up last night. No.
Yeah. I can assure you I didn't type it up last night, Mr. Depp. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Yeah, let's see.
Objection
Let's
on
see.
relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, you want to approach for a moment?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
It certainly makes him look bad to say stuff like that. I'll say that for sure. Absolutely does. Should not have said that. I can sure. Yeah, the thing is also, like, people say stupid shit like that. I think it's very different, like words to actions. You know what I mean? Like on drugs, like maybe on drugs. But like overall, what I'm saying is like, I think that saying something is much different than actually doing it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's having this a private conversation. It's like, should he have said that? Like, let's assume he did say it. That's obviously stupid and like bad to say. But like hypothetically, it doesn't mean that he actually committed a crime. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I would say. His character actor and his person the audience wins would be. And said we're shit in a joking manner to a friend. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that people have said that before. It's not really that big of a thing, but I do think it does make him look bad. 100% it does.
883 in evidence as redacted.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that, sir.
All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017, you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly, Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight?
Okay.
Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel.
Like a fish?
And in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take.
Okay.
Is that right?
You read it right. But I did not write that. Perhaps someone else.
You wrote every
on my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew
Timer's
Miss Hurt was
ticking.
angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Deuters, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit, you asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Deuters to communicate with
Running
Ms.
down
Hurt
the
by
clock.
text to
Oh,
speak to
God.
her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane.
The plane?
The Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I
Oh my God.
influenced Mr. Deuters. I told him that he had to write this, and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Deuters to text to communicate with Ms. Hurt on your behalf, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Deuters was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Hurd on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Hurd on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Okay.
Or if Miss Hurd and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Miss Hurd on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
just a yes or no,
would be
Mr. Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after you and Miss Hurd had.
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his answer.
Yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. It wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Hurd after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Hurd, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to placate
I'm sorry,
her,
he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any
didn't want to deal with it.
Answer,
yeah,
it would turn into World War III.
Okay, can you pull up Exhibit 229, please?
Yeah, as a backstory, 100%.
I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr.
Okay,
Depp's testimony,
here we go.
I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right, yeah, that's what I fucking thought, dude. Holy shit. Let's look at this here. We need to come here, or yeah, Ryan the clock seems bad for John. Oh no, this is definitely bad for him. Like the text messages make him look really bad. Like I mean, there's no shame in admitting that. That's certainly fucking true. Like yeah, obviously the thing is, I think a reasonable person can assume that like conversation is not the same as action.
Mr. Depp,
but it does make him look worse. Absolutely.
You were pretty angry after Miss Hurd got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
Okay.
Which question would you like me to handle first, sir?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her?
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not come
related,
down to
what
yes
story
or no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Hurd fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Stalling. Yep, there you go. Uh-huh. Holy fucking shit.
Is that
Mr.
me
Depp,
trying to get her fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Christy Dombrowski. She was the first witness in this case, right?
She doesn't work at Warner Brothers. She can't fire Amber.
Yeah. This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
June 4th, yes.
Fuck, I can't
Your
see
Honor,
it.
Move for the admission of
Okay,
Exhibit
here we go.
821
Let's
as
see it.
redacted.
Any objection?
We gonna see it. Let's see.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
Okay.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that W film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Crawl to get him to fire Ms. Heard, right?
I had vetted Ms. Heard.
I
had vetted Ms. Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning. Your Honor,
Warner Brothers had 2 franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. All right, next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You reached out to
them
Sue Kroll
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue Kroll to get her to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Okay.
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please?
God damn. God damn. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. This proves nothing. Yeah, it depends. Like, I have to see.
This is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are.
Oh, so not this.
Not this version.
Well, this can't be 857. Then don't.
850. Sorry,
Mr. Unburney, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857A.
Okay.
57A. Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this
Can't
text
see the
that
text.
you sent to
What does it say?
Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put in evidence first?
Move for admission of 857A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life.
Yeah.
I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
You did.
Now, not long after this, you can take that down, Michelle. Thank you.
Oh my
not long
God.
After this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, September, October, somewhere in there, whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then.
Bro,
correct?
he went in. God damn.
And you met with him with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. This is 2 months before that thing happened.
Are you asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Is he running out the clock again?
Yeah, that you two met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Was that during the London trial?
No.
No?
No, in February.
I don't recall it.
Okay. To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right. The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct?
calls for speculation.
That's quite
By personal
speculative.
knowledge.
Alleged
I'll
tapes.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
It seems that way.
But
yeah.
that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
Here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
It wasn't televised, was it?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
A lot
Yes,
or
many
many?
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
He was
Mr.
angry.
Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
has been answered.
great limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions
Okay, here we
about the UK trial.
No.
Why do you feel
Ignore his
that
objection?
this
Yeah, he
is
did.
the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story?
Well, the whole
and,
thing wasn't
as you said,
televised, right?
get the load off your back.
As the UK trial was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations in evidence. Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
as I
up.
said,
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
There it is.
You'll be okay. Yes, there is a very.
Oh my God.
Everything is quite
Oh
boxed
God.
in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness.
Right.
But the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Makes sense.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or, excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC Sasha Was.
And whose attorney was that?
The Son's.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
All right, it's already in evidence, so you can publish it.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this
it's a good way to say it.
Completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate, you do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So you have many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parents. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this, because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum.
Of course he's upset.
Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
That makes sense to me.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers they were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. We could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Overruled.
Please continue.
You change seats.
So, sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as all any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor. He's getting into what he claims he told Warner Brothers or wanted to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films?
Justice League and Aquaman, right?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press.
Yeah.
That were constant.
It's stress.
On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business, and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Okay, let's see it.
Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that
It truly is fair. It's not,
They're closing it out now.
I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Okay.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of hubris or expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please?
Okay.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1821?
Always MDMA. Yeah, no, I know that. I mean, that could be it. I mean, it doesn't seem like he was talking about a drug, was he?
Do you recognize this document?
That is behind the bar, yes.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And did you recall that telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Okay.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me showing you this picture
Yes.
During your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And
Okay.
I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
So they ripped it off. I
Mr.
don't remember.
Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
What, is it focused on a phone? I don't know. I think it's because that's what they thought he cut his finger with.
And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again.
Okay, let's see this. Here we go.
Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner.
Okay.
I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all. But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
It's hard to say. I mean, the quality is so bad.
Physically abused Miss Heard during your relationship?
Yeah.
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness. Didn't quite get that. I'm sorry.
That didn't really do a whole lot. Yeah, is this the TMZ guy? I want to see the TMZ
Morgan
guy.
Tremaine.
Yeah, I want to see the TMZ guy. I don't think that was good for Johnny at all. Like, a lot of those texts made him look really bad. Him saying it wasn't him made him look bad. Was he talking about Molly as MDMA? It's hard to say. Maybe. I don't really know. It definitely didn't help him. Like, I think anybody can agree. Yeah, it definitely did not help him. Okay, so now what? Is this the TMZ guy? Okay, here we go. Let's see it. Words are not actions. I think this is a very important fact. You're certainly right about that.
In this case, the penalty of law.
Okay. Is every foul word in your anger when you? Oh yeah, absolutely. I think contextually it makes sense that he was unhappy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tremaine.
Hello?
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
And what do you do for a living?
I produce esports events and design video games.
My man.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
Yeah, one of us, I know.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you
It's got painted
in charge
nails too. Oh my god.
At the time, it was about 20 in LA,
Yeah.
a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hot spots where celebrities would be.
Ugh.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
And were tips frequently received directly from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
Oh.
And who were the type of sources that TMC received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified
Okay.
by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
And how long did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
That makes sense.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
Here
What
we
was
go.
the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
Yeah?
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on
that
May
right?
27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
There it is.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundational hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Right, of course.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
But did that happen?
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not.
Why not?
Why not?
Because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to
That was the video we saw.
tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Miss Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
How about that?
After August 6, 2016...
What a surprise.
Were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
It's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Overrule. Okay, let's
Please
go.
continue.
So I
Is this the
received
TMZ guy?
that
Yes.
email, and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection,
video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's...
So far, he's just said what's a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
Okay.
After you did that, was it posted?
Dun, dun, dun.
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to TMZ.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX, rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
Okay.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright.
Really?
And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
Yeah.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
Yeah.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection,
No,
leaving and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Yep.
Mr. Tremaine,
That's
go ahead.
interesting.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means that TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compared to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clipped the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position with the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Okay.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little.
That's odd.
When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever,
right?
Just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited, as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Okay.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
How do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel
Obviously.
for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think, yesterday in care of your attorney.
Oh,
Cindy
no shot.
Hickox, right?
Correct.
No shot. It
And
was from
Cindy
me.
Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum.
No
Objection,
fucking
Your Honor.
shot.
Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
Oh my God.
Now, if you don't have information
Oh,
that's helpful
shit.
to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't-
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next
Yeah.
I'm not aware.
Asmongold
Okay,
submission in court. Imagine
you know
that.
this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
it? I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Depp's attorneys were
Oh,
well aware
God.
of the TRO that was going
Jesus.
to be presented on May 27th?
Holy
Objection. Calls for
shit.
speculation.
Were you aware of that?
My
Lack
man.
of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that
Try to
Mr.
turn this
Depp's
to Uno
divorce
reverse.
attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Well, this guy's a
Do
complicated
you
question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time, how did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you
I
know
worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So
Uh-huh.
do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip.
Jesus.
You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Okay. Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
So it's because it was edited.
Thank you.
All right,
basically.
sir, you're free to go.
Thank
Thank you. All right. You have another witness? Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Neumeister, Your Honor.
I love how he
Brian
fucking
Neumeister.
turned that shit around on her. Oh my god. Jesus, that shit was funny. Oh my god. That is so funny. Yeah, esports Chad, witness of the day. Yeah, this guy was a legend. I need to take a piss. Give me back. Like, so who leaked the video? I don't think he's gonna say because they'd sue him.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary-related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data, and it takes no side. So we can be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work.
Who's this guy?
We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
Oh, he's the metadata guy.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
I see.
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister, and that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right. Do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Neumeister. You can continue.
So where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up. We are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It can be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
All right.
Have
It's
you
a mega
testified
wizard.
as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Okay.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on. For example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
I wonder who he's talking about. Yeah.
Is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters. And I logged about 14,000
ancient wizard. Yeah, I know.
Video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew.
What the
So as
fuck?
far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year.
I saw that.
I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling, and it just became a full-time job.
Okay. So I'm
Have you
curious.
received any professional certifications in forensics?
Curious what he's going to say.
But again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications, because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a...
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to those qualifications on relevance.
Sustain the objection.
Yep. Mr. Neumeister, can you just describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted, or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society, and the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have, for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues.
Holy
I've
shit.
been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
I wonder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls
talked about
a lot,
that the other day.
I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow, given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Okay.
Mr. Neumeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of purported injuries to Miss Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos, or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
And here we go.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Here we go.
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Miss Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo.
And he knows every
single one. So we would start
one.
with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Oh boy.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope, we do a luminance scope, we do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things.
Okay.
The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
like.
you want to approach?
Bro, it's so fucking funny. Maybe they said it, I didn't notice. They didn't even ask to have this guy moved. Like, I would like to assert that he's an expert in this field. I don't even remember them saying that. Like, they were like, okay, they did? Oh, dude, I was like so fucking, I was, check Twitter, I'll look at that in a minute. I know people have sent me tweets, I've looked at a few of them throughout this. I think that's what might have distracted me. Yeah, they did, they tried, yeah, it's like no fucking objections there. Oh my god, he's like talking about like the chroma key and everything? Jesus. Yeah, you're mesmerized? Yeah, you just kept talking, man. Oh my god. They asked him what his purpose was in a trial. Okay, no, I just probably was mentally AFK. That's all. Yeah, that happens sometimes, guys. I'll be totally honest. And by sometimes, I mean a lot. Like a lot. Too many facts? Exactly. This is just... Man, I'm really, really curious to see what this guy's going to fucking expose. To be honest with you guys. You have him set up my camera? Yeah, I wish. That'd be fucking great. Maybe at least then I'd be able to fucking fix it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff we're going to have to talk to once they go to break and, like, after this is over today. Holy shit, man. Today has been brutal and just, like, everything about it. It's been crazy. And Johnny's bringing in top guru people. Yeah, I know that. Isn't that weird that he brings on people that are, like, authorities on the things that they claim to be experts in? That is so weird. I can't believe it. Yeah, wow. What is this? Okay, here we go. So let's see what this is. Okay.
Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photoing, at least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions
Just
about.
said they're Photoshopped.
Do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the objection.
We're talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I think we have to go straight to specifics.
Okay.
That's good. Yep, let's go to specifics. I like that. Let's see it. He's trying. Yep, he's trying. He's trying to compartmentalize it as if it's not all of them. Because, yeah, you're right. Probably some of them are not Photoshopped. And they're like, well, we didn't Photoshop everything. You go, oh, well, so we only Photoshopped some of them.
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's 1303. Your Honor, if I might approach.
All right.
Your Honor, I would, again, object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
you want to approach?
All right, let's see. Here we go. He's brought up his binder with a bunch of Post-its on it. Let's go. Show us, please. Yeah, it's just... Buckle up, chat. Yeah, I know. They're scared as hell. Well, the thing is, like, this guy, I mean... This is the Omega Wizard. I mean, he knows what it is. Like, I didn't even know you could check for that shit, to be honest with you. I had no idea. But he does. He gets it. And so that's what I'm really curious about, man. I am. No one will try to discredit this guy. I am really curious to see what they're going to ask him. To try to, like, fucking make this guy seem like it's not it. It's literally committing a federal crime. Yeah, but, I mean, these are rich people. So that's not, doesn't really matter, right? I mean, this is different. I think probably the best part was the previous guy calling out Elaine for looking for 15 minutes of fame. That was so good.
Tom, can we pull
Holy
up
shit.
Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence?
Okay, here we go.
Mr. Neumeister, does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right. Any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Could we go to publishing this read, please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Okay.
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right. Sustained objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
Jesus All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down. You mentioned Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically. And there's about,
this guy's loving us.
about
I know.
1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
Looks like she shit
So
the
what's
bed
the
twice.
significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that of operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software, Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can we pull up 1304?
Caught literally in 4K.
Please? Your Honor, may I approach?
Oh my God. Oh boy, this is just, man. It was written.
Permission to publish as a
no one's
demonstrative,
laughing
Your
now.
Honor. Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She was just to
co-counsel's
publish
talking. I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
Bruce, thanks for 5 subs.
And Mr. Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in
Oh
this case?
no, this is the one we saw.
And what do they show?
On this particular
Here we
photo,
go.
and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So, for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying Photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was.
Oh my God!
So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important.
Smirk's
the
gone.
pattern
Yeah.
of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom?
All right, there's many of them. Let's go. Let's
Is there
see
anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the Photos 3.0.
Wow.
And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited, and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Yes, he does. All right,
Same
let's
thing.
see another one.
You've got up here in the top, you've got the Photos 3.0.
Of course
and this
he
is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence or versions of the photos in evidence. We're gone through Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom?
Holy shit, man.
And what about this one?
Same thing, Photos 3.0. And
Same
again,
thing.
in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see Photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Again, same thing. You've got the Photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative.
Jesus,
what about
man.
Again, if you look up there, it says Photos 3.0 on that particular
Instagram
photo.
model's adversary.
All right. We can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research.
Oh my God. This guy is, oh man. It's just like, is it lost to a JPEG? Yeah, I know. Why don't they compare two of the same picture? Well, probably because he's not done doing it, man. Was Amber writing all the time? I don't know. Like, it's just, that guy could prove perjury. I mean, he just knows what it is, man.
So let's just come back at 4 o'clock, all right?
Jesus, dude. That was fucking brutal. Notice the lawyer's probably right. Yeah, like, are we fucked right now? How fucked are we? How bad is this? Yeah, it's like not smiling any fucking more. And, oh my God, we have a book written by that guy and his partner? Yeah, I mean, this guy is just... Bro, like, I didn't expect this. Like, I thought he was just going to be like, yeah, you know, this one's probably photoshopped or, you know, something like that, right? Like, I wasn't really expecting a whole lot of commentary over this. I didn't have any idea. But no, bro, like, that's it. He just completely fucking... It's not Photoshop. Photos 3.0 is just a photo app from Makos. I mean, I would assume that, like, it's like what I believe a random chatter or the guy with 40 years of experience. Like, now that could be true. It could be wrong, but I'm going to assume that this guy, the reason why he thought that, he also used, like, the chroma key to test to see if it was outside of the scope as well. Can't they just say they use that software to crop the photos? I don't know if they can do that or not, and they'll be able to defend it, of course, right? And it's metadata. Yeah, it is metadata, edited but not on Photoshop. No, I don't think so. It's an editing program, same as Photoshop, so it's the same dick. Look at your Twitter. Johnny didn't send a message that he didn't recognize. So I saw this, but I'm not sure really if this is accurate. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up right here because you guys have been sending me this a lot. And I just want to go ahead and put it on the screen so you guys get an idea what it is. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. And so this is a post made by Rakita Law, I guess maybe an hour ago or something. They say Johnny sent the messages, but it's actually incoming. Holy shit. So timestamp, owner's him, direction, incoming. Right, exactly, must be right for your mind, must be right versus hinges. I want a chance to understanding what it's like. But, like, I don't really know, like, why would Steven send him this, right? Like, yeah, it says incoming. But I don't, I mean, like, so what are the comments saying? Incoming to Steven Deuters from Depp's phone was already confirmed in court. So is this true? Him, owner, and Steven Deuters are two... Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Owner and Steven Deuters are two separate things. That's a very good point. It's from Steven's phone. We don't know whose phone it is. Dude, even if she cropped or added some color, does it matter? They're presenting the evidence like it's the original and the fucked part. Yeah, exactly. They're presenting it as if it's the original. Exactly. Rotten says him is Johnny Depp. Let's see here. So they need to clarify more loudly. Honestly, didn't hear the correction, so the jury didn't catch it. Johnny's team missed it. They were in too deep. Look at the other message. It says outgoing. Deuters deleted all his messages. They were never submitted. Doesn't explain it. Depp had provided all of his messages directly from the owner, and the messages were appeared on the Depp's phone. Let me see here. Did he at least deny saying it? He said someone else must have sent it. He didn't say it. Looks like a group text between Stephen Deuters and 3 of Johnny Depp's phones. I don't know, guys. Like, I'm not sure. Like, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about something like this? Photos 3.0 may just be someone zooming in, reframing, or possibly editing the image built in by a software for Apple. I'm pretty sure to bring this up to cross to him. Well, I mean, like, we literally saw the picture. I mean, didn't we already see one picture where, let me see this. Just a second. Amber Heard Photoshop. All right, let's see if I can find this right here. Okay. I think this is the example, right? So if you look at this photo, these photos are the exact same image, right? And so you can see this, right? This is the exact same image. And there's no, like, question about it. There's no, like, every single hand or hair is in the exact same spot. You can't play spot the 5 differences because there's not even one. Is there anybody disputing that this is the exact same photo? It is the exact same one. And on top of that, not only was it the exact same photo, but these photos were presented as if they were 2 separate photos. Do you remember that? Whenever she said that they had taken different photos in different lighting. Yes. So, what does that mean? That means that she falsified the evidence. She photoshopped it to make it look worse than what it was because one type of lighting didn't show off what she had wanted to show as much as she did. And that's what it was. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, she lied about it on the oath. Yeah, exactly. And let me go back over here and read this here. There's filters and basic editing tools in Photos 3.0. Exactly, your team's fucking stupid. Introducing falsified evidence is bad for the lawyers more than Amber. Well, they're probably not going to know that, right? And that's even what the guy even said that, right? He's like, you know, listen, they're lawyers. They're not fucking photo experts. And so they probably didn't even get caught on that. Amber said they were taken on 2 different days specifically for these 2. I don't know if she said specifically for these 2 or not. I'd have to go back and look at it myself, but it certainly seems that way. And I am just so fucking astonished by this, honestly. Especially this guy. This guy is amazing. Okay, let's go back over here. And yeah, there was I don't believe that photo of Amber Heard with the piece of paper. I have no idea. And let's go back this way. There's like so many people tweeting stuff at me. Holy fucking shit. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just double checking this. Oh, fuck. All right. I want to make sure I get everything else here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think I pretty much already replied to a lot of this stuff. Yeah, okay. And anyway, let me go back and talk about the other stuff. Not different days. The one she said it was a makeup mirror light or something along those lines. Well, what I'm saying in general is that she indicated that this photo... that she indicated in any sense of the word that these were 2 separate photos. Like, I'm not talking about like different time. I'm not talking about different lighting or whatever. I'm talking about she said these were 2 separate photos. They're not. Period. And that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, they are not 2 separate photos. They are the same photo. And so this is again what I've said before. If one of the photos is photoshopped, then what do you think the odds are that the other ones are photoshopped? Well, I don't know. I'd say pretty fucking high. Yeah, they're pretty fucking high. And especially that, like, remember how they said that that Tremaine guy, I think his name was Alex Tremaine, I'm not sure exactly, the Draco Malfoy Giga Chad guy with the painted nails. And that guy went and he said that, what do you call it, that they had they had word from a source from Amber Heard that was around her that she would stop and turn so that people could take pictures of her face. Do you remember that? Where he said explicitly that that was why they had people come over? Yes. So if she was going to stop and turn, like, yeah, what? Why would she do that if she didn't know that there were going to be camera people there? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was staged. It was obviously fucking staged. That's what makes sense of it, right? Let me go back and read the rest of this. Do you know how the lawyers are able to get the messages? I have no idea. This feels like some sort of conspiracy. I mean, it is a conspiracy. Yeah, that's true. It is. It feels like a conspiracy because it is one. Yeah, you best start believing in conspiracies. You're in one. That's it. That's right. This is a conspiracy. That's clearly what this is. Let me go back over. He said it was staged. He said they went there and she was going to stop to turn her head so they could take a photo of her cheek. Yes, exactly. And phone companies keep records of all messages and calls. That's very correct as well. And let me go back over this. Problem is an edit done externally could have had a different timestamp on it as well. Could have been edited on external software. Imported in crops on a photo in the iPhone. The end photo would show as edited in Photos 3.0, but it could be far removed from the original time and data. That's true. You could basically, like you're saying, like effectively like the same idea as money laundering, right? Yeah, sure. And always use makeup, except whenever TMZ is around, of course. Yeah, of course. Well, she did use makeup. That's how she got the thing on her face. Who would have thought the TMZ guy and photo guy would be the best expert witnesses? Well, he wasn't the TMZ guy. He was the guy that quit TMZ, and TMZ tried their absolute fucking best to have him shut down. So that's a little bit different, man. Absolutely. Check shadow on nose, same light direction. Guys, it's the same photo. Like, it's the same photo. That's all there is to it. I mean, I mean, I don't need any more proof for this. I mean, I think that any reasonable person would come to the conclusion that this is the same photo. That's about it. Let me read this here. Message on phone is logged through SMS. It's through Apple servers. I don't know what the details are. Korgoroth, thank you very much for the subs. He didn't really say anything bad about TMZ. I don't know why they tried to block him. Well, they didn't know what he was going to say. And also, they probably don't want to be involved in this one way or another because they don't want to deal with it. I think that's another thing, is that anything that could shed any light that would make people even slightly less likely to send in information, I think that's why they wouldn't want it to happen. I hope the guy shows a geometry test. The other tests ignore colors. The geometry is 99% accurate. I'm not sure if he'll do that or not, but they are on this photo, so it could happen. And in general, like, this is how I see it, right? Is like, this is a person who has been proven to lie under oath multiple times. Literally Photoshop evidence. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's not somebody I'd believe. It's not somebody I would believe. I would assume that they're lying. You know what I mean? That's how I'd think about it, 100%. Bro, the right open Photoshop only adds contrast. Plus 20, it becomes a photo on the left side. That's true. That's true. But do you see what I'm saying about the photo being taken and then her presenting it as two separate photos? Like, and this is kind of the point that I'm making, right? Is that this is something I've said with articles, etc. Is that once one thing becomes suspect, everything is suspect. So just because this is the only thing, oh, the contrast is turned up. Yeah, but if the contrast is turned up, why are they not saying the contrast is turned up? And why do they instead emphasize the fact that they are two separate photos? You see what I'm saying? It's to add veracity to what they're trying to claim. You probably use editing on PC to mess up the date with the photo. You can change system data and save an edited photo again. That's why they redacted metadata to disclaim the legitness of that. Well, I'm not sure. I have no idea. It really depends. And specifically said it was different lighting too. Yeah. He managed to give the source by giving the copyright procedures by the time it takes to get the copyright. Well, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, he said that they uploaded it 15 minutes after they had received it. And he said that they can only do that if it's received directly from a source. That they can verify immediately, which is true. I think that basically the Tremaine guy he did everything but say that it was somebody in Amber Heard's team or Amber Heard herself that leaked it. Like, he didn't say that, but the implication was clearly there. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he said everything but that. Directly from the person that took the video. Did he say that exactly? I don't know if he said that exactly. So I don't want to be 100% certain about that, okay? Let me go back over here. Let me look at this in there. Alrighty. And let's see here. And yeah, I'm trying to find what all this photo stuff is. And okay, says the new one is photoshopped. Okay, something else has been entered into evidence. It's the umbrella guy, you know? This is the guy that they talked about literally in the court case. Amber Heard's team entered another picture into evidence. Johnny Depp's team says the new one is photoshopped. That certainly looks a little bit suspect. It's whitewashed. Yeah, I think that really what they did here is they might have just turned up the contrast on it. Or sorry, turned down turned up the brightness on it to where it just shows everybody is brighter because it will drown out the red coloration, as you can see, like on his face and on Johnny Depp's face as well. Was it saturation? Yeah, it could have been one or another. And I haven't really used Photoshop to do anything like that for quite a while, so I'd have to get more used to it. And it's the same as Amber did. Yeah, that's basically where we're coming from. Facebook compresses image, bad quality. I have no idea. There could be other reasons for sure. Isn't Amber known for lip and cheekbone filler? Isn't that going to cause bruising? I have no idea. I don't know. You can clearly tell us from Photoshop. Why did they just let a Facebook photo in without being authenticated? They should bring in an Oriental witness crew or Russ Wong to help. Yeah, I think that would have been way better if they had just brought in one of those people. You can change the photo and admit it into evidence on the fly or what? Seems weird. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, a lot of this court stuff, I'll be totally honest, like, I don't know a lot of the details and, like, the specifics to it, because I haven't seen a million of these cases. I have no idea how things are entered in or anything like that. All I know is I'm looking at it and making a decision. That's about it. There's a bruise expert coming up the next day. Oh, good. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Can we rewatch the 15 Minutes of Fame incident? I'll probably have to, yeah. I know... all right. Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second, and I'll go ahead and pull it up here. Yeah, it was a very, very good one. I'll certainly say that. And let's see here. Did we ever get the news story with the wine in the elevator from her sister? No, I don't really think so. Check the Umbrella Guy's latest tweet. Okay, let's see that. What is this specifically? Here's the entire quote from Johnny Depp. Couldn't remember because it came from 1995 deficit tabloid. Assuming this was stated by him, it was written 17 years before his relationship with Amber Heard. So this is something he said in 1995. Oh, about how he was gonna, I'm normal and I want to be normal. Somehow I'm not allowed to be. If I'm angry, I've got to lash out to hit somebody, I'm going to do it and I don't care what the repercussions are. And so again, 1995, that was 25, not 17 years ago, 25 years ago. And, sorry, 27, something like that. Yeah, 27 years ago. And, what do you call it? It was 17 years before his relationship with Amber Heard. Now, obviously, I think we can be real here. This is not something that helps his case. It is 100% not. Like, there's nothing that anybody loses by saying that this clearly does not help his case. It makes him look bad. It's the same thing as the other cases about her being a cum guzzler, etc. But to be honest, this is in the context of after she cut off his finger, after she was going to divorce him, after she did all of this other stuff. I don't know. I think if I had a girl to do all that stuff to me, I'd say even worse shit than Johnny did. But that doesn't mean I'd hit anybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I see it. Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, he's just fucking pissed off. Yeah, exactly. I'd easily say that. Absolutely. 1995, it's 12 years before. Cum Guzzler is amazing, though. Oh, we had plenty of other good ones, too. Holy shit. What is this? Oh, I don't know why the audio randomly went on. Okay, you guys want to see the video again? Let's see it. Here we go. I got it right here.
Logical thing.
Asmongold clips in court. Imagine
you know
that.
this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
A little argumentative, don't you think?
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that
It
Mr.
is.
Depp's attorneys
Oh,
were well
God.
aware of the
Yeah, it was. It was completely logical. Exactly. And he turned that shit right around on her. Exactly. Depp's lawyer's face is right, is good there. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think that shit's fucking funny. Yeah, there we go. And he just got him, man. Yeah, he nailed that perfectly. Exactly. He's a smart guy. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the thing is, he probably thought of saying that before he went in there. Because he knew that they were going to probably say something like this to him. And then, so he probably thought of this answer before he even walked in the room. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he was ready for that. It was not going to be a problem. And, yeah, I think that's good. What's this here? Typing a clip about the audience reaction. Yeah, he's been multiple Modern Warfare lobbies. 50 points to Slytherin. Smart guy. I don't respect his old
Ready
career.
for the jury?
It works.
Yes, sir.
May we approach for just one moment? Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Draco, Malfoy, Giga Chat, Iceman Sanders with the 5 good subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, also designs video games. I wonder, like, he said he saw a clip of it. What if he saw it? Oh my god. What if it was one of the Asmongold clips? Holy shit. That would have been fucking funny. Let me make sure he got more than this 15 minutes. That's very true. Okay.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. I need to get some more drinks, man. I gotta get more from the store. That one's raw? Yeah, I know. I know. What's this here? Check about the messages. They lied. Yeah, they said it was incoming, but I don't know, like, what the context of saying that it was incoming even was.
Seated. Your next question?
Yeah, I have no clue.
Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, all right, there we go. You got featured on iFunny last night? No, there's been a lot of people that have watched the trial stuff. They certainly have. It's been a lot. The TMZ guy works for Twitch Rivals. Tweet at him. Oh my god. So actually, if he works for Twitch Rivals, there is a very good chance it actually could have been because of an Asmongold clip. No fucking shot. Oh my god. You two, I've been pushing you hard. Well, my editors have been going wild, putting up videos and stuff. As I said, there were some Malders. I saw this. People got mad that we're uploading clips about this. Yeah, or XQC. It could be a few other people too, because there's a lot of people that are uploading stuff about it. Exactly. Probably sub. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? No, my editors have been popping off. Like, they've been actually, like, working their fucking ass off getting all this stuff out there. And honestly, it's been going great. I mean, I'm glad. Absolutely. I was putting out this clip like crazy, and I love it. Yeah, 100%. It's like, no matter what it is, like my editors always have a lot of videos out for it, and they always have it out like really, really fast. And so it's actually like a big advantage. One big advantage that we have against like a lot of other news networks and everything is the fact that my editors work faster than Fox News. They work faster than CNN or MSNBC. That's just the truth. They work a lot fucking faster, and because of that, they're able to upload it before then and upload the same clip, and then everybody watches ours. Like, that's what happens. Yeah, a lot less departments. Exactly, yeah, a lot less departments. Whereas not as fast as TMZ. Honestly, I feel like we get a lot of stuff out within 15 minutes. Sometimes less. Especially my clip channel. Let me see. $19 minutes ago, they had out the clip already for the Amber Heard getting fucking utterly owned. Yep, so there you go. It's 19 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. Let's see it. I'm ready. Yeah, speedrunners. Yeah, exactly.
All right, we took care of that, Your Honor.
Legit
Maybe
news sites are
publisher,
sharing
would you
clips
like
on
to see
Google
it?
News apps. Good.
Okay.
It's about time.
What's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it?
I hope you pay your editor as well.
Subject to Your Honor's ruling.
All right. So marked as plaintiff 1305 and used as demonstrative. You can publish to the jury.
What can I say? What can I say about that?
Mr. Neumeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jurors had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish
Okay,
it?
here we go.
No, this.
The volunteers. Yeah. Sorry, 5 good subs. Thank you.
So, Mr. Neumeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one this is 9.3.1. There is a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And
wow, look at that.
Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that really just a little bit
Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, the same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's actually it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Neumeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Okay.
Correct.
Even more of them.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Here we go.
Exhibits 712 and 715 are outside the scope.
How are they outside of the scope?
Your Honor.
Yeah, what do you mean they're outside of the scope? They're photos that were submitted. How the fuck can that possibly be outside of the scope? Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, these guys are not happy. Like, it's awful. She can show it? Yeah, I bet she'll probably be able to show it. He's trying to stop everything? I mean, wouldn't you? Like, that's what I'd try to do, too, if I were him. Holy shit, I'd be so fucking upset about that. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Holy shit. They're fuming. They've been called out. It's just, it's not looking good for them. I'm going to say that, especially whenever he's just proving it. And, like, this guy's not getting mad or upset. He's just saying how it is. Okay, here we go. Let's see it. Let's go.
All right, could we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1306, Tom?
All right.
And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
Play it once through. This is 1306.
Okay, let's see it. I'm ready. Let me at him. Objection, our client's pants are on fire. Yeah.
I would just request, what exhibits are they? I'm sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
12 and 713. All right. Okay, 1306. Then
Here we go.
As identified and published.
Emma's lawyer putting on a phone. Can they do that? I'm sure they can.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
Oh, no.
And Mr. Neumeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's Exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the Bates number, 712 and
That's
713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't. Or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Yep.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors. It keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
Man, dude, he's an expert on colors. Yeah, I know. Well, they're worried because he's about to just keep going. Yeah, he's about to just keep going. Metadata, shut the fuck up. I know. Random bullshit. No, they're trying as hard as they can. They're running out the time. They're doing everything to prevent this guy from talking. And you know what? That's probably a good idea. They should do that as much as possible. Yeah, keeping them CC'd on DR, exactly. They're afraid of the context. Yeah, because the context is going to make them look even bad. Or, sorry, even worse. The transition where the two photos came together was incredible. Yeah, I love how they did that because that's what everybody was doing the other day. It's like all these photos, the side-by-sides, and he just fucking puts them right on top of each other, and it's like, boom, there it is. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Here we go.
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Hard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
They're not going to try to cross-examine this guy, are they?
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Oh, my God.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Nice try. That was a good one.
From the opinions you testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
what other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the actual opinions you testified to.
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor. That was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
Man. I hate to say this, but I think they should get Rotten Boy back up there or somebody else. This guy's an idiot. Yeah, this guy is just, I mean, this is really bad. I mean, why do they have him up there? Like, he's getting rocked. Yeah, the thing is, like, he's just acting like a bitch.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Pardon?
You can answer the question.
Okay.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall a question, Your Honor.
Right.
We can move on.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. What was the question, Judy?
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's.
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy?
Oh, God.
Okay.
Man. He doesn't want to answer now? I bet he remembers the question. I bet he says he doesn't remember it, so he can avoid having this guy answer it in full.
That's fine. Okay.
So, when you're analyzing
Here we
video
go.
or photo, in this
Objection to
It's his
video, Your
own
Honor,
question.
that's beyond the scope.
All right, if you could just answer the question, sir.
when you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd,
How
correct?
could he possibly do that?
That's correct.
How can he know what the intent is?
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
Are you in her brain?
Defendants 170, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, it was
So
accidental.
you offer testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister?
There's
That's a yes or no, sir.
of a photograph like that. I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I've talked about that.
So many
particular
different
photograph.
versions.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. So unprofessional? All right, what was the question? I forgot. I don't know. Yeah, this one's a real one. I know, he's pissed.
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page 76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the page
gotcha.
at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517, or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that proves him wrong.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph,
I feel bad
the
for the
EXIF
guy.
metadata says
This is
Photos
awful
3.0,
for him.
That could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
He's technically right. This guy thought he would get him on a technicality.
So if you could please turn to page 233 of
This
that
is
transcript.
the technicality wizard here. That's not going to happen.
And
technicalities
line 20,
inside
you
of
see a question
technicalities.
When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0, on to 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A change
The file
is
has
not
not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
Yes, it
That's
does.
incorrect.
Yes, it does.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please?
Oh God. He's actually trying to beat
Bottom,
this wizard.
Line 20.
There's
Question,
no
you
way.
see- Question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Neumeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data. Did
you find any evidence in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So it's not a yes or no question.
But you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not asking if anyone else could, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that.
This guy's career.
It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Neumeister. The question is, did you yourself...
Just done.
You
Like,
found
that's it, he's
no
done.
affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because...
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Neumeister. I'm asking about you. Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
There's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it. You're trying to control.
Your Honor, he's not responding to the question.
Could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no answer.
It's not a yes or no question.
That's what I was saying.
Yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Because the absence of evidence is not no evidence.
It is your opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question, because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I'm going to
they actually
hand
thought
up a page from your disclosure.
He actually thought that he could beat this guy. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, he's just not like, yeah, it's like the guy, and it's like everything that he's saying is like technically accurate because the lawyer is trying to catch him on a technicality, but he knows more about it, so he knows technicalities inside of technicalities that he can technically say that will make his answer against the one that he's looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he doesn't even know enough about it to even be able to catch him.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Neumeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
but
further,
we're talking
no further questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Neumeister,
Yes.
a moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, in this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data, and on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond EXIF metadata.
I think you opened the door on the
overruled the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
Here we go.
An iTunes backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell, because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or I mean, not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. they save their phones.
True.
So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases, because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor. All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom, or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right, your next witness.
God. Morgan, excuse me, Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV.
That was fucking brutal.
The TV up.
I just like the audacity of that guy to think that he could actually stop this wizard. There's no chance, no shot, impossible. Okay, here we go. That's crazy. Wow, are we interviewing the microwave that Johnny Depp hit? Thank God. I wanted to see, you know, a first-hand abuse victim's take on this. Okay, let's go. Let's see it. Let's get it. Let's go with it. The cabinet, yeah. That wizard was the last boss? Yeah, I know. Wizard Destroyer.
Ms. Leonard, can you hear
Johnny's
me?
Wizard? Yeah. I bet he probably did.
I can. All right, can you just count to 5 for me so I can get you on the big screen in the courtroom?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Oh, that's close. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Well, start talking. We'll see. Try the first question.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
All right, Ms. Leonard, if you could speak a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
Technical difficulties.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
There she is.
4,
all right.
5.
All right, the lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right, your first question.
Thank you
Let's
very much.
do it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Why were you at the airport?
I worked there.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
I was in the baggage claim area, and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight. And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
And I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Miss Heard's traveling companion do?
Can we evidence this in an airport? Maybe
she
not.
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner. But other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Miss Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
Okay.
How would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Miss Heard and her traveling companion?
I got the abuse stories mixed up.
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, "We're just having an argument. We're fine." Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
objection hearsay. Just objection hearsay to what she's saying.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
Yeah.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from.
Okay.
Asking.
Objection, hearsay.
Right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
How would you generally describe Miss Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
What's going on here? What are we doing? What is this? What is this shit?
Yes, Your Honor.
There we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Leonard, when did you
We good.
Contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
Late last night.
Late last night. Okay. And this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
No, I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
All right. But you...
Okay.
But you you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ah, man. Like, she tried to pull that same bullshit on her. She tried to do that same motherfucking bullshit. What the fuck was that? It's like, what 15 minutes of fame did you even think that you were going for, man? Like, it's just like, what were you thinking that you were trying to do? Yeah. It's some weak shit. Yeah. Like, it's just cringe as fuck. It's like she didn't try to advertise anything. Like, it didn't look like she really got dressed up for the interview. Nothing. She just said, hey, this is what happened, and that was about it. I mean, there was no real context to it beyond that. It was just like, okay, all right, this is what it was. It's fucking stressful. Yeah, exactly. By the way, I saw some losers in chat make negative comments about her appearance. I would respond to them, but I can't anymore because they're banned. And that is what will continue to happen. That's it. You're going to get banned. You type something weird like that, you're going to get banned. I don't want to go through and fucking moralize over this, etc. But if you comment on somebody's appearance in a negative or what we consider to be a hostile way, we're just going to ban you. You're nothing. You're absolutely fucking nothing. And so don't forget that whenever you're typing your shit and making everybody's life worse, is that we will throw you away like a piece of trash, because that's what you are. Anyway, so listen, I feel like a lot of these end witnesses are really, really damning, because these are people who are just completely, they're not any sort of like real bias with them or anything like that. These are just random witnesses and random people that have been brought in, and that's literally all there is to it. So it's like they have this person who tells the story, and then it's like, I think you could make the argument that, like, yeah, sure, maybe the first guy, maybe he wanted a little bit more of the press, right? Maybe he wanted to come on and be on camera. You know, it's obvious that he dressed up to look good. He's wearing a suit. He's dressed well. You know, it's not like he's just doing this, you know, like off the cuff, the same way that the guy the other day did. It was in the trailer area, right? So yeah, he's dressed up, he looks good, he's talking about what he's doing, he expresses his name, etc. But this other woman, she's just literally some woman that got on, she's using a fucking webcam, a built-in webcam for a laptop probably. It's like, they're gonna ask her if she's doing this for her 15 minutes of fame? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? 15 minutes of fame. It was on her phone. Yeah, even on her phone, even more so, right? Yeah, it's just disrespectful. It's like, I can see that people try and do this. A producer of Twitch Rivals. Yeah, but all I'm saying is, like, that other person, the woman, made literally no effort to try to do anything special. She was not really talking about it. She was like, yeah, this happened a while ago, and then that's literally it. I mean, think about all the different ways somebody could have advertised something. They could have a product in the background, that they could do something like that. There's a million other ways, and none of that stuff happened. Exactly. They just want to discredit her without wasting their limited time. Yeah, exactly. They basically, you know what it's like? It's like whenever you see people that go and they'll take like a, it's like in an FPS game, whenever somebody's like a million miles away and they just take a sniper shot, and it's like, what if I hit him?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning.
Isn't that something?
The plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal, and then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim, and so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that.
Okay.
So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, okay?
Okay, let's see what they're going to do now. Because they're probably going to go a little bit farther with the lawyers and shit. But let's see what this is. What's a counterclaim? Yeah, let me see what happens. We go home early? Yeah, sure. Well, let me see why exactly this is. And as when you testify that you saw Amber somewhere in Texas, you took a bottle and violated a homeless person with it? No, I've never seen Amber Heard. Yeah, I never have. I wouldn't even have recognized her, to be honest.
All right, and then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment.
Okay, 7 hours
and
versus...
the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today.
7 hours.
Yes, Your Honor. So here's, I think we just received
7 hours versus 1 hour.
We've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those, and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement.
1
and
hour
either is
left.
sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues.
They can't talk soon? That's
But
right.
actually,
It will get to that point.
Mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to
TMZ
read
guy
what
follows
they
you on
said.
Twitter?
Okay,
That's crazy.
So I have everything. So
Maybe-
I don't have
maybe you're
everything
right.
quite yet. Then
it's not final.
Yeah, maybe you're
but I will
fucking
get it
right.
sometime this evening.
There,
We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
that's
They're
we're
gonna
happy
fight
to
it out?
address those. I think we need an opportunity to see what we. I mean,
What is this?
We sent them our comments 2 days ago, and we just got it 3
I
hours
understand,
ago.
but we have some extra time right
Yeah,
now.
I understand.
So
It's
nobody
just-
leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
That's fair.
I like that. Okay, we'll do that, and the verdict form also. And then
I don't know why this shit's lagging.
if I could
I'll
read
close
Sammy's
this other
handwriting, I'll tell
stream.
you exactly what
Hopefully
he
it'll
said.
work
Sammy, what are you
better.
saying here? Oh yes, we got the 3
Oh my god.
jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well. Okay.
Well, the judge, yeah,
and
she
we'll
just
work
didn't
on
want to deal
Sammy's
with the
penmanship.
bullshit, man.
All right. Anything else?
So to be clear, Your Honor wants to hear the
What is
disputes
the-
right now.
what
or
is
tomorrow?
We could. I mean, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're going to have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you
If
have
this is him
clean.
listing...
And that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get what the disputes are.
Okay,
It's on their end.
for everything,
Let me
right?
see when was the
okay,
last
so
time I
just
changed
stay here
my-
until we get all that.
I
Yeah,
reset my
everything.
computer.
Okay, great. Anything else then?
Computer last
See
got
you in the morning.
reset
Thank you.
25 days ago. So the computer's been on for 25 days straight. Yeah, so that's where we're at. And usually that's about average for me, only 25 days. Oh, I'm not going to reset it tonight either. I burn them up until they're dead, and then I buy a new one. Yeah, I just, that's it. And, yep, that's what I do every single time. Restart shit, Jesus? No, because if you let it restart, then there's something that could go wrong. But you never let it restart, nothing ever goes wrong. That's my thinking with computers, okay? I don't care if I don't care if that's the way it actually works. That's what I do, and that's what in my... Yeah, I do that, exactly, yep. You never let that happen. Domestic PC abuse? One time I've kicked over a PC tower. And it's like, it makes such a satisfying thump sound whenever it falls over, you know? Like, you got just like, boom, and you knock the bitch over. Oh my God, it feels so good. It's just like, thump. You know, it should run BDO in the background. I don't think that's going to happen at all. Oh, wait, yeah, they can. Oh, they might take that out of context, maybe in 20 years, and say, wow, he was talking about a woman, wasn't he? Yeah, that must be it, right? Holy fucking shit. It's actually barely running. I have no idea. Yeah, out of context. Oof, I know, man. It's fucking good. Best Johnny Depp movie so far. It's just holy shit. I feel kind of I feel kind of bad for that one lawyer, man. Like, it was asking the Giga Wizard all of the questions. Like, it just didn't matter how much that guy tried to trap him. Like, it was basically, you know what it reminded me of? It was like Inception, where he was trying to chase him into like different levels of reality, and the guy just kept going deeper, and then at a certain point, the lawyer literally just couldn't follow him anymore because he was on a plane of existence that the lawyer could not even exist inside of. And he was like, okay, I don't even remember my question anymore. Like, this is it. I feel bad. Yeah, he got eaten alive. It was embarrassing, man. Absolutely fucking embarrassing. And, yeah, let's see here. Holy fuck. All right, let's see what the hell this is. I don't know what this is. Oh, I remember that shit? Yeah, he did. Under-leveled? Exactly. I would say so. 100%. Let's see here. The guy made a mega mistake, opened the door to dispute every single photo. He watched the Master Wizard Destroyer and thought, hold my beer, and crashed. Yeah. Yeah, he thought that's what he was going to do. Let me turn this down a bit. And it was a little bit annoying. And, yeah, it was really bad. He's got a background in politics. Lawyers are small potatoes to him. That's true. I mean, this guy, the thing is, like, this guy had been in, he said, like, 600 of these. Like, and you could tell the guy that came up and was questioning him was younger. It's like, this guy has been doing it longer than you've been alive. You're not going to win. Like, this is not going to happen. Like, yeah, it's just not, yeah, 200 in the past 4 years. Yeah, you're not going to win. Like, just go up there, ask the normal questions. Don't try to goof around. You know what I mean? Overall, a good day for Depp. Honestly, I would say that it is overall a very good day for Johnny Depp. The worst part about it was Johnny Depp. Him with the questions and all of that, and the text messages that he had that, you know, are disputed, right? Whether this was him that did the text messages or not, etc. Yeah, I mean, he definitely... you know, he tried to do some own goals, but luckily the rest of his team and the other people, they were able to protect it. And so, yeah, that's kind of what happened. And let me make sure that I mute this a little bit and whatever else. And let's see here. Try to take the man that made the trenches to the trenches. Yeah. The funniest part is asking about the education, where the education for these things barely existed back then. Well, of course. And why do you do something like that? Oh, it's simple. It's out of pure and abject fucking, what's the word for this? Not discipline. Like your desperation. There it is. It's desperation. You are trying whatever you can. Please, I just want to try to catch him on something. I want to get him on something. It's got to be like one thing or another, right? That's it. Johnny Depp's team has 7 hours, and Amber Heard's team has 1 hour. Yep, that's right. 1 hour and 16 minutes. So they're running out on a lot of their time. And to put it into context, today they used 2 hours. So they literally cannot talk and can't do anything for less than they did today, and by a tremendous amount. And so, yeah, because yesterday they said it was 3. Amber's lawyers were super childish, asking, is this for TV and fame? I think it would be a more fair. I think it was stupid of Elaine to call them out on that, but not to drill down on the guy from the trailer. Because the guy from the trailer talked a lot about his business, and she could have made a much stronger argument that he was there for personal reasons than even the Tremaine guy, and especially, that mom or whatever that they called at the end. Like, she just fucked up. Yeah, she did. Yeah, but, like, not really, though. I mean, like, she didn't really drill down on it the same way that she did with the other two. She just said that at the beginning. She didn't emphasize the fact that he talked about his businesses and what the names for them were. Like, she could have done a much better job. Like, think about it like this. If the Wizard Destroyer was there, what would the Wizard Destroyer have done? I think that we know. Yes, I think that we know exactly what would have happened. And Unmute Podcast, I don't know. This is just a...
that someone would have to be that active with...
Yeah, this is just people talking about it, etc., right? Did I miss it? Yes, you did. You missed it. Obviously, clips are already up on YouTube. As soon as, like, later on, whenever the stream is over, whenever I go offline later on, it will reset, and you guys will be able to watch the VOD as well with the chat and everything like that. It would have been a slaughter, dude. Yeah, exactly. And should have hired Saul Goodman. I mean, something. TMZ guy is your follower on Twitter. Let me see. I'll take a few seconds here, and I'll look at a few things on Reddit, and then we'll go from there and talk about some other stuff too, because there's quite a number of things that I need to get through. And actually, yeah, there's actually this one tweet that I was going to look at today. This was kind of funny. I actually saw this yesterday, and so I'll get a chance to look at it as well. There's been a number of other things that have happened. I think that in general, it is kind of unlikely that it's kind of unlikely that kind of stuff is going to go anywhere, in terms of Johnny Depp actually winning. I find it to be maybe not necessarily unlikely, but it's difficult to prove necessarily this stuff is true, right? I mean, like, you just don't really know 100%. And let's look back over here. Elden Ring with McConnell. If McConnell's around, I'll be down to do Elden Ring with him in a bit. I just don't know if he's around. And yeah, I want to finish a few more things and talk about it, and then yeah, if he's on, I'm down to do Elden Ring. It depends. TMZ guy applied to OTK according to tips. Where'd you read that? Where did tips say that? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, where did he say that? And they proved Amber's evidence for fake and crafted. That's a good point in my opinion. Yeah, I think so. In chat, let me see here. User. Okay, let me just go ahead and see here. That guy applied to OTK? Yes, he did. I was not asking that question legitimately. I knew that. Tips, I saw your message in our group chat. I just didn't want to say that in case somebody was baiting me into saying that by offering a false confirmation as to give me an idea that it's okay to say it because somebody else had. Yes, he did apply to OTK. Yes, that's correct. And yeah, there we go. That's why I check. You thought you're going to get me, you're not going to get me. All right? I know plenty of stuff that people are going to try to do, etc. Elden Ring mod for multiplayer. Yes, on the 27th, the mod comes out, and that's whenever we're really going to be able to pop off. And I don't know if we're going to have to replay or not. I have no idea, but we'll find out then. What's this here? Trial's important. What's this here? Society-wise? Yeah, I think it clearly is. Absolutely. And let's go back over here, and we're going to look at this. So, roast someone so hard they delete their account. So, oh yeah. There were a few other people like this that happened. Yeah, there was some furry that was talking shit to me for some reason. And all the hate DMs that account probably got from his followers, most likely reason he deleted his account. It's not a good thing. Online bullying is just like any crazy group trying to drown a critic with fire. The thing is, like, if you come out, like, I don't feel bad for people that get shit on. Because if you come out swinging, and then somebody fires back at you, you shouldn't have entered the arena. don't get into the middle of the arena if you don't want to get hit. Don't do it. Like, you could literally just not commented. You could have just liked somebody else's comment. But no, you had to go in there, and then you have the audacity to cry that other people are being mean to you. Meanwhile, you were being obnoxious in the first place. Talk shit, get hit. That's the way it fucking goes. I think these people have such a fucking disconnected view of reality, that this is somehow acceptable or normal that they can act this way. It's so obnoxious, man. I hate it. He was being a dick. Yeah, he was being a dick and he got dicked. That's the way it goes. People got pissed off at me the other day. Now, I saw this, and, you know, you see these comments pretty regularly. It's not really a big surprise. Let's see if I can find this anywhere here. Profile. And there are people that were mad about this, right? And let's see here. Apparently, Cody's mom watches me, too. And this is a person, people are mad. It is weird using trial and hating on Amber's content. And I responded back to this individual, and I said, if this upsets you, just wait until you see what I have planned next. And so, and then he goes, he's like, he gave it, is it appropriate in my opinion? He's like, explains this whole thing, right? And then all I do is I just say, okay, right? Like, that's it. Okay, right? I mean, like, that's, yes, you have been acknowledged. Like, this has been, all right, I've heard what you had to say, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, okay. And then he's like, okay, as in you agree? Like, I mean, do you agree? Like, are you going to validate what my opinion is? I mean, come on. Like, listen, it's just, like, that's the way it goes. People are going to get upset. They're going to get pissed off about this shit. That's all there is to it. Yeah, new song, I didn't punch you or hit you. I mean, that's probably what it is, man. And you gave him a platform. How nice. Yeah, sure. I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter to me a whole lot whether people agree with what I'm doing or not. The reason why it doesn't matter is because they don't matter. And so I'm just going to keep doing what I want to do, and that's it. And if people don't like it, they don't have to watch, but I think a lot of people do like it, and that's why a lot of people watch. And so that's all it comes down to. This opinion was completely wrong. This is not, the thing is, I'm not going to...
Hello?
Hey, do you want to play in a bit?
I agree with you doing this.
About what?
On anything. I don't agree.
With what?
Any of it.
Any of what?
Any of what you're doing.
What am I doing?
All of it.
Man, that's pretty bad. I don't know, guys. Should I rethink everything I'm doing and all of it? I mean, like, yeah, it's like apparently, I guess, you know, Amber must have got to McConnell or something. I don't know. Yeah.
What?
I mean, that's got to be it, right? I mean, it's got to be it. Sure, yeah, I've got to rethink everything from the ground up, guys. Makes a good point, yeah. I mean, there you go. Let me look at a few more of these, and then yeah, McConnell, if you want to play, I'm down to do some of the game. And
what if we did Mythic Castle Nathria though?
We will. You know when?
Next week when the patch comes out, right?
That's right. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. The patch comes out 9.25 comes out next fucking week. And whenever it does, we can actually, as Alliance players, we've been oppressed for years. Let's be honest. Alliance players, we've been oppressed. We've lived down in the ditches. There are over 100 guilds on the Hall of Fame. The Alliance has 9. It's not good, man. And we're gonna finally be able to come out and be ourselves again. We're gonna be able to play with everybody again. It's gonna be great. And I'm very fucking excited, man. In the trenches, yeah. Not next week. Season 4 doesn't start for months. That's not what I said. 9.25 is whenever they enable cross-faction grouping. Season 4 does not happen until later. But we want to do Castle Nathria now. That way we can get all of the transmog. And what better way to do Castle Nathria than be being carried by a bunch of Horde Gigachats? So yeah, I think it's going to be totally fucking fun.
Oh, don't call them gigachats.
Well, you're right. They're meta farm. They're meta followers. Exactly. No, you're totally right.
Yes.
Because they're going around trying to do exactly the right thing that everybody else is doing and being good boys, doing all that stuff. It's just really fucking annoying, man. Yeah, I can't believe it. Let me look back over and see. There's actually a song, I Didn't Punch You, on YouTube. It's got 200k views. Oh, I'm sure people make meme songs like that all the time. But yes, there have been people who have been unhappy about my behavior, etc. I actually like it whenever people are mad at me because I can use them for content. And so as long as that's happening and they're being funny, like basically the only thing I don't like is whenever somebody's mad and they don't really get mad. They're just expressing a moderate distaste for something because I can't really make fun of them. I can't really turn it into comedy. It's just like, okay, you don't like this? All right, okay. So it's unfortunate, right? But like whenever somebody really gets pissed off, right? They're fucking furious. That's something that makes it to the Reddit, and that's what we got to look at. You know, that's the fun stuff. And what's this here? Oh, I can't believe he didn't laugh at Friends. Does Domain even have a sense of humor? Nobody laughed at Friends. Let's be honest. Except for the laugh track. Dies of laughter? Yeah, exactly. Post-traumatic stress disorder gets cured whenever Johnny Depp talks about her abuse. Well, I mean, listen. I wouldn't take any of that very seriously. I'll tell you that for sure. Is the cross-faction thing happening this week? Yeah, probably. Oh my god. Some of my favorite trial characters? Yeah. Just like the names I've invented for them. I enjoy that. The War Master, Big Smoke. Oh my god. Big Smoke, the Wizard Annihilator. I know, man. And it's just like, look at his face, man. Look at that. Bro, this is a guy that doesn't care about how many degrees you have. It doesn't matter to him how much... You've been an expert for 40 years? Yeah, well, who gives a fuck? Yeah, it's about it. Yeah, he's cracked. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. Coming for your soul. There you go, man. Just a second. I gotta look at some more of these. My fan art for Asmongold. Imagining Asmongold as a character from Runeterra. I actually like this. I think this looks pretty good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at that. Holy fuck. That looks very good. That's extremely generous on the hair. You know, we still need to get that hair transplant at one point or other, so hopefully that'll happen. I don't know entirely if I want to get a hair transplant or not, but it's something that I am considering. Yeah, that's basically it. I am at least considering it. So let's go back down here. Dr. Hines, Fusion Front. I don't know what the fuck that guy's name is, dude. Versus Johnny Depp. Yeah, there you go. Experts who tell the truth versus those who just want the paycheck. Well, I think that also it's not people that just want the paycheck. Bro, like, what's this guy's face, man? Look at his fucking face. Oh my god. Like, why does he do that? Like, what was he doing with his fucking face acting this way? It was so weird. Yeah, do it, mollusk. Yeah, calling, yeah, fucking Elon Musk mollusk. Holy shit. And yeah, obviously, I feel like I don't know which one of these is the least credible. I think probably her, because she has an agenda behind what she's doing. And I think this one was just kind of a moron. And this guy was just an asshole. Yeah, I think she was absolutely the worst. The other one, yeah, middle one? No, at least the middle one was good content. Yeah, she was just awful. That's all I've got to say about that. Let's see here. Oh, I saw this earlier. I've got to pull this up here. Mischief. This is the guy that originally made the video about Quantum TV. Well, anyway, it just, you know, as a recap on all of that, Quantum TV made a video about Elden Ring, said it was bad, and if you disagree with him that it was bad, you should kill yourself. Pretty interesting technique. We don't see that used a lot with videos, but he decided to employ that. And he copyright struck Mischief, and Mischief took down his video, and then basically Actman, me, and a few other people had all kind of promoted his channel so he gets more subs in Quantum TV, and he did. So there you fucking go. We got his 100,000 subs. Yeah, he's got 161,000. There you fucking go. Concrete is mostly sand, so big buildings are just sand castles. Yep, that's about right. Comments on school shooting yesterday. I probably don't want to look at that right now. The XTMC guy is actually an Asmongold watcher. He follows Asmon on Twitter. So there is a good chance he actually, this whole thing happened because of the Asmongold Clips channel. Oh my god.
I mean, is that really that weird?
Yes.
I feel like you're pulling like 200,000 viewers every time you watch the trial.
A lot of people like watching.
I know, but what I'm saying is I don't think it's that weird, right?
It's
am I crazy?
Okay, how about surreal? Is that a better word?
Surreal is way better.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
That's way better.
Cliff Stores, yeah, it's still crazy. 260K a day? Yeah, well, a lot of people like watching it. It's like, again, I think that people want to see just kind of a fair take on it, right? A fair take on it that's simultaneously not just completely uninformed, but it's not, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, right? I mean, I think that everybody knows this. I was going to be a lawyer, but then I decided to play World of Warcraft instead and make videos about it. However, that's basically what I was going to do, and explaining that to my dad. My dad, not going to law school, dropping out of a degree, and I'm gonna make videos about World of Warcraft. And he's like, really? And I said, yep. He's like, okay. And so yeah, it was hard for him to really get into that. Yeah, exactly. And repeating stories, exactly. I repeat stories all the time. That's all my content anyway. Let's go back over. We'll look at some of this other stuff too. I actually saw, speaking of something stupid, let's take a look at, let me scroll down to see if there's anything else. Amelia Clark, I mean, Keanu Reeves, oh my God. Okay, let's see if I can find the rest of this. Rottenborn, his new ad for his law offices, free birthday clown service with any paid legal services. Okay, let's see here. I'm out of words. Okay, Skyrim mods are getting wild. All right, let's see this. Wow, chills, comrade. Chills. Oh my God. As I said, guys, I think that we are in for the next 2 years. I feel like we'll probably get some news about an Elden Ring DLC within the next 6 months or so, right? And we are in for a golden period of gaming because there are going to be so many mods for Elden Ring that people are going to be able to play. And it's going to be just like Dark Souls 3. Elden Ring is going to be the new foundation that Dark Souls 3 was for modding, and it's going to be fucking amazing. We're going to have all new bosses created by the community. It's going to be fucking amazing, dude. I'm very, very excited about it. I want Bloodborne 2. There is a chance that I don't think that you do want Bloodborne 2. I think that if you want Bloodborne 2, you don't deserve it. Because Bloodborne 1 was a perfect story from start to finish. It had an ending, and I think the ending was definitive. Like, you can say, all right, that's it. It's fucking done. And yeah, that's what I think. I don't think that every single thing, like Super Troopers didn't need a Super Troopers 2. Half of the other fucking 90s and 2000s comedies didn't need a reboot in 2019 because the fucking directors in the production studio ran out of ideas.
Well, I mean, I disagree with that one because... Okay, no, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I disagree with the Super Troopers. Like, they could have... If they didn't wait 20 years to make Super Troopers 2, it could have been really good. But they waited so long, and then it was just, you know, the humor didn't land the same, so they, you know, it fucked up.
Yeah. I guess that's true, yeah. And what about games like Legend of Zelda, Final Fantasy? I don't know. I feel like God of War didn't need a new game, but it still did absolutely amazing. Listen, if they ever make another Bloodborne, I'd be fine with it. I'd play it, right? I just don't think that they need one. That's all I'm really trying to... Oh my God. Ooh, what the... Bro, that's a... Did you know how I got these scars face? Look at that. Holy fuck. Oh my God. All right, what's this here? And hashtags Little Women, like, oh, but what about the site? Yeah, I remember. The thing is, Bill Burr, making Bill Burr quotes on Twitch is a little bit dangerous, let's be honest. Sekiro is perfect as it is, start from finish. Exactly. Only a wizard can defeat a witch. Oh my fucking God. That actually is true. Okay, Asmongold touched his cock on stream. Yeah, so this guy right here, I wanted to make some comments on this before I do anything else. So this was an individual here. If you work on a video game that uses modern day firearms to shoot other humans, you need a real hard look in the mirror tonight. Thank God.
Man.
Let me see what this is. Yep, there he is. And let's see if I can find him. And I want to show you guys, there's actually a picture of him on the internet. You guys might remember him. He was actually very popular. This is Russ. Russ actually dyed his hair because his hair actually used to be silver and gray. And he was very popular back there in the like the 90s and the 2000s. He was a very big activist for you know, talking about how video games would make people kill each other and all kinds of stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, we've already had this happen before. So this is a person right here who, and you can see how this person uses their language. I really don't want to hear this from a Warhammer 40k fan. And this is a guy. Wait, what? His back. Come on, man. Like, it's. Why?
Bruh.
Why do you do this? Like. Why? Like, what's the. What? Like, why? Like. What are you trying to do here? And it's like, yeah, you can say, oh, they're not modern day firearms. Oh, no, these guns, no, the chainsaws are, it's not that same thing because Space Marines are like genetically engineered, fucking super soldiers, and I'm not talking about that. It's a completely different thing. Like, shut up. Holy fuck, this guy's a hypocrite. It's just like, I don't want to fucking hear about it. Like, the thing is that people that think that video games cause people to be violent, this has been disproven for years. The guy's a moron for even bringing it up. And I think that, you know what really fucking annoys me about stuff like this and morons like this?
Say it.
Is that they devalue and they pollute the actual conversation with their stupid fucking opinions. They pollute the actual conversation of how can we have more reasonable common sense gun control? How can we have better controls for mental health? How can we have better accountability for the offices that oftentimes let these people go unchecked even though they were identified as potential threats such as the FBI? And they pollute the fucking water, they serve as a red herring, and they waste everybody's fucking time with their stupid goddamn opinions. Shut the fuck up, Russ. You have no idea what you're talking about. Nobody cares what you have to say. You immediately discredit yourself with your own fucking cover images and the fact that you played a game, World of Warcraft, you were a director on a game. Well, I wonder what somebody would tell about you whenever we had a bunch of fucking race issues, whenever World of Warcraft, at its very core, is built on race wars. But nobody's saying that about you, Russ, because everybody knows it's bullshit. Shut your fucking mouth. What a joke. What an absolute joke.
That was good. That you delivered that with about as much anger as I needed you to. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pathetic, man. Absolutely fucking pathetic. What a pussy. I can't believe it. Look at the replies under a tweet. Why would I care about his replies? It's everybody else saying the same thing that I'm saying. Yeah, it's everybody else saying the exact same fucking thing. And that's what it is. And got left chat a long time ago. I feel like this is it's going to be an ongoing issue. And I think that there are a lot of obvious things that you can talk about with like issues like this. And you just have people like that polluting the airwaves, you know, bringing in their own little pet issues to try to moralize to people and this other stupid shit. Just stick to copy pasting a post from somebody else, okay? Don't think for yourself. It's not working out very well. And let's see here. Violence is a tool. Bring in 40k discredits its opinions about violence in games. It's just the guys. TMZ made a tweet. If you have a tweet for me to look at, you have to send it to a mod, and a mod can link it to me, okay? There's really cool art of you and Iron Mouse in the subreddit that you may have missed. Okay, let's see if I can find it. I'll scroll down a little bit. Go ahead.
By the way, he is the former lead rewards designer for WoW.
Thank God it's former. Thank God. Big W, Blizzard. Huge W. Good job, guys. Yeah, makes a lot of sense, exactly. Let's see if I can find any more of this stuff. Scrolling down. Fucking cyberbullying real. Oh, yeah, I know. People say this. Like, here's the thing, right? Is that there are some people that get upset about this kind of stuff, right? About the cyberbullying and everything. And I don't know. Maybe he's going to try to claim that shit too, right? He's going to try to say, oh, I'm being attacked because I made a public post and people are responding to it publicly. I can't believe this is so fucking ridiculous. I hate that shit. And it's just absolute pussy shit. And good truth, yeah. It's like here's what I will say every single time. is that if somebody approaches me publicly, I will approach them. I will respond to them publicly. And that's what it goes. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I actually think that what's wrong with it is whenever people think that they have immunity because they have some fucking twisted idea in their mind that they can punch up at you, but the moment that you try to retaliate or defend yourself or counter them or give any rebuttal to what they're saying, then somehow they're being attacked and bullied. So overall, I think this can be true and it cannot be true. And I think that, like, he's not completely wrong. Yeah, let me see here. Stab Murph. All right, let's see what this is real quick. I'll pull it up here. Oh, okay. Little bit of it. You guys want encore? So busy today. I didn't get into the Battlefield. Didn't get to shoot some dudes. Battlefield 3 at lunch. This was in 2011. I think that this is, I mean, honestly, this is a, I mean, the guy is... I mean, this is from literally 10 years ago, right? I mean, like,
there's a more recent one from 2017. Obviously, like...
The guy's an idiot.
Look,
we don't need to go out of bounds to say that. He's already an idiot. Like, I'm not going to go back over 10 years about tweets and be like, oh, wow, you counteracted yourself. Like, you said this then, you said that now. Whose opinion on everything hasn't changed in 10 years? Probably people that are dumb. And so, yeah. You never claimed cyberbullying wasn't real? No, and I think this is a very important fact, and I have to bring this up, is that there are a lot of people out there who they don't realize that whenever you have a public image, whenever you're out there in public, you, in a lot of ways, open yourself up for criticism. And it is the good type of criticism and also the bad type of criticism. And that's ultimately what happens. And there's a lot of people out there that like to shovel out their fucking opinions all the time and then simultaneously fucking cry whenever anybody disagrees with them. It feels bad to be disagreed with. I don't know how many fucking hate threads I've had on like live stream fails, on 4chan, on other different forums everywhere, YouTube videos, on Twitter, etc. I never get any of that shit taken down. And there are some of it that I probably could. I could message mods and have them remove it, etc. Because people are going to talk. I mean, they're going to talk. It's what's going to happen. Most Pokefears consider even positive criticism as negative ones. I very rarely see that. And I think that it's very frustrating for me because whenever I talk about the inevitability, and that's really what it is, the inevitability of cyberbullying and criticism with that is not constructive, like, oh, you're ugly, you're fat, you're a loser. Like, this isn't really helping anybody unless they're in, modeling or bodybuilding business. And even then, I think it's fucking obvious they have a mirror. And so, anyway, it's these things happen. And you have to acknowledge that they happen, and giving people advice on how to prevent them from happening and how to deal with them happening is not making it okay. Does that make sense? And I think there's a lot of content creators that don't fucking understand that, and it's honestly embarrassing. I don't think it has the opinion for it to be bullying, though. Yeah, exactly. And also, like, I'm talking specifically right now about content creators and people that put opinions out there, right? If you put an opinion out there, you're going to have people that disagree with your opinion. Thank you for saying that. And so some people are way too disrespectful, and whenever you get called out, they complain and cry about it. Thank you for saying this. Listen, people are going to call me out for shit that I say that's wrong. And the thing is, like, I've just gotten used to it, right? Like, for example, I said yesterday or 2 days ago that I thought Switzerland required everybody to have a gun. I thought this. People said, no, you're wrong. You're a fucking idiot. Well, I was wrong. I was a fucking idiot. Like, that's it. And so there are times where I think something, and then it turns out that the thing that I think is not true, and then I don't think that anymore because I realize it's not true. Like, that's the way it goes. And so people that don't, they're going up, it took me 3 seconds, right? People said it's not true, that's it. And that's the way it goes. And people that don't understand that, I think they're the ones that really kind of, go off the deep end. They're the ones that go crazy, and they're the ones that get into there, right? And you don't always have a, I hate using this word, a good take on things, right? You don't always have a good take on things. However, it's important to try to work towards understanding what the truth is if you're trying to talk about something. I think so. That works when you don't go to school with those people. Exactly. And this is like a big issue, right? And like, how many of you guys, this is like an open-ended question. How many of you guys have like younger, maybe kids or like siblings or cousins or just people you know that are still in like middle school, especially probably your high school, that have gotten cyberbullied by people at their school and nothing really happened from it? Yeah, well, like, if you guys had this happen, like, I've seen this happen to me. Oh, it's happened to you. Yeah, there you go. Two daughters, yep. It sucks, man. It really does. And, yeah, absolutely. Got bullied in person online, and I didn't shoot up the school. This has nothing to do with it. Nobody was implying that it was anything like that. I don't know who you're talking to. Anyway, so let's go back over. We're going to read a few more of these. This is 2012 before normies found the internet. I would argue that 2012 is a completely different internet. Because in 2012, your internet identity was separate from your personal identity as a human. And I think that more and more as time has gone on, those two things have converged. And your existence and your experience and your presence online is one and the same of your existence and experience and presence in real life. So I do think that things have legitimately changed, and the 2012 argument being normies, I think is partially true, but at the same time, I think that there is legitimacy to it as well. So yeah. Let me go back over and read this. Can you remember to wait? There's a little bit more to that. Yes, there is obviously more to it than that. I know Train's talked about this a lot before. I actually have a video that I'm going to watch that Trainwreck's made. We're not going to watch it today. Probably watch it this weekend or so, where he talks about like some of the gambling stuff and all of that, because this has been an ongoing conversation. I feel like not anymore though. I think everybody that doesn't like gambling streams at this point has already just stopped watching gambling streams. Like, that's it. Problem solved. They're not doing it anymore, and it's not that anymore. And how long until they return? Gambling stream? Me? I'm probably not going to do a gambling stream, man. It's not something I really enjoy. I don't like doing them.
What do you mean probably?
Probably. Like, okay. You're right. I did not really mean probably. I have no intentions whatsoever to do a gambling stream at any point in time. Yeah. Like, sorry, I usually say that. Probably, I never like ruling things out, because then people will try to like catch you on it. But yeah, I don't plan on doing it. And it's not because, like, oh, I'm so, like, morally worried about it. I just don't like doing it. Like, that's it. I don't like doing it. Now, would I maybe hang out with somebody on their gambling stream or something? Like, I don't know, maybe. But, like, I don't really care that much. Like, I'm not, like, morally opposed, and I'm not, like, super upset about this. I don't really give a shit that much. I don't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that's about it. What's this here? What about a video game stream? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, what do you? Hey, how about that one? When do you? When is the next time we're gonna see a fucking an 8-hour video game? You playing a video game stream? When is that gonna happen? Is that gonna happen anytime soon? Can we see you play some actual video games on your video game stream that you like? Hello.
Yep, there's a lot of people who have really wanted me to play this game. It's Metal Gear Revengeance. I'm going to try this one out. I'm going to play this one pretty soon. But as I said, I will, you know, probably after we finish, like, all the fucking Elden Ring shit and everything. Do you want to try that V Rising game out, by the way?
I haven't really looked into it. I don't know.
It's a lot like Valheim, but you don't have like the overall progression. And like I like FreeJam talked to me like we have like a server, and I haven't moved my character or moved over to that server, and so I might play it. I played it a little bit off stream to just like get an idea of it. And
like a private server or what?
No. It's kind of like it's like Valheim, where like you have each person has like their own map, except for the map isn't proc-gen, isn't procedurally generated. And they're all the same because it's an early access. And on top of that, the characters' items don't transfer from server to server.
Right. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah.
I don't really. I mean,
it unironically is pretty decent. I mean, it's actually pretty decent. Like from what.
Yeah.
From what
I just want to make sure like it's not a private server.
No.
Because then you have to connect to the
no
person's thing,
absolutely
and
not.
they,
No IPs,
like,
nothing like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, is that correct? Actually, let me double check on that for you, because we have like a separate server, so we might only be able to join certain servers if that's a concern. I'm not 100% sponsored. I might have a sponsor for it. I don't know. To be honest, I played it one day, and then I messaged the guy that gets me sponsors, and I said, actually, you know what? Maybe I might want to actually play this game for a sponsor. So yeah, that's full fucking discretion. That's what happened. There are hosted servers, private servers, and solo games available so far. Yeah, that's basically it. And let's see. I'll scroll down, look at a few more of these. Okay. What's this?
taking a shit or dancing?
Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Like, yeah, I have no fucking idea what that was. Yeah, it's just,
When did you do that?
I don't even know. I have no fucking idea. Just a random ass shit. And oh man, this is actually, this makes me so happy. Cursor now has it. Wow. That's great. This is one of the best things about MMOs right now, is that World of Warcraft has actually been able to innovate and steal other ideas from other MMOs. You know how you can change like your cursor in Lost Ark? Well, you can do that now in 9.25. I hope that they allow you to have like a circle around the cursor and a few other things too. Absurdities, thank you very much for the 10 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think that's a great fucking thing. And obviously this is fucking amazing. Like, this is really, really fucking cool. And as I said, I am so excited about the new MMOs that are going to be coming out, and like all the new different Elden Ring stuff that's going to be like the mods and all of that. I don't know if I want to go with a with like Terraria. I'm not sure if I'd really like it too much. What's this here? Twitch advertisers, please encourage Twitch to ban unregulated online casino live streams. Let's see what this is. It's a YouTube video. How many views does it have? 60 views. Okay, this is probably a change.org petition, and it looks like it's got 461 signatures. Yeah, as I said before, I think that the people that dislike gambling are actually, there's not that many of them. And even if there are a lot of them, there are even more people that like gambling. So that's the way it goes. I don't make the rules. I just say that. Some guy spam donated that to XQC. Wow, I could have never guessed that. I wonder how much money that cost. I wonder where that money went. Who could possibly know? McConnell, you want to play some Elden Ring?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's do a little bit of it.
Yeah.
I hope that we don't have to, like, I'm really worried that, like, whenever we go, and we do the fucking mod, that it's gonna mess up, our save.
Who cares? We're like 20 minutes into the game.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, we'll probably do, like, the castle today or some shit, right? And it's like, well, how far is that really gonna get us? Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Let me go back over and try this here. You have to start a new one. It will literally take us probably, we could probably get back to where we were at within like an hour. Yeah, probably an hour. And we could just speed run right fucking through it. Yeah, speed run, that's 4 minutes into the game. Yeah, mods in 2 days. So for you guys that don't know, we've been doing, McConnell and I have been doing Elden Ring co-op. And we're going to beat the whole game. I'm playing a completely different fucking build, which is really kind of weird for me. But I'm going to do it. I've been playing Magic. And I have never played Magic, just for context. Bodego, thank you for 50 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. I have never played Magic in any From Software game ever. It has never happened. So I'm a little bit uncertain about how this is going to go, but we'll find out. Let me make sure that I log on and I do all of that. All right, that's okay. I'm going to host them for that. I think that's happening in like an hour and a half or something. But right now I'm going to focus on this. Oh, like OTK game night. Well, I told them I'd probably do that, or at least
OTK game night?
I know.
What's that? I've never heard of that. What is that? Can you explain what that might be?
Sure, yeah. It's a game night that I do with my org, OTK, One True King, and we get together every Wednesday or so, and different people in the org can, you know, and people that are not in the org as well, can come in and play games together and just have a little bit of fun. Yeah, imagine that, guys. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to tune into that tonight.
It's lit.
When is that going to be again?
An hour and a half, I think. Probably a little bit more than that, realistically. I think that's it. Yeah. Let me go back over. All right. Okay, so where were we? So we were right over here, and let me get back on my horse. Let's see if I can do this. Where were you when you did a Magic build? Well, I was at the beginning of the game. But let's see. I think I need to... Let me talk.
We just killed the horse guy.
Yeah,
Knight Rider.
Yeah, the Knight Rider. And let me reset this, and I'll make sure that I have food and everything so I can summon you. Okay. Let's get this done. I think that, you know what we should do, is we should go into the, remember, like, there's a cave in, like, this general area that has a bunch of smithing stones?
No, I don't. Honestly, dude, when I stopped playing, I forgot literally everything about this game.
Oh, so it's a blind playthrough again.
Yeah, this is pretty much like a. Well, it's a. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Oh, right. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, it was just not good. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna craft some of these, and let's see here. Craft 6 of these. There we go. And I think I'll be able to summon you. Let me go back. I've got to make sure that we turn on Chris Hansen for this one. For anybody that doesn't know, we have the image. Where is it? Right here. And that way I have to type something in chat. And I don't want to have him join or other people randomly join. Okay, multiplayer and... Oh, okay, it's the same. The password's the exact same. You can just put your thing down.
Oh, shit.
What? Okay, let me use my thing. Inventory, and where is it? Right there, alright, good.
It should be there. You should see it.
Yeah, let me see if I find it. Yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay, let's go. And, let me get him in here. Let's cancel on Twitter now? Oh, me? Yeah, I know. There was one time I did get canceled on Twitter. I didn't know it, but then somebody had to tell me that it happened, and like as soon as I found out, I didn't really know what to do. It's like whenever you get canceled like that, do you just stop streaming, everything like that? I have no idea. Hey,
dude.
What?
Man, it's so, dude. I think it's so hard not to imagine that. Never mind. I don't want to get political. Let's just play the game.
No, go ahead.
Because I'll bitch about it. I don't want to upset your new trial viewers. You know.
Okay, yeah, sure, all right. And everyone, 2 years. Thank you guys. Yeah, I know that there's been a lot of people that subbed, have been supportive for the whole trial thing. It's been pretty fucking insane, honestly. Okay, you see him?
What? No, I don't.
Okay, he's right over there. He's over there. You see him now?
No, I don't see him.
Okay, he's gonna shoot. There it is. All right.
But we got invaded, bro.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
Wait, oh, there's a tree up here. There's a tree. Let's get the tree. Actually, no, we can't get the tree. We have to go get here. Okay, so... All right. Let's get the tree. That guy will be fine. He's not gonna hit me. Okay. I'm good. Can you get up there?
Dude, I can't get up there, bro.
Okay, all right. What if I go... Oh, my God.
You need your horse.
Nope, I got it. Oh! Fuck, it hit me. Okay, it hit me. All right, focusing. Let me get this real quick.
Dude, I can't get up there.
All right, I got my seed. I got my seed. Wait, there is one. Wait, it's a Godric soldier. Okay, all right.
Where's the seed? You took
I got the seed. I got it. It's fine.
One
it's safe.
seed.
It's safe. It's safe. It's okay.
Hey! Where's he at? Oh.
Get him. There it is. Don't let him roll, man. Don't let him roll. Bro, he's just a random mob. Okay, good hit. Do you want me to come in there?
He has a longer reach than me, dude.
Okay. All right, good. Nice. If he wants to do this, like, let's go. Let's get him.
Ow!
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Ow!
Just kite him. Okay.
Oh!
Shit, he's rolling. Watch out.
Ah!
Fuck. Okay. Okay. I didn't think it hit me from there. Okay. Okay. Stop healing! Okay. How the fuck? Got him. Come on. Bro, I'm so sick of this guy. I'm actually so sick of this guy. I'm so sick of this shit.
Why do they get to heal so much?
And how does he have so many flasks? God damn it, man. Oh my god. He's hacking? I don't know. He's sword and staff? I don't have any of the other weapons, man. Okay, let me see here. Count on 5, he gets more after killing people? I didn't know it was that many. That's crazy. Okay, let me use the thing. I wish we could turn off getting invaded and just be able to do co-op. It's unfortunate that's not the case. Okay, let me go back and resummon you. Yeah, it's very annoying. Yeah, was that a real person? Yeah, it was a real person.
The devs very much intended this to be a single-player thing, for sure, unless you needed help.
Bear comes out on 27th. Yeah, exactly. Stream Max 2, you're invading a flash or two whenever you kill Phantom? Really? Use sword on one hand, staff on the other? I wouldn't beat him sword to sword. I wouldn't beat him. Like, he did more damage, he had more poise, it wouldn't have happened. If I couldn't break his poise and make him stagger with just one attack, there's no way it would have happened to anything else. Embrace it, host Fight Club. No, I'll probably just, as soon as we can figure out a way to, like, not have that happen, we will. Like, I like the invaders, and like, it can be fun sometimes, but it becomes, what's the word for it? Tiresome, right? Because, like, it'll happen, like, constantly. That's the only thing I don't like. Okay, let's go back over here. All right, we can easily kill this guy. It's tedious. Yeah, it's tedious. Okay, so... Ooh. Okay, I should be fine. Okay. There's also, you have to keep in mind that, like, a lot of the people that play, like, characters like that invade at low levels, they're twink characters. So, like, it's a character that has, like, a, you know, a plus, like, 7 weapon, or it has, like, a, you know, 9 flasks.
People were, like, you know how I read all the comments in the videos?
Unfortunately, yes.
People were debating whether or not that one guy in the bull goat armor was twink or hacking.
Yeah, he's obviously a twink. Bull goat armor is like the highest poison game. Okay, all right. Yeet! Oh my god! I don't know what I was thinking. I don't. I'll resummon you. Let me just fucking resummon you. I'm gonna resummon him. Like, what was I thinking? I just didn't think it would kill me. The reason why I thought it wouldn't kill me is because the other hit didn't kill me. So I did math in my head, and I thought to myself, well, that only did, you know, 30%, 35% of my health, so I can take another one, and even if I do, it's okay, because I've got more health. Apparently, it didn't fucking work that way. All right, let's go back over here. I'm gonna pick these up real quick, and that way I can keep summoning McConnell. This thing's quite annoying. All right, here we go. You didn't calculate if there were crits? I'm pretty sure Elden Ring doesn't have crits, does it? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, let's go. Let's do this again. It does? Headshots with bows? Oh, really? I didn't even know that. What the fuck? Okay, let's do it.
Why can't I use my horse?
I don't know. I know the mod lets you use the horse. Yeah, the mod will let you use the horse, so we should be good for that. Okay. Alright, here we go. You can sometimes get hit twice. I can see that. Alright, we're gonna go, and we're gonna take this nice and slow. It's gonna be no problem. We're not gonna get attacked. Everything's gonna be totally okay. Alright. Okay, good. Alright, I'm running in. Dude, roll. Make sure to roll, dude. Make sure to roll. Nice! Okay, we made it. We got in. We got in. We got in. Okay. Alright, big dicking. Big dicking. Get him out of here. Nice fucking job, dude. Nice fucking job. He's done. Okay, let's go. Alrighty, so, we'll make sure that I light this. I don't know if you can go past this or not. Let's find out. Okay, touch that grace. Good. Alright. So, this should... Can you take it back down?
Yeah.
Take that elevator back down. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's this here? See if I can look. I've got to get a better weapon. Like, this astrologer's staff is fucking garbage. It's an absolute piece of shit. So we'll see how this goes. This is a mod? Not yet. Okay. Let's go back up there. Upgrade it? Yeah, I can't yet. We'll go to the mine after this, and I'll be able to get upgrades for it there. Oh, we actually have to fight the first Erdtree avatar after this, too. Okay.
You took your time, huh?
Yeah, I sure did. I'm so lazy, you know? Okay. Got him. Nice. Okay, we got both of them, no problem. Oh, I got a smithing stone 2 out of that, too. Okay. Alright, so... These guys can be pretty rough, so just be careful. Okay. There it is. Alright, that's one down. You can finish that one. Good. Alright. Where are you going? Okay, let's go kill the big boy. Let's kill the big boy. You can start. As soon as you start, I'll go in. Right now. There it is. Jesus!
Yeah, what up, bitch?
That guy got fucking destroyed.
Yep.
Holy shit, okay, nice. Okay, there's smithing stones as well. Great. And I guess we'll go down this way anyway. Okay, got him. Nice. And let's look around here. Should we go up here yet or not? I guess so. Yeah, let's try it. You missed a drop. I'll come back down. Yeah, I'll come back down. It's okay. I didn't know if I missed that or not. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so... What an idiot! Got his ass. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, this is the bird boys, so watch out. Okay. I can take these guys down. Shit! I'm out of ammo. Okay, let's see here.
You're what? You're amazing.
I'm out of ammo. Okay, we got him, we got him. He's dead? Okay, both of these are dead. Great. Okay, so...
Oh, my back hurts, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, really? From what?
I don't know.
Yeah, me either. Okay, let's see. I don't know if we should go over there, or... Well, let's not go down there. We have to clear out the whole other area. Remember, like, with these... Oh, it's down here, down here, down here. And then we need to go down there and get that stuff and go the other way. Okay. And look over here. Nothing here. Good. This is just one... Shit! 2 lone dick suckers. Alright. I'll kill this guy. Got him. No problem. Alright, there's more smithing stones. Easily. Easily. Reloading the yeah, I'm reloading the astrologer. Exactly. I think I should be fine falling down from here. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. sanctuary soon. Okay, we'll take these guys out one at a time. Wait, oh, I... Thank God. What are you doing?
Huh?
You're good? Yeah, you're good. I keep accidentally hitting him. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. These guys can be really annoying. Okay, good. You can finish him off. There we go. Nice. All right, let's kill on this guy. Shit! I ran out of mana. Ran out of mana. Okay. Yeah, I need to get my fucking my mana back here. Okay, let's kill the smaller one first. Oh, nice, 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 nice. Watch out, watch out. Okay. Just a minute, just a minute. Run back, run back, run back, run back.
Help me!
I'm gonna AoE farming. Okay, good. Jesus, look at that damage! Holy fuck! Okay, let's see here. I guess I'll use this one right now. Alright, great. He's dead. Okay, I was a little bit worried.
Wow, look at all the dead bodies, dude.
I know, we killed everybody. Okay, nice. And what's in here?
Imagine the
Fire
smell.
grease. Ooh. Nasty. Okay. And is there anything here? Oh, there's a box. Box. Okay, what's in box? Claymore? Alright, great. Who gives a shit? Okay. Alright, they're pretty much all dead. Got him. Oh shit! What the fuck did he come from?
Ow!
Okay, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Just a minute, sorry, I was getting confused. I have to change my spells. I have to keybind them in a better way. Okay, we're looking good. This is fine. Alright, good. Let's go up to the top. Why am I not getting my mana back? Because usually whenever I do this, I get my mana back over time. Is there a reason why that hasn't happened? Okay, I've only got one flask left. This is not good. Okay. I'm out of mana again. I'm out of mana. I might be dead. I might be dead. I might be dead. Fuck. I'm out of flasks, too.
Asmon!
What?
Don't die!
I'm trying not to, but I can't do anything. I've got, like, no health left.
Dude, don't be a silly goober.
I'm not getting any regens at all. Okay. Alright, I have to be very, very careful here. Okay, good. Alright, nice.
Asmon! All the way back? Oh my god, I'm all the way... Dude.
Okay, just take the horse over.
Oh,
just
man,
take the horse. It'll take 5 seconds.
I might just go play Vampire Survivors that you can get on Steam right now for $5. Very cheap.
It's a very good game. Now. Did you play the new patch?
Yeah, it was fucking sick.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was really good too. What wrong? Dude, I'm not getting any mana back. That's the problem. He's like, I can't get any fucking mana back. I can't do anything. So yeah, it's fucking frustrating, man, because I have no idea what I can do. But let's see here. Item crafting. Let me just make some more of these. I might as well, right? There we go. Okay, good. You're allowed to use weapons? No, I know that. I know that. Okay, let me use this here. No mana back in dungeons, only in the open world. Wait, really? So even if I kill a lot of these guys, I still won't get my mana back? What the fuck? Oh, +1 a flask. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, let me do that right now. Okay, so let's see here. Level up flasks. Okay, add charge to flask. Oh, I need 2 of them. Yeah, I need 2 flasks, and I don't have 2 flasks. You don't get mana back without items. Okay, so this is actually a lot harder than I thought. No, I didn't know that. Okay. So the multiplayer, it's unnecessarily difficult. There's a mod coming out very soon where the multiplayer will become a lot easier to do. Use your sword for trash. Maybe that is what I should do. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll just use my sword. This is such a... it's so bad. Okay, let me know whenever you're ready, McConnell, and I'll resummon you.
I'm ready, Asmongold.
Okay, all right, let's go. You're getting resummoned. Sword in left hand, try the other one. I think this one should be fine. Just do sword and staff, don't use this. Wait, can I do that? So, like, I could put the sword in one hand and the staff in the other? Oh, that... Well, that would be better, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be a lot better. Why don't I just do that?
I'm slicing and dicing.
I see that. Holy shit, I didn't even know that. So what does this look like now? Equipment? Okay, and let me just go ahead and remove that. Okay.
You ever gotten cut with a sword in real life?
No.
It's not pleasant.
Okay, so I can left click, and that's whenever I do the sword attack. Alright, that's fine. Get Moonveil Katana. Put sword in left. Okay, alright, let me do that. Give me a second. Alright, equipment, and we'll do this one in this hand, and then back, and we'll look over here, and go ahead and do this in this hand, right?
Hey! We got invaded!
Can you stop?
Level 7 meta. This guy's level 7. I'm dead.
I can see that. Okay, alright. That's too bad. Yep, that's too bad. God fucking damn it, man. Fucking invaders. Yeah, I know. Oh, man, these are people that are twinked out. We're just gonna lose. Okay, let me use my thing again. I should be fine.
Listen.
Yeah.
Despite what's... Listen, chat. I promise you, this game is amazing. I promise you. Like, don't... Look. Don't be put off by the invasion stuff. Obviously, the co-op is bad.
Yes.
But the game itself is a fucking 10 out of 10.
Level 7 with in-game gear. It's just... It's not that big of a deal. Like, obviously, it's annoying to have that happen. But... I don't understand why they don't have better multiplayer. It doesn't make sense to me. But I think that as soon as we're able to get the mod, it will become 1,000 times easier. So I'm not that worried about it. Need staff in left hand. Oh, right. I keep getting confused. Okay, staff, and then we'll go back, and then we'll use the sword. Okay. All right, there we go, right?
Bro, you know who I talked to a couple weeks ago?
What's that?
Rignaros.
Really?
Yes,
What the hell is he doing?
Well, I added him on the thing on that one Discord, remember?
Yeah.
Bro, he was trying to get me to join his guild, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I'm a fucking terrible fucking player. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'll consider
Yeah, I'll
that,
join
man.
Blood Legion. Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
no
I'll
problem."
Yeah, I'll join your fucking, you're like top of the world guild. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sure I'll fit in real well.
Oh god. All right, got him. Wait. Wait, is he dead? Is he dead?
Yeah,
he's dead, right? Okay, good. I was about to say. Okay.
This one's not.
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Watch out, watch out.
Okay. Kill him, kill him, kill him. All right, he's dead, he's dead. It's no problem. Okay. Post Fight Club win? I've actually thought about doing that before. doing like a fight club for Elden Ring. I think it'd be really fun, to be honest with you. I would really like to do it. The lag, yeah, the lag is definitely a problem. Like weapon art with your main sword. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly like how all that stuff's supposed to work. Like, as I said before, like, I've never really played Magic before. Fuck them. I've never really played Magic before, so, like, all this stuff is kind of new to me.
You're gonna be fine, man. Magic's for cucks.
Is it really? Like, I didn't know how good it really was.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. All right, he's pretty much dead. What the fuck? Okay. All right, got him. Nice. All right, so where do you want to go? Where do you want to go from here? Okay, we'll go down there. It's fine. Okay. See if I can do some damage to this guy. Okay, he should be dead here. Nice. Okay. Nice. All right, he's one hit. Shit, I need to heal again. Oh my god! Holy shit. Okay, alright, let me...
Are you Gucci?
No, I am not Gucci. I am the exact opposite. Let me run back over there.
You're Prada?
Okay. Let me go back over here. We're fine, we're fine. Yeah, I just almost got fucked there. Okay, so let's try this out. Oh, Iron Man? Yeah, this is hard, man. This is fucking hard. I didn't know you didn't get your mana back, man. Like, that instantly makes these dungeons, like, twice as hard. I thought you could just get your mana back as much as you wanted. The same as you did out in the open world. But knowing that, like, you don't have, like, that much mana recovery makes this entire thing, like, way more difficult than I originally thought. Okay, let's see here. You can with some talismans? Really? Okay, yeah, I guess I don't have those yet. Starlight shards to regen FP as well. Spells are still OP. True. Okay. There he is. Alright, let's talk to him.
There's a face I've not seen before. I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. But you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all
He's a bitch
rebelled.
boy.
They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, I'm sorry, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer.
So what do you want to do?
Take this, by way of apology.
Okay. It's up to you.
Me?
Yeah, you get to decide what we're gonna do with him.
What do you mean? You're gonna deny a father his daughter's letter? The fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, fine. I'll give it to him. All right. Okay, let's deliver the letter.
From Arena. Thank you. I mean, you're dead, but I can't leave yet.
Okay.
Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
Okay. Alright, so I didn't kill him. I was a good boy. I restrained myself. Let's go. Oh my. Oh boy, I almost ran off the edge there. Okay, now let's go, we'll go to the next checkpoint. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. I don't think that, did we miss anything by not going the other way? Yeah, what do you guys think? He'd probably annihilate you, to be honest. I don't think so. Like, with two of us like that, I think it'd be no problem. No? Okay, let's go to the boss. Come on down here. And let's see here. I think I'm going to reset my stuff. So I'll just resummon you. Oh, I have to use the bell. That's right. What is this here? Sends another or oneself home. That's just so fucking dumb, dude. Miss sex scene? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's see here. And, how many levels can I get? I can't get any levels yet. Okay, that's fine. It's not a big deal. Alright. Just put your thing back down. I should be able to summon you again.
Yeah, I have to go all the way back through the thing.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see here. It's a sex scene? There is no sex scene. That's not it. Miss Cinematic, shut up. The 6K souls got removed. I can't get those anymore because whenever that guy killed me, it reset it. Because I would have gotten the souls if he didn't do that. But he killed me, so I can't get them back, which is unfortunate. Will you do multiplayer mod? Yes, I will. Go ahead.
You just got a tier 1 sub, dude.
Oh, shit. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You can consume some runes if you want. It's a good idea. Probably should do that. Let's see. How many do I have? I feel like I don't really have that many. I have 2 golden runes. Who gives a fuck about that? Okay, let's see here. Paralyzed Dragon and Kaled is 50k runes. Yeah, but, like, wouldn't it take, like, 5 hours to kill him at a low level? Yeah, I think it'd be awful to try to do that. I get 100k killing to... Oh, a bleed. So I could have McConnell pretty much carry me and get all the stuff for me, then I could level up 1,000,000 times. That's actually a pretty good idea. Maybe I should do that. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I like that idea a lot. All right, let's try this. We'll see how things go. We repeat the big dragon. If you're fast enough to reach the site of grace behind it? Really? What the fuck? With bleed in 2 minutes, he's dead. God damn! Like people have fucking min-maxed the shit out of this game, huh? Like I didn't know any of that stuff. Try jumping. Oh yeah, that is what you do, right? Okay, you kill him. Kill it solo, or you share souls. That's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's whatever. Bird farming is even easier. I feel like if you want to level up, like Elden Ring is already going to be easy for us because we're veteran expert gamers. So we don't... That's true. And,
What?
Yeah.
Are you fucking high?
No.
We suck at video games. What are you talking about?
I feel like I am at least okay at Elden Ring. Like, I think I am okay. I am above average.
Are you serious right now?
I didn't say I was that super good. I just said I was above average. Okay, that's it. I would say I'm above average. If I can cleave by trash PvPers? Oh yeah, no, I don't PvP. I don't know how to PvP.
Right,
yeah, I never do that. Did you put your thing down?
Yeah, I put my thing down and I flipped it and reversed it.
Okay, all right. Let me see if it's up there. Okay, there it is. All right, let's do it. Here we go. You did beat Radon with no summons? That's right. I did beat Radon with no summons. You're right. It's very true. It's a very good point. I didn't think of that. You're definitely right. Watch this fuck, man. You have experience gaming. Well, I think that I'm okay at Elden Ring, okay? I do. I think I was okay. I'm not amazing. I'm not the greatest player ever, but I thought that I was okay. All right, let's go down here. Okay. Yep, that's good. You jumped that. I almost did not. Okay. Give me a second. Let's go pick this guy up. Actually, shouldn't we kill this guy? Wait, where are you? Where are you? Let's kill this guy. Jesus. Okay, he's dead. And we're trying to not use magic. McConnell, where are you?
Huh? I'm down here.
Wait a second. I'm trying to get through these guys.
You see me?
No, give me a second. All right. I actually don't see you.
Jump on the cathedral, fam.
Okay, give me a second. They keep headbutting me, man. It's so annoying. Okay, good. There we go. Well, I want to loot this stuff over here.
Dude!
What are you doing?
I'm way down here, bro.
Okay, all right. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm going to try to kill this stuff. Fuck, I have to kill it on my own. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Don't die.
I'm not. Why would I die? Got his ass. Bro, this is... I feel like magic is, like, really good. Because, like, I don't even need to know what their attack patterns are. I just walk in the other direction.
Come down here, man. I'm hanging out with all my slimes.
Wait a second. I've got to wait. I've got to go get this stuff first, okay? Let me see where this is. Okay, so there's got to be something really good in here, right? Let me see what it is. Twin Blade Talisman? The fuck? I don't need that. Fuck is this shit? Spam magic button, you'll combo cast and shoot spells faster? Oh, I think so. The reason I haven't done that... How much does it do to slimes, actually? Let me see. Nothing. Okay, actually it does a lot. Never mind. Okay, let's look around here. Okay. And I'm going to look here, see if there's anything for me to look at here. No, there's not. All right, I got confused. All right, McConnell, I'm coming down there. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay. Fire magic does most to slimes. That makes sense. Okay. Coming down here. And let's come down to, I guess, right here. No problem. Okay. And I'll use my mana, too. Hey, tarnished gold? There's... What do you mean by that? What are you trying to talk shit again? Huh? Let's see here. I'll jump that. Where the hell are you?
Oh, I'm down.
Okay. All right, let's go. Down with the clown?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Drinking Faygo.
Ugh.
That good stuff.
Ugh. No. All right, let's see here. No, absolutely fucking not. All right, I'm gonna come down here. Right here. There we go. Okay, we jump down.
Oh!
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Run, bro.
No, it's okay. I'm unleashing the attacks. Bro. I'm starting to think magic's good. Like, it really seems like it's good. Like, we just pop off on them. Okay, let's get this one here, and then we'll come down and fight them. We'll fight the boss. Okay. I don't know. Should we just go and fight the boss now? Like, after we kill these guys?
Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
I think we can probably beat him. Yeah.
I have no more heal zors.
Okay. All right. This should be fine. Let's go. Okay. I probably should get a heal. Yeah, let me use my heal. I don't have any more heal zors either. Okay, so let's just go directly to the boss.
Okay.
Let me, wait. Let me get my thing. Throwing dagger, okay, good.
Nope, I'm out. F4, hold F4.
Alt F4? Okay. We got invaded by a hacker. We actually got... We got invaded by a fucking hacker. Give me a second. And that guy, that is the guy. And McConnell, if you want to catch up and just get back to the same one, I'll just come back over there. Yeah, it's a fire giant. I know, the mod with chaos, it's just crazy, isn't it? Password doesn't do anything for invaders. Unfortunately, you're right. They don't have much protection for that, and it's just, you know, it's the way it goes, right? No change password after that. It's got nothing to do with the password. You can still invade people even with the password. Okay, let's try and see if I can log back in. Fucking hackers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What?
Invading, password not mattering.
Well, I think people genuinely don't know. That's the truth. I think they genuinely don't know at all about this. Change your underwear? Why? It's only been a month. Okay, let's see here. You can report the guy through recent Steam players? I mean,
who cares? Just gonna make another account. What the fuck does that do?
Yeah, it's Malcolm. Like, I mean, what? Yeah, it is. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's going to change. Yeah. Okay, let me rest here. It should be fine. Okay. Yeah, he'll just make another account.
Dude, my fucking file got corrupted.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yep.
I don't believe you. There's no shot. Literally 0% shot.
Okay, I am lying, but that has happened before.
Okay. Okay, alright. So basically it happened, but it didn't. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me know whenever you're over here and I'll just resummon you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that after we get the mod, it'll be a lot smoother. The transitions will be easier to do, etc. Okay, let's see here. He wasn't lying, he was fibbing. Oh, okay. Alright, let's try this again. Pass is more likely to make you target for invasions. I honestly, man, I don't know how invasions work. I've never really liked Dark Souls PvP because it's laggy. And so it's like, like, a lot of times it does feel good to beat people, right? 100% it feels good to beat people. But at the same time, it's still very, very laggy, and like the rolls are not accurate, and so is the damage. You know, it's not it's not balanced either. So laggy and constantly disconnects. I'm joining me. Yeah, I think Elden Ring is probably one of the it's probably one of the best games ever made. Which is weird because say what?
It's down.
Okay, all right. Let me get you.
Which is weird because what?
Which is weird because like everybody thinks about like all the old games as like the best games, but like Elden Ring is a new game, and I feel like it's amazing. I feel like almost everybody would probably agree with that. The only people that don't like it are people that probably like all of the people that I've seen that have rated Elden Ring very low have been just absolute morons. Like, and again, like people that don't like the game, I get that, but it's one thing to like, oh, it's not really my style of game. Yeah, sure, I think that makes sense. There's a lot of people like that. But like, Quantum TV, that other fucking clown, I forgot even his name. Those are the people I'm talking about. All right, let's go down this way first. Don't hit the jelly boys. Okay, you know what's about to happen, right? Mr. Krabs. Get ready for Mr. Krabs. There he is, there he is, there he is. Watch out.
Wow.
Alright, big dicking. Just roll.
It's the dung fucker!
Okay, got him. Alright, let's get our stuff.
We got invaded by the dung fucker.
No, we'll be fine, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. Okay, let's go in through here.
Stop emoting, pussy!
Good. Bro, chill! Okay, hey, can I go inside or not?
Dude, he's fucking dung!
Okay, alright, chill, bro, chill. Let us do the boss.
Kill him, kill him!
We can't, he's gonna get us.
No!
There's no way I'm gonna kill him.
He's standing by the jellyfish to try to get me to aggro, bro.
Yeah, to bait us into hitting the jellyfish, I know. Let me see if I can join in here. You can do boss, let me see.
Hurry, hurry,
Okay,
hurry, hurry!
we're good.
I'm Scarlet, I'm rotting, I'm rotting.
Okay. Alright. Okay, we're back, we're back. That's the W, that's the W. Okay, good, alright. Oh my god! I actually don't think I can take another hit. Alright, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I can take him out, I can take him out. Okay. Jesus Christ! Fuck, bro, this guy's brutal. Bad timing? Yeah, I know. It was awful timing. Okay, alright, one of the easiest bosses, by the way. Not for magic, this one's fucking hard. Okay, let me do this again. Alright, we'll run down there, we'll give him another attempt. We have 4 more attempts until I have to farm more stuff. Okay. Get some better armor? Yeah, I know. Magic is only good if you can one-shot. I'll one-shot him here. It'll be fine. And also, like, I don't have any weapons upgraded or anything. So, like, that's a big factor, too. Weak against fire? Yeah, if only I had fire. That'd be great. Okay. So you know what to do, McConnell, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just kind of fucking just get him, basically. Alright, let's go. Watch out, watch out. Watch out. Oh my god, bro. Okay.
This guy's got a large dick.
I know, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, let's get that heal. We got him, we got him. Big dick, big dick, big dick, big dick, big dick. Okay, alright, focusing. There it is, good. Alright, getting on him, getting on him.
Shoot him!
I'm doing big damage. Okay, healing. There it is. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Finishing him.
Asmon!
Oh my god, okay, alright, focus. Nice, nice, let's get him, get him. Yeah! Yes, dude. Holy fuck.
Asmon.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, alright, let me resummon you at the beginning. Yeah, let me resummon you. Okay, wait, I can't fucking... I can't... Fucking... Okay.
You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right.
Seems
you
that
don't
way.
Have the right.
Okay, let's go back to,
Oh, shit.
What?
Right, I have to beat him on my own. Oh, okay.
We'll go back and we'll do that, but let's do the Erd Tree first. Go to the rampart with, like, the merchant, like the nomadic merchant. I think we should go there. Glitch, just go around a little bit. It's okay. Get the map? I will get the map. I'll get the map right now. Give me 1 second. Where the hell did this Erd Tree leaf go? There it is. Okay, there we go. Give him the sword. I don't think McConnell wants the sword. McConnell, do you want the sword?
No, the sword's not for weebs.
That's actually probably true. Yeah, he's probably going to go with the Moonveil Katana, or like one of the actual weeb weapons.
No, dude, I'm going for the Rivers of Blood Katana. Duh.
Oh, I heard that one was pretty good, actually.
You fucking baka.
Fuck does that even mean? What the hell? What the fuck? What does that mean? What does that mean? What is this? Okay, alright, let's see this.
You sussy baka.
I actually have no idea what that is. I have literally no idea what that is. I don't want to know. Yep, I don't want to know. It's whatever. Now let's see, where do we have to go here? Alright, let's get the map, and then we'll go up and we'll get the Erd Tree. I think that's the smart thing to do. Okay, let's pick this up too. I gotta get as many of these as possible so I can resummon you. Okay, oh, it's right there. Oh, I didn't even see it. Holy shit. Okay. It means you're stupid or an idiot. Yeah, I guess so. They already fought the night boss? Yeah, we did. We have to fight the Erd Tree Avatar, which is, I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
Where's that?
It's actually behind us. We go through.
I don't even get the map, dude. God damn.
You don't get the map?
No, you get nothing as a cooperator.
Oh
nothing.
my god, bro. Like, that's the thing, is like as soon as this mod comes out, it's gonna be fine. Don't pretend you don't know. You were a weeb before. I was never a weeb. When the fuck was I ever actually a weeb? Like, I joined the anime club because I thought there'd be hot girls in it. Like, that's not being a weeb. That's being, like, just a regular person.
Honestly, I don't believe that anymore. I think You know what that sounds like to me?
What?
That sounds like the same excuse dudes give when they play female characters. They're like, oh, I just wanted to look at a chick's ass. Shut up, dude. That's such a cop-out excuse. You're full of shit, bro. You're full of shit.
What part of that is a cop-out excuse?
You're sus as fuck.
Okay, alright, yeah, whatever. Let's go around here so we don't aggro this. Yeah, fucking right. It's not, no, I thought that's what it was gonna be. I was an idiot, right? I didn't know. Wait, how the fuck do we get up there? Are we supposed to get up there? What the fuck? Maybe it's up this way? I don't know how the hell we get over there. We'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's at least pick this one up. Okay. So we should have another boss keep going around? Okay. Yeah, we'll keep going around. That's fine. Isn't there a ladder? Good question. Oh, okay. We got one right here. This should be fine. Yeah, I have to collect these flowers. Oh, there's a dick boy. All right, get ready. This thing has a lot of health, so just be prepared. Fuck. He line of sighted me. Okay, we're good. Heal myself up. All right. Can't you appreciate the aesthetics of female armor? I always like playing... I never play girl characters, I'm gonna be honest. I never do. It's not my thing.
It's weird, dude.
I think it is.
If you're a dude, you play female character, it's weird. It's weird.
Yep. People get mad about this. They get so mad at me for saying this. But it's something I believe. Yeah, I just don't... I think it's weird. Yeah. Okay. Does this guy have more health or no? No, he doesn't. The fuck? Wait. Mobs dodge your spells? What the fuck is that? That seems a little bit unfair. Yeah, what's this here? Go back over this way. Now where's the tree? Oh, it's right there. Obviously, it's right fucking there. Okay, let's go this way here. And wait, no, it's behind us, dude. Bro, the tree's behind us. We're looking at the wrong tree.
I don't know.
Wait,
there's
isn't
so
there
many
a save up
fucking
here?
trees in this game. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think there's a save up here.
Listen, not being able to play a male character because the game doesn't let you is a totally different thing than choosing to play a female character.
Yeah, it's like you go out of your way for this. Like, that's a very different thing. Absolutely true.
Like, if you play Path of Exile, you have to play a witch, right? And
yeah.
she's, that's a chick, right?
You don't want to, but that's just the way the game works.
You don't want to, but you just,
that's
you're
life.
forced into it, and that's, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go fight this guy. It shouldn't be that bad. I'm assuming it won't be. Okay. Whew. I'm kind of nervous about fighting this NPC because I think that like one hit will probably fucking kill me. How you playing? How you playing multiplayer? Basically, like I can summon McConnell. It's a little bit unfortunate, like to try and do multiplayer the right way. And there's gonna be a mod coming out soon, and it'll make multiplayer way easier. Did that guy just come out of the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, well now he's back in it. Okay. Good job. Curious, is it weird for girls to play guy characters? No, that's normal.
What the hell? BDSM Lemonite?
The fuck?
This guy's into fucking BDSM.
Okay, alright, let's go. Let's fight this guy.
Honestly, that's actually not that weird.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, considering everything.
Star fucker.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm never gonna forget that, bro.
I know you won't.
I know.
Bro, why is he dodge? Okay, there we go. He's dead.
Star fucker.
Alright, let's go. Alright, alright. Alright, we go in. Okay, alright, popping cooldowns, let's go. Big damage, big damage.
Oh!
Watch out, watch out, watch out. Huge damage on this guy right here. Okay. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Okay, big dick on him, big dick on him, big dick on him.
Help me!
From what?
The guy's whipping me! He's
stop,
into BDSM!
Bro, stop!
Bro, he's into BDSM!
Shit!
Asmon!
Bro. Oh my fucking god, bro. Like, this is just such horse shit, man. When the boss roll catches, I didn't even know that's what it was. I was getting distracted by the other guy, the invader. Okay, so yeah, just come over to this one here, and then I can summon you. It would be fine if it wasn't for the fucking... Do you guys know, does the mod make it to where we can, like, we don't have to bolt, we can rest at the same site of grace? It didn't roll catch? Yeah, it didn't. Like, I just fucked up. Yes? Okay. Alright, let's go up here. Oh, just wait for McConnell. Whenever McConnell's ready, I can do this. Oh, I made it. Okay, nice. Okay. Alright, we're making very good progress here. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I fucked up. Alright, yep, never mind. Alt F4 Pro? Fuck that game. I would have been fine. Like, Alt F4, I liked the game. It was okay. It's just that it made you repeat the same stuff too many times. Like, for me, I feel like that's something that, like, really kills my enjoyment of a game. Whenever I have to, like, do the same stuff over and over and over. Like, that's why I kind of stopped playing it, is because it just kind of, like, it was, like, not fun to do that. But the game itself, like, the combat, the gameplay and all that was totally fine. I just didn't like that part of it. WoW player? Yeah, it's not fun for me. Like, if a game has that kind of gameplay, I'm not having fun anymore. Yeah. You play WoW? Well, what I mean is, like, basically, like, oh, you mean, like, daily content? Oh, no, I don't view it the same way. Yeah, it doesn't feel the same way to me. Okay, we'll wait for these guys to move away. Well, it's not the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't feel the same way. Okay. Let's see here. Job proposal is big bad. Yeah, I just don't like having to do them over and over and over. Let me know whenever you guys are ready. Or whenever you're ready, I mean, McCall. Farming sword 400 runs? Yeah. But the Alt F4 thing I didn't like. Yeah, it feels different, and so I don't like the way that it makes me feel, and that's it. That's why I quit. Not fun. Okay.
You quit a video game?
I did. I actually did.
What do you mean actually did?
Well, there are people who believe that shit. That I quit every video game. Okay. Let's see here. And, yeah, let me know whenever you're ready. And
yeah, actually... I will, dude. God damn. Fuck. I
just... Wait, how long is it going to take?
I'll let you know.
Okay, all right. That's fine. That's okay. You can +1 to flasks. Yeah, I'll do that. I think it's not the... It's a seed. Yeah, it sees here. Sacred tier. All right, that's going to give me a little bit of a bonus. Wait, if you're dead. You're in pro. Wait, what the fuck? What's the fuck? What's this? Stupid McConnell's catch up the whole time. Who from software thought this would be fun. I actually think that they just didn't have it planned out. Like, that's about it. Yeah, it's just they didn't have it planned out. They had no, like, idea on what this was supposed to be or anything. And so, yeah, this is effectively what ended up happening. All right, let's go back over here. And let's see, read this. If an invader, we're sniping, be chill. They be poo heads, ruin content. Yeah, it's like the invader stuff, like, it can be annoying. And I think that, like, probably after this one, we'll just wait for the mod. Because, like, the invader stuff, it happens too much. And it just is... I think it gets boring. Okay. Nice. Yeah, mod. Yeah, exactly. You quit Witcher? I quit Witcher... Why did I quit Witcher? Wait.
Because you couldn't focus on the story. Oh, no, it wasn't that. I mean, I can tell you why, but you're not going to lie. You don't want to hear it.
Okay, I'm down. Never mind. I'm good. Just a second. I was worried. Is that a streamer game? No, yeah, it's not a good game for stream. That's a big factor. Like, games that have, like, a lot of menu and, like, dialogue options in general are not very good for stream. There are, like, some exceptions, like visual novel type games like The Last of Us, and, like, Detroit Become Human. I feel like those are decent for stream, but many of the other ones, I don't really think so. Final Fantasy? Yeah, well, Final Fantasy has a big community of people that like watching people play through the game in a way that, let's say, like Detroit Become Human might not really have that same fan base. You see kind of what I'm saying? Witcher combat killed the experience for me? I didn't really care too much about the combat. Combat was okay.
Alright, it's down. Dude, I'm glad you liked the Stanley Parable. That was fucking cool.
Yeah, that game was actually really good. It was surprisingly good. I didn't expect that. When you do ultimate fights, what's your plan for the first 50 wipes? Well, I mean, I will look them up ahead of time. Like, I'm not going to try to go blind into an ultimate fight because it would be boring, right? Because you're just, like, making the same mistake over and over and over, waiting until you figure something out. So, yeah, that's kind of, that's my thinking with the ultimates. Gotta clear Savage first to unlock it? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like, if I ever do it, that'll happen. And, like, it's easy to clear Savage on the older raids, right? Because it's not like you have to do it at level cap. Okay. Here we go. I mean, blind Final Fantasy is actually fun. It is, but I feel like if you're doing an ultimate where there's just, like, so many things going on at the same time, it becomes, like, it takes too long. I think that, like, basically... progression in games on stream is like a fucking golden medium where like you can be right in the middle and it's okay, but sometimes things take too long and sometimes they take not enough time. That's the way I see it.
Yo, chat.
Okay.
You want to get depressed?
No. What?
Imagine the game you could have got if instead of Cyber Fucked, you could have gotten a Witcher 4.
Well, I think they'll make Witcher 4.
Yeah, but you could be playing it right now.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay. Alright, we can get him this time. Alright, just roll. Just roll. You'll be fine. Okay, here we go. I'm going in. I don't know how that didn't hit him. Okay. There we go, nice. Okay, I shouldn't have done that, but I did. Okay. Heal myself. Good. Okay, got that heal. What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm big dicking him. Big dicking him. Okay. Alright, this is the hard part. Okay, good. I got it. Alright, this is an easy kill. Easy kill. It's not gonna hit me. Okay. There it is. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Got his fucking ass. That's how it's fucking done right there, boys. Holy shit, dude. There it is. There it fucking is. First try, gentlemen. First fucking try. We got that. Alright, so let's see. Got that. Okay, I don't think there's really anything else over in this general area, right? I'm pretty sure there's not. So, McConnell, do you want to wait for the mod and just, like, finish the rest of it with the mod? I feel like that's the best option. Yeah, let's just wait until then, because, like, we're gonna have to, like, re-kill every boss, like, 2 times.
Are you ending the stream?
Not really. I'm gonna run ads, so I'm gonna end the stream pretty soon, yeah. I want to get food and everything before we do the game thing.
Oh, the game thing with OTK?
Yeah,
that's
true.
right now.
I want to do that. The skillful?
Okay,
yeah,
man.
it's scuffed as shit.
Well,
Yeah, I know, it's super fucking scuffed.
you know, I enjoyed what, you know, I enjoyed playing with you. What little time we had, you know, playing together, and
okay,
man, sure is great to have you back on these video games sometimes whenever it happens, because you know, hanging out with Grayson and stuff is pretty cool, but it's pretty fun to play games with my oldest online friend now, you know. So just don't forget about your friends from time to time, okay? Your friends that have helped you out throughout your career and stuff.
I'll remember that.
All right, man. All right. See
Yeah,
you.
I'll remember that. All right, see ya. Yeah, for sure. All right, there we go. Let's see here. And love you. Yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and probably run some ads for a little bit, just chill, and then I'll be good to go. And oh my god, I gotta get some food, man. I'm fucking hungry, man. Oh my god. And I can't wait for the mod. Yeah, I feel like we just like keep getting invaded, and it's like really annoying because like McConnell can't really make any progress either, which like, probably sucks for him. And so like, it would just be cooler if like we didn't have to worry about that. You know, so I think that like we'll wait for the mod for it to come out, and then we'll be in a much better spot. Like, what do you guys think about that? PvP invasions? Well, it's also it's not just that. It's like people that invade. I mean, the people that invade you are clearly gonna be like better at the game than I am, right? Like they're gonna be a lot better than I am because they're the ones that know more about the game, right? That's why they're invading. And so like I don't want to just get got constantly by people that, you know a whole lot about the game, and then I just get destroyed, right? Like World PvP and WoW. Yeah, exactly. Like the people that are gonna like try to attack you are gonna be, really well geared, and they're gonna know what they're doing. You're 2v1 though? Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much as you'd think. If somebody knows how to play well. Okay. Contact the guy, ask him for early access. I think he's just gonna, like, we're just gonna wait for it to come out. That's it. Both items, I'm gonna do summons. Full experience together is much better. Yeah, I think that's much smarter and a much better way of doing things. Let's see. Get more points in the health. Alright, let me run some ads and just relax. Just chill. People like to watch streamers get wrecked in games, like forcing kind of. Yeah, I know, but like the thing is that I don't like to play games that have like that kind of a community, and I don't like to attract that kind of a community. Yeah, like I don't like that. I don't really. Other people might be more okay with it, but for me personally, I hate those kinds of people. Yeah, I hate those kinds of people. They're obnoxious, like, weird, like, losers. So I'm not a fan. Would have quit as a Margaret. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that felt that way. But yeah, guys, I will be back on tomorrow morning, as always, and I'll be back on. We're going to watch the rest of the trial. Tomorrow's going to be the last, probably, full day of the trial, and then I'm assuming the last day is going to be like a 50-50. It probably won't be quite as long. Attention seekers? Yes. Pretty much attention seekers. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, follow my Twitter and shit like that, and I'll be good to go. Do we have to worry about bandwidth Elden Ring mod? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I believe so. Problem is you get invaded by twinked invaders and stream snipers. Yeah, it's just not really a fun experience, man. Not everything is community, sometimes it's just assholes. No, you're right about that. It's just like every time that I play a game that... Like, I think there's a lot of people that... There's a lot of people that, like, kind of, like, I guess you could say, like, hate watch me. And so I don't like giving those people, like, more ammunition. Because it's just, like, it's not that it really bothers me. Like, yeah, I'll ban them from chat, and I don't want to do that. But it's more or less like a an opportunity cost, right? Because, like, in my mind, it's like, why would I want to do something that attracts such a negative community and such a negative atmosphere whenever I could just do something else that doesn't do that? You know, it's like, what's the advantage of this? Like, there's no positive at all. Streamers attract those kind of people? Yeah, I'm definitely one of those streamers. 100%. Is it Tremaine on Monster Animation? Yeah, sure. But that's kind of the, that's the perspective I have on it. Let me go back over. I'll just put some Lost Ark or something. Trial runs into Friday. You're going to stream it or take the day off as usual? Oh, I'll stream it. Yeah, I'll stream the the end of the trial, for sure. I'm gonna wait for this to end. That should be good. Okay, Rising, gonna do a controller, keyboard, and mouse. I don't know, really. I might do a controller, I'm not sure. Friday closing statement, so basically finale. Yeah, exactly. Versus take, both sides been going against each other for decades now. Found majority. Gain traction, gonna snag some of the good talent up. I don't even know what that means. Where do we watch it to get game night? I'll probably host somebody that's doing it. That's my plan. Any plans for V-Rising? At some point, New World patch notes. I haven't seen that yet, no. There's a lot of stuff in news that I have to look at. What is the chance to talk? So, yeah, no, it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be a lot more unpleasant, and like now it's just like a handful of people that are being aggressive or mad or something. But they're not the norm at all. Today's trial brought up some damning evidence. Yeah, it sure fucking did. During Classic WoW was really, really bad. Yeah, it was, and it's just like, in general, the way that I see it is like, as I said, it's just, in my mind, it's like the opportunity cost. It's like you're doing one thing, and by doing that one thing, you're not doing something else. So, like, I asked myself the question, like, why do something that's unpleasant? Positive time to start Final Fantasy. Let's reflect on it. I think that really a lot of people, like, we just ban them. Like, I mean, that's really the truth. We just ban people that talk shit. That's about it. I don't worry about it at all. I have no idea about what was during Classic WoW was like that. Yeah, Classic WoW was like, there were a lot of spurgs in Classic WoW. Did you ever play Jak and Daxter? Yeah, I did. What Ultimate? Who do you think Ultimate will win when the trial ends? I'm not really sure, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure. What are you gonna eat? I might go to Chipotle. I haven't really decided. I don't know yet. With a banhammer in this case? Yeah, sure. How many new viewers have you gained the past couple of weeks? It's hard to say. Like, I think that, like, the truth is that a lot of the people that watch for the trial will probably just move on after I stop watching the trial. Like, it's the same as, like, whenever I do anything, and all that, like, that's not really what's going to happen. But yeah. Destroyer tier 3 win. Do you think they'll cross-examine Amber Heard yet? I don't think so. Maybe for like a little bit. We ever get a Yoshi's Island playthrough? Yeah, one day. But yeah, it's hard to attract and like convert somebody who watches, let's say, like a trial for like a celebrity thing into like a person who wants to watch you, what do you call it? A person who wants to watch you play Elden Ring, for example. Like, that's just the way it goes. Yeah, and I think it's like, that's always the way that, you know, like, you're gonna have audiences for different games and like different types of content. It's different sizes. And it can be stressful, I think, for some streamers to like kind of come to that realization. Because like, even with like every person, like, they're gonna have like more or less people watch each game in general, right? So it's just like, that's the kind of stuff. And like, for me, I think I have a pretty good ratio of people outside of like extremes, you know? Ooh. Cards. All right, let's see this. All right, let's see. There we go. I'm gonna pick far up, right? Yeah, sure. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see what I got out of the cards. And I sold this. Oh, wow. I actually sold an item. That never happens. Okay, what do we got? Wow. All right. It's blue ones too. We'll see if we get a Saria. See where we're at. No Saria. That's fine. All right, here we go. That's really good. That's actually really fucking good. Wow. Okay, that will help me a lot for my Lost One Cliff. Yeah, that's huge. I'm pretty sure I already had that, but now I have a second one. Are there hot girls in this game? Yeah. Absolutely. Seria's up right now in Isutera Borea's domain. Okay, let me go over there. Open trade, okay. What's this? What the fuck? Oh, I have this. I have this, man. Thank you so much. But I already have all this stuff. Thank you. Give it to somebody else, man. Yeah, I got one. Thank you very much. Let me go back over here. You said it's in Isutera Borea domain, right? Will you play Diablo Immortal? Yes, I will. Yes, I'm gonna play Diablo Immortal for sure. Okay. Let's try this here. People still play this game? Yeah, a lot of people do. Like, Lost Ark is still really popular. I know that there are a lot of people who are just like... Lost Ark, I think, has, like, probably more haters than, like, almost any game. It's, like, almost weird. The amount of people that, like, are so hostile. Or expired? Oh, really? I think I have another one. Let me see if I can use it. Oh, fuck. I can't use pet functions because it's not active. Oh, god damn it. Okay, let me see. Can I talk to a storage keeper? Okay. I thought I had one of those. It seems as though I don't. Was it on page 3? Did I just not see it? Yeah. Because I didn't know how those things were obtained, and so like I bought like 3 of them at a time because I thought it was a bug. Okay, let's see if I can actually get this area. There we go. Nice. Okay, that's great. I'm actually glad I remembered that. All right, let's see here, and we'll look at. Let me see how close I am to my card thing. Let's say this trial a win for Johnny or Amber. I think it's a win for Johnny for sure. Like I would say so. Okay. And that's level 1, Delane Armin. And let's see here. What are the other ones I need? Syria, right? Okay, can I do it? 4. Fuck, man. So I think I just need 1 more, and then I get it unlocked, don't I? That's not even it. Okay, Lost One Cliff. 12 piece. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, so I literally just need 1 more, and then I can upgrade. I can use Lost One Cliff. Check if you have any soul lass. I'm like 99% sure I don't have any soul lass. Let's see. Soul lass. Where's soul lass? There he is. No, I do not. Unfortunately, I don't have any bonuses or anything like that. Sarah, you get tomorrow next day? Yeah. But yeah, I will play Diablo Immortal whenever it comes out. I mean, I feel like everybody will. A lot of people, like, I'm kind of just curious to see what the game's gonna be like, right? I mean, like, fuck. I'm just straight up curious. Claros, what's this? Move my camera down before I forget it. Oh shit, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we should be good. There we go. You gonna push 25 weapon next week? I might try to do that, yeah. Wait, I was gonna get off Elden Ring. We kept getting invaded. And to be honest, like, playing co-op without the mod is, like, really, like, annoying. How do you feel about cross-faction 9.25 for WoW? Cross-faction... I think it's great. Like, honestly, I do. Like, I never wanted this to happen because I liked how WoW had factions. But the truth is that, like, factions are just not realistic for the game anymore. That's honestly the truth. They're just simply not realistic anymore. Still can't believe Rich blew 140k on that box. That was a bad fucking time for Rich. I agree on that. How do you feel guilds are not cross-faction? I feel like Blizzard's probably just taking the first step, you know, and then after that, they're going to kind of go beyond that. WoW's losing its identity. I don't really think that, like... I think that it's better for it to lose its identity than its players. And I feel like the identity of the game isn't really tied into, like, faction pride as much. And I think it's much more tied into just, like, people's engagement in the game and, like, what's in the game in general. Like, that's what I would say. How would you rate the Vaulton raid? Oh, I thought Vaulton was a good raid, for sure. Yeah, I liked Vaulton a lot. I know there were some people that, like, kind of thought that I didn't like it or something, because I guess, you know, like, we wiped on it a lot, and so I was like, oh, man, you know, this sucks. But the truth is, like, yeah, I thought the game was very good, or thought the fight was very good, and there's nothing really wrong with it or anything like that at all. I enjoyed it. Looks frustrating as fuck. Yeah, it can be. I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of stuff is like that. It also takes a long time. You've seen area skins on KR? No, I haven't. So you didn't enjoy having to do it again. Still feel like that's settled down. I think it'll be annoying, but like next week, we'll probably have more people that know what they're doing too. So it's not going to be that big of a deal. You had a lot more fun on Vaulton than Painsmith? Well, how do you know how much fun I had? Yeah, what do you mean by that? You think Vaulton? Yeah, I think actually Painsmith and Vaulton are two incredibly well-designed fights. I think Painsmith is a great fight. Oh man, I mean, you seem to be having? Yeah, I think that it's kind of hard for people to like really be able to know how much fun you could say I'm having on things, because I don't really naturally show a lot of emotion for things. I just don't. And so like if I'm enjoying something or not enjoying something, especially like on my second stream, I'm off camera, like like I'm basically like a rock, you know. That's about it. Adventure Tome, how's that going? Pretty well. I need, I think, one more in Punica, or two more. Shanna and Liru. Shanna is going to take a long time, and then I'm going to get this Ignia token, and then I feel like after I get Punica, all the other ones are going to be easy. Rohandel is going to be a bit of a pain in the dick, but that's not that big of a deal. Maybe Fern versus Fulfillment. Yeah, it's okay. I'm going to try and solo Vaulton normal in a few weeks, after I get all the gear. I want to get all the gear first, and then I'll try to solo him. Why do you always sound depressed in your second channel? Because I'm not trying to change my voice to sound like that's my normal voice. Like whenever I'm tired, slunched back in my computer desk, that's what I sound like. Yeah, I'm like a zombie. Now can be able to complete South Burn? No, I won't. I'll have to wait until Belshazzar comes out. It's weird people randomly psychoanalyze you. Yeah, people don't really like know what's going on. Yeah. I'm gonna go Grudge whenever soloing Vaulton. I'm gonna try to not have to, but I might have to. Yeah, I don't know. Like the new skins. Yeah, I mean I saw some of the new skins. Yeah. Can you please unban me there? No, if you got banned on my second channel, there's probably a reason for it. Yeah, that's about it. Card Pack Island's coming up in 7 minutes. Card Pack Island. The fuck is that? Did these give you card packs or something? I don't even know. Body, okay? Yeah. This is just a normal, everyday, average player, guys. Come on. Lost Ark bosses are designed around you having Grudge as a player, so it's not as bad as you think it is. Yeah, also I'll get like a huge stat bonus and a huge stat boost whenever I get my new gear. My weapon will go all the way up to like 1590 or something like that, right? Or 1575. It's a lot. Streaming tomorrow morning? Yeah. Do Sunwall on stream, please. I have no interest in doing Sunwall. Yeah, like literally zero interest. I'm not gonna do it. It's not fun. It's just gonna be annoying and boring. Yeah, it's just, you're just gonna wipe because somebody doesn't know what to do. And then like you spend, you know, 10 minutes running back and then you have to wipe again. It's like not fun. How'd you acquire so many virtues? Doing all of the different stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I've done that with. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of time in the game, basically. Anyway, I'm gonna get ready and get some food, then I'll probably play with some of the guys if I can. That's it. So I will see y'all later, boys. I'll be back online in the morning, very, very early. Very, very early. So see y'all later. Peace.